Hello, 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 hello. Good evening, class. Good evening. Wait, huh? Wait. Okay. Very good evening to all of you. Beta, first tell me in the chat box whether audio and video is all okay. Okay, Anuj and Hers. Thank you for the confirmation. Thanks, beta. Thanks to all of you. Because audio video is all okay, so I will start the topic right now. Wait a minute. Okay, beta. This series is mainly designed for theory and formula revision series. But in my last lecture, I promised you all that whenever we will meet again in YT, I will start the topic with probability and statistics. So in this lecture, beta, first we will cover all the topics of probability and statistics in detail with sufficient number of examples, and then after the completion of this topic, then we will start our formula revision series of calculus, linear algebra, numerical technique and so on. So this strategy is okay for all. बताइए बेटा. Is it all okay to all after a long time? Yes. And these three topics, beta, these three topics are common to all branches. These topics are common to all branches. So every student will get benefit by this lecture. And after the completion of these three topics, we will start the formula revision series of these remaining topics also. Good enough? Okay. Okay, beta. We will practice some questions. Yes. In this chapter, you will practice some questions also. But in the remaining portions, we will revise only the formula and the basic concepts, या basic theoretical concepts. ठीक है बेटा? चलो, without wasting time, this will be our chronology for this lecture. First probability and statistics, then calculus, then linear algebra, and then the remaining portion. Because the CS and DA students can quit the class after the completion of these three topics. Good. No. Probability cannot be in last, beta. Probability should be the first topic. Chalo. Without wasting time, we will start our topic. This is my Telegram channel, beta. You can scan this one to join it, and then I will start a topic with probability and statistics. So, tell me, random experiment. What is random experiment? Beta, whenever in an experiment, if we are not sure about its outcome, क्या कह रहे हैं? We are not sure about its outcome, then such type of experiments are known as random experiments. ठीक है? For example, tossing a coin again and again, we are not sure whether head will come or tail will come. Similarly, if we throw a die, we are not sure whether 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 will come. ठीक है? Similarly, a baby is going to take birth in a family. Who will take birth? It means baby boy or baby girl. We are not sure about the outcome of such type of experiment. So these experiments are called random experiments. ठीक? So this will be the definition. The outcome is not sure. Outcome cannot be predicted in a random experiment. अच्छा. If we write all the possible outcomes in a set form, then this new set will be called as, बेटा चैट में बताते जाइए, this new set will be called as sample space. बेटा set of all possible outcomes associated with a random experiment is called sample space. It means if we throw a pair of die, then how many elements are there in its sample space? Okay, beta, in this situation, if we throw a pair of die, then total possible outcomes will be 36, but the nature of elements will be of ordered pair. In this situation, we will get a pair as a elements for this sample space. If a couple has three kids, then its nature of elements in its sample space will be of ordered triplet, because in this situation we may get either boy boy boy, or we may get boy boy girl and so on, and we may get girl girl and girl. It means total number of elements of this type of sample space will be 8, but the nature of elements are of ordered triplet. We will get triplet as an element. Okay. अच्छा, what about event बेटा? event क्या होता है? any subset of sample space, कहते हैं any subset of sample space is called an event. It means if we have n elements in our sample space, if we have 5 elements in sample space, then how many events are there? Because any subset of sample space will be called an event. So if we have 5 elements in our sample space, then total number of events will be 2 to the power 5. In general, if we have n elements in our sample space, then total number of events associated with sample space will be 2 to the power n. Okay. ठीक है. What about impossible event? बेटा impossible event, there are two special type of events. One is known as impossible event and the second one is known as sure event. So impossible event is if we take nothing as a subset, if we take nothing as a subset from sample space, it is called impossible event and it is denoted by phi. What about the probability of phi? Probability of phi is taken as 0 because it is not possible. For example, if we toss a coin, then what is the probability that nothing will come? Beta, nothing will come, it means nothing will come will never happen. Either we get head or we get tail, but nothing will come will never happen. So in this situation, its probability will be 0 and it is denoted by phi. So null set will be called as an impossible event. What about sure event beta? Sure event is beta, if we toss a coin, what is the probability that something will come? Something will come, it means it will occur 100%. 100% it will come, something will come. So it means its probability will be 1. So the sample space will be treated as sure event, and its probability will be termed as probability of s equals to 1. So our probability will lies in between 0 and 1 because any event is a subset of sample space. So its probability, minimum value of its probability may be 0 and the maximum value may be 1. So the probability of any event associated with sample space lies in between 0 and 1. It means probability of any event is lies in between 0 and 1. So minimum, if you are getting probability greater than 1 for any event, if you are getting probability greater than 1 or you are getting probability less than 0, it means it is not possible. Your method will be wrong in that situation. So impossible event and sure events are two special events. Now tell me something about mutually exclusive events. Can you tell me mutually exclusive events? Mutually exclusive events, देखो, if there are two events, E1 and E2, then probability of their simultaneous occurrence is not possible, means they can't occur simultaneously, then such type of events are called mutually exclusive events. For example, जैसे we throw a die, then what is the probability that what is the probability that odd as well as even number will occur? Odd number will occur as well as the even number will occur in a single throw of die. It is not possible. Either we will get even number or we will get odd number. It means if two events can't occur simultaneously, क्या कहते हैं, if two events can't occur simultaneously, then events are called mutually exclusive events. And whenever we are finding the probability of their simultaneous occurrence, we will use the symbol of intersection. It means the simultaneous occurrence of E1 and E2 is denoted by E1 intersection E2 and its probability is 0, then events are called mutually exclusive because they can't occur simultaneously. बेटा वही लिखा है, two events are said to be mutually exclusive if they can't occur together. मतलब occurrence of one event prevents the occurrence of other event. क्या कह रहे हैं, एंड वाइस वर्सा, occurrence of one event prevents the occurrence of other events if we have more than two events. Occurrence of one event prevents the occurrence of other events, then events are called mutually exclusive and the probability of their simultaneous occurrence will be zero. But what about the probability of their union? Can you tell me what about the probability of their union if events are mutually exclusive? बताइए बेटा, in this situation we will write probability of E1 plus probability of E2, मतलब simply we can add individual probabilities in order to find the probability of their union, and this concept will come from addition theorem of probability, because addition theorem suggests that probability of E1 union E2 will be equals to probability of E1 plus probability of E2 minus probability of E1 intersection E2. But in case of mutually exclusive events, probability of their intersection will be zero, so this portion will be neglected and the probability of their union can be termed as the sum of their individual probabilities. In it means in case of mutually exclusive events, if they are asking the probability of their union, then we will add the individual probabilities, and if they are asking the probability of their simultaneous occurrence, then it will become zero by the definition of mutually exclusive event. So in simple language, two events can't occur simultaneously, then these events are called mutually exclusive events. Okay, next one बेटा, what about independent events? यहाँ पर independent नहीं है, कोई बात नहीं, आगे आ जाएगा. What about independent events? Independent events, there is a slight difference between mutually exclusive events and independent events. Occurrence of one event does not affect the occurrence of other event, then events are called independent. फिर से सुनिए, occurrence or non occurrence of one event do not alter the occurrence or non occurrence of other events, events are called independent. It means the probability of their simultaneous occurrence will be, बताइएगा, tell me in the chat box the probability of their simultaneous occurrence if events are independent. For example, probability of E1 intersection E2, probability of E1 intersection E2. So probability of E1 intersection E2 will be equals to probability of E1 into probability of E2 only in case of, beta, only in case of independency, but in case of mutually exclusive it will become zero, while in case of independency this probability will be equals to the product of their individual probabilities. Because, can you tell me the reason of these two, this difference between mutually exclusive and the independent events? Because mutually exclusive events are associated with same sample space, so you can apply the concept of intersection between these two and you will get the result as zero. But in case of independent events, beta, independent events are associated with different sample space, so the direct use of intersection will not be good enough in case of independency. That's why the probability of their simultaneous occurrence can be termed as the product of their individual probabilities, because independent events are associated with different sample space. Okay, good. Now tell me, what type of events are called exhaustive events? Exhaustive events, बताइए बेटा. If union of some events equals to union of some events equal to sample space, then events are called exhaustive events. Let us consider we have three events associated with sample space S. First one is E1, E2 and E3. If union of their, if their union means E1 union E2 union E3 is equals to sample space, then in that situation events are called exhaustive events. But if we have a set of events which are mutually exclusive as well as exhaustive, it means both the properties are applicable. Whenever in a question we have given that these events are mutually exclusive as well as exhaustive, then conclusion will be, beta, just because of their mutually exclusive nature, their probability of their intersection will be zero. मीन्स EI इंटरसेक्शन EJ will be 5 या फिर कहिए E1 इंटरसेक्शन E2 equals to 5, but because of their exhaustive nature the their union will be equals to sample space. When we apply both the properties directly by using the concept of addition theorem and multiplication theorem, you will see that कि probability, if probability sum of the individual probabilities will be equals to 1, we can conclude that events are mutually exclusive as well as exhaustive, because if we take two events E1 and E2, ठीक है, probability of E1 union E2, so we can directly apply the addition theorem, probability of E1 plus probability of E2 minus probability of E1 intersection E2. This is called addition theorem and it is applicable in all type of situations. Now because events are mutually exclusive, so this will become 0, this portion will become 0, and the probability of this one will be equals to probability of sample space, because in case of exhaustive events, your probability of their union will be equals to the probability of sample space, because union will be equals to sample space just because of exhaustive nature, and just because of mutually exclusive nature it will become 0. So probability of E1 plus probability of E2 and minus 0 equals to probability of sample space, you can conclude that sum of their individual probabilities will be equals to 1 in case of mutually exclusive and exhaustive event. So whenever in a question it is possible to verify this result, our conclusion will be कि associated events will be mutually exclusive as well as exhaustive, good. Should I move on to the next one? ठीक है. What is the basic definition of probability? बेटा probability is nothing but number of favorable elements and divided by number of elements in a sample space. We have a what about the favorable event? बेटा favorable event क्या होती है? What about favorable event in case of probability? Favorable means which is required should be assumed as favorable event. So first write the favorable event in terms of set, and then write the sample space, and then count the elements in favorable event and count the element in sample space, and this ratio will be called number of elements in favorable event and number of elements in sample space is called probability. If we are using क्या कह रहे हैं, if we are using the concept of permutation and combination, then you can directly use the favorable number of cases and total number of cases by using the concept of PNC. PNC means permutation and combination, and then we will write the probability. So favorable is nothing but which is required should be assumed as a favorable event. Okay. Now देखो, this one is the addition theorem for 2 events and this one is the addition theorem for 3 events. Addition theorem for 3 event is probability of A union B union C. मतलब A union, if they are asking the probability of either A or B or C occur, then what should be the formula? Formula is probability of A union B union C, which is equals to probability of A plus probability of B plus probability of C minus probability of A intersection B minus probability of B intersection C minus probability of C intersection A, or plus probability of their total intersection, means probability of A intersection B intersection C. This is called addition theorem for 3 events. ठीक है बेटा, इसको रीड करो. 7 car accidents occurred in a week. What is the probability that they all will occur on a same day? 7 car accidents are occurring in a week. So what are the total possible chances of occurring accidents? In this question, if 7 car accidents are occurring in a week, then what are the total possible chances of occurring accidents? Can you tell me? Beta, we have total possible outcomes as, या total possible chances of occurring accident will be 7 to the power 7, because first accident possibility of occurring first accident will be 7, because in a week we have 7 days. Again second accident can occur again in any one of the 7 days. So probability of the number of chances of occurring each accident will be 7 into 7 into 7, total 7 to the power 7. But they are asking the probability of occurring all the accidents on a same day. Occurring all the accidents on a same day, it means if first accident is occurring on Monday, then second one must occur on Monday, third one must occur on Monday, fourth one must occur on Monday. It means remaining accidents will have one choices if first accident is occurring on Monday, but first accident can occur on Tuesday also, then again remaining accidents will occur on Tuesday. So it means we have 7 choices for this condition. We have 7 choices. So these are the favorable choices, and total choices will be 7 to the power 7. So beta, required probability will be equals to required probability favorable upon total 7 upon 7 to the power 7. It will give 1 upon 7 to the power 6. In this question, you are using the concept of permutation and combination directly to count favorable cases and total cases. But most of the time, it is not possible. It is not possible to count favorable cases and total cases by using permutation and combination concept. In this situation, either we will use approach 1 or we will use approach 3 of probability. What about approach 1 and what about approach 3? Beta, by listing favorable number of elements in a set form and sample space in a set form, just you can count favorable elements and total elements. Again, you can find the probability. If it is not possible to solve the question by using approach 1 as well as the approach 2, means permutation combination approach, then we will use standard result and standard definition, which are either by using the definition of addition theorem, multiplication theorem, या फिर concept of mutually exclusive, concept of independency, and so on. If we are using any special theorem or special definition to find the probability, then we will say that it is approach 3. It is applicable only when it is not possible to solve the question by using approach 1 or by using approach 2. Then we will use some standard definition and some standard theorems. Good. So there are some more questions for this one. The probability of, देखो, example 5, read example 5. If there are 3 coins, if 3 coins are tossed simultaneously, first of all tell me, 3 coins are tossed simultaneously, can we say that these individual events are independent? Yes or no? Tell me in the chat box. Because 3 coins are tossed simultaneously, can we take these 3 coins as independent events? Yes, because each coin is independent. Outcome of first coin will be independent from the outcome of second coin, and the outcome of second coin again will be independent from the outcome of third and first coin. It means we can assume by common sense that these 3 coins are independent coins. It means we can use the concept of independency, and in case of independency, the probability of their simultaneous occurrence will be equals to the product of their individual probabilities. So what is the, now they are asking that what is the probability of getting at least one head? Whenever they are asking the question based on this language, at least one head, at least one girl, at least one success, so it means that type of question can be solved by using the common sense that probability of getting at least one success will be equals to 1 minus probability of getting no success. Whenever in a question we have this type of language ki you find the probability of getting at least one head, so at least one can be termed as, in this chapter, at least one will be termed as total minus none. By using this concept, you can solve this type of question very easily. So in this question, they are asking of probability of getting at least one head. It means we can find this probability by using probability of getting at least one head will be equals to 1 minus probability of no head. Probability of no head means probability of all tails, because we are tossing 3 coins at a time. It means we will calculate 1 minus probability of all tail. All tail means all coins will produce tail, but these are independent. All the coins are independent, and the probability of getting tail on first coin is 1 by 2. Similarly, on second coin is 1 by 2, and third coin is 1 by 2. Because coins are independent, so you can use the concept of multiplication by using independency concept, and the final answer will be 7 by 8. तो बेटा इस चीज को ध्यान रखेंगे. Whenever we have this type of language, at least one, only use total minus none. If your question is based on permutation and combination, so directly use total minus none. But if your question is based on probability, then use 1 minus probability of none, because the total probability probability of sample space will be equals to 1, nothing else. Okay, good. Now it's time to move on next one. Read the question carefully. A box contains 4 red and 6 black balls. in this box we have 4 red balls and 6 black balls. Acha, 3 balls are selected. Beta, 3 balls are selected. It means in our sample space we will count the total possible ways of drawing 3 balls at a time, or one by one with replacement or one by one without replacement, which is mentioned in the question. So देखो, randomly from the box one after another. But wait, you are selecting the balls one after another. It means one by one without replacement concept. In this question it is mentioned that you are selecting the box one by one without replacement. The probability that the selected set contains one red and 2 black balls, whenever your question is based on one by one with replacement or one by one without replacement, don't use the concept of drawing balls simultaneously, because you are drawing the balls one by one. So we have 3 possible cases, because they are asking that you should draw 1 red and 2 black balls. This will be possible either by using red, black and black. Matlab in first draw you can draw red balls, and the remaining 2 draws you will draw black and black balls. Similarly, in first draw we may get black balls, in second one we may get red, and the third one again we should get black balls as per the question. But we have one more case. First 2 draws will produce black and black balls, but in the third case you can draw red ball, then only we have 1 red and 2 black balls. But again focus on this word. Matlab you are drawing balls one by one without replacement. So red ball, you can draw the red ball from 4 red balls. 1 red ball from 4 red balls can be selected by using 4C1. Beta, this red ball can be selected by 4 ways out of 10 balls. But because all the balls are independent, so second black ball, second draw black ball can be selected by 6 black balls, but remaining balls are 9. And in finally third situation, we have only 8 balls in our box, but still we have to find black balls, but black balls are only 5, because one black ball is already selected. So we have only 5 possibility for this situation. Acha, now because this one is the case 1, this one is the case 2, this one is the case 3, and we have to perform only one case out of these 3 cases. Whenever we have to perform only one case out of some cases, then we will use the addition concept. Okay, means if a ball is drawn out, it will not be placed in back again. Ha beta, yes, mark 001, you are correct. Without replacement means you are removing the balls after selecting it. Okay. Achha, similarly for remaining cases, black ball can be selected by 6 ways out of 10 ways. Into red ball we have only 4 red balls, so it will be 4 upon 9, because remaining balls are 9. And the third one again you have to draw black from 5 black balls, so 5 upon, but now remaining balls are 8. So this one is the probability of second case. And similarly the probability of third case will be 6 upon 10, beta 5 into 9, or into red ball. How many red balls are there? 4 red balls are there, but the remaining balls are 8. So it means by adding these 3 cases you will find your probability. If with replacement, then it will be always 10, right? Yes beta, yes Manoj. If this question is based on with replacement, beta second part, using with replacement concept, we can solve this question by using with replacement concept. Then your answer will be beta 4, 6, 5 are same, 4, 6, 5 into, but in a denominator it will always be 10, because now you are drawing the balls one by one with replacement. Then this will not reduce, this will reduce only in case of without replacement. Good. Again by remaining concept will be same. It means it will be 6 by 10 into 4 by 10 into 5. Sorry, wait, beta ruko, wait. देखो, first red ball can be drawn from 4 red balls, 4 by 10, but now black balls, total balls are still 10, now the second black ball, we can draw second black ball by 6 ways, but this black ball is already replaced in that box again. So third black ball will also be drawn from 6 ways, because again still we have 6 black balls in our box. Similarly for first one is 6 upon 10, but red ball are only 4, so it will be 4 upon 10. Still we have 6 black balls, so it should be 6. So you should pay attention over there. Plus similarly 6 upon 10 into 6 upon 10, because the probability of getting black ball will not disturb in case of with replacement, and into 4 by 10. So this will be your answer in that situation. Okay. RRB, BRO and BBR. Okay, get up. Yes, good. Try to solve another question. Read. Ram and Ramesh appeared in an interview. Ram and Ramesh appeared in an interview for 2 vacancies in the same department. The probability of Ram's selection is 1 by 6 and the probability of Ramesh selection is 1 by 8. What is the probability that only one of them will be selected? Only one of them will be selected. Nisa, wait for 2 to 3 minutes. I will explain this one again. If a coin is tossed 10 times, then the probability of getting 4th head in 9th toss. Okay. After this question, we will take your doubt. Beta, probability of Ram's selection is 1 by 6 and probability of Ramesh selection is 1 by 8. But if Ram is not selected, then what is its probability? What is it? It's a probability. Then it will be 5 by 6, because the probability of getting selected is 1 by 6. The probability of getting not selected is 5 by 6. Similarly, the probability of selecting Ramesh is 1 by 8. So probability of getting not selected, sorry, probability of not selecting Ramesh will be 7 by 8. Simply you can reduce 1 minus 1 by 8 and 1 minus 1 by 6. Now, because only one will be selected, it will happen in this situation. The required probability will be probability either Ram will be selected, but Ramesh will not be selected. If Ram is selected, then Ramesh will not be selected, and we have to perform both the operations, so it will be intersection. But we have one more case. If Ram is not selected, then Ramesh must be selected. So these two cases will be the favorable cases for this question. If Ram is selected, then Ramesh will not selected. If Ram is not selected, then Ramesh will be selected. So we have only these two favorable cases, and we will find the probability of this one directly, because the selection of Ram or selection of Ramesh is independent. Events are independent. So the probability of selecting Ram will be 1 by 6, but the probability of not selecting Ramesh is 7 by 8. Similarly, the probability of not selecting Ram will be 5 by 6, and the probability of selecting Ramesh is 1 by 8. Because Ram and Ramesh are independent, we will use multiplication concept, but because of this, or we will use addition in between them, because in our sample space these two events are mutually exclusive events, E1 and E2. If we take these two events as a mutually exclusive events, because it is associated with a new sample space. बेटा एक new sample space है, देखो, either none will selected, A bar intersection B bar, it may occur, none will selected, or Ram is selected but Ramesh is not selected, Ram is not selected but Ramesh is selected, or there may be a possibility that both will be selected if we have more than one vacancy in this interview. If we have more than one vacancy, then both can be selected. Now, if we termed these events as E1, E2, E3 and E4, better then these E1, E2, E3 and E4 are associated with new sample space. देखिए, new sample space where we have ordered pair as our events. So E2 and E3, because individual elements of sample space are mutually exclusive, and they are asking the probability of E1 and E2, या फिर कहिए E2 and E3. They are asking the probability of E2 and E3, and these are mutually exclusive. So we can use the concept of addition. But individually they are independent. क्या कह रहे हैं? Individually they are independent. It means we have to multiply also. So this is the perfect question to understand in a single question. How can we use the concept of independency as well as the mutually exclusive nature? Okay, beta. Okay, good. Moving on to the next question. Read it. देखिए एन अर्न, अर्न मतलब अ बॉक्स कंटेन्स 5 रेड एंड 7 ग्रीन बॉल्स, अ बॉल इज ड्रॉन एट रैंडम एंड इट्स कलर इज नोटेड। क्या कह रहे हैं? इन अ बॉक्स वी हैव 5 रेड एंड 7 ग्रीन बॉल्स, अ बॉल इज ड्रॉन, single ball is drawn and its color is noted and then this ball is put back into the box, ऐसा ही कुछ लिखा होगा। the ball is placed back, the ball is placed back into the box along with the another color, sorry, along with the another ball of same color. It means first of all this question is based on you are drawing the ball one by one with replacement, not without replacement. But one more thing is happening here, one more thing is happening. What is happening here? You are placing another ball of same color in that box. If you draw red ball, then when you are putting this red ball back into the box, then you are also putting one more red ball in that box. If ball was black and you are putting this black ball into the box, then you have to put one more black ball in that box also, as per the question. ठीक है, एज पर द लैंग्वेज ऑफ द क्वेश्चन द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ गेटिंग रेड बॉल, क्या कह रहे हैं? द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ गेटिंग रेड बॉल इन द नेक्स्ट ड्रॉ विल बी, so there, हाँ, बॉल नंबर ऑफ बॉल्स विल इंक्रीज, यस, एक्स्ट्रा बॉल एडेड या नंबर ऑफ बॉल्स विल इंक्रीज आफ्टर फर्स्ट ड्रॉ, या फिर कहिए आफ्टर फर्स्ट रिप्लेसमेंट। 6/13, ओके गुड, देखते हैं। देखिए देर आर टू पॉसिबिलिटीज इन फर्स्ट ड्रॉ, इन फर्स्ट ड्रॉ ये है रैंडम एक्सपेरिमेंट, रैंडम एक्सपेरिमेंट। इन फर्स्ट ड्रॉ इफ यू ड्रॉ रेड बॉल, if you draw red ball, then case will be different. If you are drawing black ball, then case will be different. In that situation, in your box, how many red balls are there now? Sir, 5 or 1, 6 red balls. In second draw 6 red balls are there and 7 green balls are there. But if you draw black ball in first random experiment, then in second one you have to put extra black ball. It means we have 5 red and 8 green balls. Now they are asking what is the probability of getting, what is the probability of getting red ball in the next draw? In this situation red ball in the next draw कैसे होगा? देखिए red ball, there are 6 red balls and total balls are 13, so it will be 6/13. There are 5 red balls but total balls are 13, so it will be 5/13. 5/13 beta, these are the probabilities of second draw, these are the probabilities of second draw. But we have one more random experiment of this type कि in first draw you are drawing red ball and its probability will be 5/12 because we have 5 red and 7 green balls. In that situation, sorry black नहीं है, it is green, it is green, it is green. तो बेटा ये green ही तो है, it should be green. In first draw it should be a green ball. हाँ जी green ball. So what is the probability of drawing green ball in first draw? 7/12. 7/12. Now we have two possibilities. Either we can follow this path or we can follow this path. So beta, by using the concept of law of total probability, probability of this path or probability of this path, these two paths will be mutually exclusive path because at a time you will choose only one path out of these two paths. So the probability of required probability will be, required probability will be, probability of path 1 will be, probability of path 1 is 5/12 into probability of this one 6/13. beta, this is the probability of path 1. Similarly the probability of path 2 will be 7/12, 7/12 into 5/13. acha, because we have to perform only one path at a time, so we will use the concept of addition. Because whenever we have two possibilities and we have to perform only one possibility out of these two possibilities, we will add individual probabilities. Good enough? This question is mainly based on 1 by 1 with replacement, but one extra condition is there that you are drawing another ball of same color as that of first draw. Can we move on to the next question? चलिए, now these are independent events. What do you understand by independent events? Beta, occurrence or non-occurrence of one event do not alter the occurrence or non-occurrence of other events. Events are called, क्या कहते हैं, यहाँ बेटा सब कुछ कवर होगा. गेट अप बेटा, वी विल कवर पीडीएफ, सीडीएफ, स्टैटिस्टिक्स एंड सो ऑन. ठीक. अच्छा, इंडिपेंडेंट इवेंट्स, अकरेंस ऑफ वन इवेंट डू नॉट ऑल्टर द अकरेंस और नॉन अकरेंस ऑफ अदर इवेंट्स. इवेंट्स आर कॉल्ड इंडिपेंडेंट. बट इन केस ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंट इवेंट्स, इफ वी हैव टू फाइंड द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ देयर साइमल्टेनियस अकरेंस, as I told earlier, we can multiply the individual probabilities. मतलब probability of A intersection B intersection C will be equals to probability of A into probability of B into probability of C. अब बेटा, and these are vice versa. This result is a vice versa result. It means if events are independent, we can directly use this result. But if it is possible to verify this result in a particular question, your conclusion will be कि events are independent. ठीक है, देखो, if it is possible to verify this result, we will conclude that our events are independent. And if events are independent are given in the question, then our conclusion should be this one. Now read this question. E1 and E2 are two events. E1 and E2 are two events in a probability space satisfying the following constraint. Probability of E1 equals to probability of E2. Beta, both the probabilities are equal. It means both the events are equally likely events. These two events are equally likely events. And again, one more constraint is there. Ki probability of E1 union E2 will be equals to 1. It means these are exhaustive also. Whenever the probability of their union will be equals to 1, it means these are exhaustive events. ठीक है. अच्छा, both the events are equally likely as well as exhaustive. Now they are saying that E1 and E2 are independent. One more condition is there कि E1 and E2 are independent also. Then they are asking the probability of E1. Beta, first of all we will use the addition theorem. The probability of E1 union E2 will be equals to probability of E1 plus probability of E2 or minus probability of E1 intersection E2. This is called simple addition theorem of probability. Acha, let us assume probability of E1 plus probability of E2 equals to X. Simple assumption. Now what about the probability of their union? Beta, probability of their union is given in the question as 1. This one will be X plus X or minus. Beta, probability of E1 intersection E2. In case of independency, we can multiply the respective probabilities. It means it will be equals to probability of E1 into probability of E2. So we have X square. X into X will be equals to X square. No, it is not 0. कौन है ये बच्चा? गेमिंग शॉर्ट. बेटा, गेमिंग शॉर्ट, इट इज नॉट 0 है ना. probability of their simultaneous occurrence will be equals to x square because events are given as independent. Now we have to solve this equation. X square minus 2x plus 1 equals to 0. It is equals to x minus 1 का whole square equals to 0. बेटा, x equals to 1. X equals to 1 means probability of E1 equals to probability of E2 and will be equals to 1. So the answer of this question is option number D. Probability of E1 is also 1. Probability of E2 is also 1. Although they are independent events. अच्छा बेटा, एक बात बताओ. Tell me one thing. Probability of E1 is 1, probability of E2 is 1, then the probability of E1 plus E2 is 2. So how probability is greater than 1 in this situation? Can you tell me how probability is greater than 1? बता सकते हैं? Why this wrong answer is coming in case of summation of these two probabilities? What is the reason behind it? Probability of E1 plus probability of E2 will be equals to 2, but we know that कि probability cannot be a greater than 1. So how it is possible कि probability is equals to 2 in this situation? Any specific reason for that? Because beta, independent events are associated with different sample space. हाँ, independent events are associated with different sample space. So in this situation, बेटा यहाँ देखो, we have this type of case. E1 और ये this one is the sample space 1, this one is the sample space 2. It is E1 occurrence of this one is 1 or it is even bar. Similarly, we have another event E2 which is associated with different sample space and it is E2 bar. So here probability of even will be 1 and probability of even bar will be 0. Similarly, probability of E2 will be 1 and probability of E2 bar will be 0. So it may occur. It may occur. Now if we are adding two probabilities of different sample space, we may get the answer greater than 1. ठीक है ना? In this situation we may get the answer greater than 1 because that question was useless question. कि probability of even plus probability of E2 will be in case of independency, that was a senseless question. ठीक है? Good. Can we solve one more question? This type of one more question? Yes. Read it. A coin is tossed 10 times. A coin is, someone was asking कि sir, a coin is tossed 10 times. What is the probability that fourth head will occur in ninth toss? Someone was asking that this is the similar type of question. Can a fair coin is tossed 10 times? What is the probability that only first two tosses will provide you head? Only first two tosses will provide you head. बताइए. You are tossing a coin 10 times. It means you are repeating your random experiment how many times? Sir, we are repeating our random experiment. 10 times. It means elements of sample space will be of nature ordered n tuple. Elements, beta, our nature of elements in our sample space will be ordered n tuple. It is not possible to write the sample space in terms of set if elements are of nature ordered n tuple. So we will use the question by using common sense or by using some definitions. देखो, only first two tosses produces head, यही लिखा है ना, only first two tosses produces head. ठीक है, तो required probability will be, देखिए, required probability will be, कह रहे probability that only first two heads are there, only first two heads are there. It means we have to find the probability of getting head and head in first two tosses, but in remaining tosses we must have tail and tail 8 times, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and 8. It means in first two tosses we have to find the probability of getting head, which will be equals to 1 by 2 की power 2, but in remaining 8 tosses, because of this word only, we have to find the probability of getting tail in remaining tosses, which will be equals to 8 times. So its probability will be 1 by 2 to the power 8. So the required answer will be 1 by 2 to the power 10. Multiplication क्यों हुआ? Because events are independent. Because events are independent. All the coins are independent and you are tossing a coin 10 times. It means each random experiment can be assumed as independent experiment as compared to others. That's why we have used multiplication concept. But same question can be designed in this way also. What is the probability that only नहीं, what is the probability that fourth head, देखो, fourth head will occur in ninth toss. Can you tell me the answer of this one? Fourth head will occur in ninth toss if, क्या कह रहे हैं, fourth head will occur in ninth toss if we are tossing a coin how many times? 10 times. बताते हैं निशा. अगर only नहीं होता तो if there was no only, then what should be the answer? Then answer will be 1 by 2 to the power 2, because remaining tosses will produce something and the probability of something occurs will be equals to 1. If we know it will be getting tails from 3 to 10 tosses, isn't that sure event? No beta, it is not a sure event. It is not a sure event. First of all, tell me the answer of this one. For a while some students are asking probability of getting first two tosses are head and head. First two tosses are head and head. देखो, So first two tosses are head and end, only word is not there, it means you have to find the probability of getting head in first two tosses. But what about remaining tosses? Beta, in remaining tosses you have to find the probability of something occurs, because nothing is mentioned in the question. It means in remaining tosses something may occur. What is the probability of getting something? बताइए, what is the probability of getting something? 8 times. Getting something 8 times. Beta, probability of getting head is 1/2, probability of getting head is 1/2, but the probability of getting probability of getting something in third toss, in fourth toss, in fifth toss is 1 to the power 8. So its answer will be 1/4. Its only words not there, then answer will be 1/4. But if they mention the word only in this question, then answer will be 1/2 to the power 10. But this one is different. Fourth head will occur in ninth toss. Beta, we can solve this question by using probability of getting exactly 3 head in first 8 tosses. Probability of getting exactly 3 head in first 8 tosses into probability of getting head in beta ninth toss. Probability of getting head in ninth toss, then we can say that it will be the fourth head. And what about the 10th toss? Beta, something occurs in 10th toss. Now probability of getting exactly 3 head in 8 tosses, it will be sample size will be 2 to the power 8. When we throw a die, when we throw a coin 10 times, then sample space will be 2 to the power 2 to the power 10. But if we are tossing a coin 8 times, then sample size will be 2 to the power 8. So this will be the total for possibility for first part. What about the number of cases of getting exactly 3 head? Out of 8 positions, we have to fill 3 places by head. It can be done by 8 C3 ways. Is it okay? Beta, we have to fill 8 places. We have to fill 3 places from 8 places, and these 3 places can be filled, should be with head only. So out of 8 places, 3 places can be selected by 8 C3 ways where we can fill head, and the in remaining places we have to fill only tail. It will be 1 into 1 into 1 into 1 8 times. Now what about the probability of getting head in ninth toss? It will be 1/2. What about the probability of getting something occurs in 10th toss? It will be 1. This will be your answer. 1/2 should be there, because you have to find the probability of head in ninth toss also. This will give you the 1/2 again. 8 C3 upon 2 to the power 8 will be the answer of first part only. For second part it should be 1/2, and for third part it should be 1. देखो, if we have 8 places, the explanation of this one, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 places. ये है place 1, place 2, place 3, and it should be place 8 and place 7. Beta, out of these 8 places you have to fill only 3 places with head. क्या कह रहे हैं? We have to fill only 3 places with head. तो it can be done by 8 C3 ways. या चलो छोड़ो, इसको दूसरे तरीके से देखो. Beta, out of these places we may have one head, tail, again we have head, tail and head. Let us take this as an example, one example. Beta, there are 8 possibilities, so total number of arrangements of this one will be factorial 8. मतलब these 8 places can be arranged by 8 factorial 8 ways. Out of 8 possibilities we have 3 alike heads and 5 alike tails. So it should be factorial 3 into factorial 5. This is the counting of this one, and this counting can be termed as 8C3 in short. So instead of using the concept of permutation and combination, concept of arrangement, we can directly count these arrangements by using the concept of combination also, which will be 8C3. 8C3 is nothing but factorial 8 upon factorial 3 into factorial 5. Okay, that's why I have mentioned 8C3 in this position, and sample size will be 2 to the power 8 for first possibility. Good. Now moving on to the next concept, it is called conditional probability. Beta, what do you understand by conditional probability? If in a question one condition is mentioned and then after the condition they are asking something, by using the condition they are asking something, it means our question is based on conditional probability. Whenever we have some condition and we have to find the question based on probability, it means it is based on conditional probability. This condition is always written, yeah, always mentioned in the denominator in symbolic form. Beta, this is the symbolic form of conditional probability, probability of B upon A. How we read it? How we read it? Beta, this is nothing but the probability of B. Probability of B when A has already occurred. A has already occurred means A will be treated as condition. Similarly, if probability of, if they are mentioned that probability of A upon B, find the probability of A upon B, it means here we have to find the probability of A when B has already occurred, means B should be the condition. Which is written in the denominator will be taken as condition, या फिर कहिए which is given as condition should be right in the denominator in standard result. अच्छा, what about the standard result of this one? First we will use the intersection of these two, and intersection, probability of their intersection will go into the numerator and the probability of condition should be there. मतलब we have to divide the probability of their intersection with the probability of their condition. Similarly, in this situation, A upon B is again probability of A intersection B, because intersection of these two will be again this one, but now condition is B, so we have to divide probability of their intersection with the probability of condition, and the condition is B, so we have to divide with probability of B. In simple language, whenever our question is based on conditional probability, we will reduce the sample space as per the given condition. क्या कह रहे हैं? We will reduce the sample space as per the given condition. ठीक है, चलो read it carefully. An examination consists of two papers, paper 1 and paper 2. The probability of failing in paper 1 is, probability of failing in paper 1 is 0.3 and the probability of failing in paper 2 is 0.2. अच्छा, given that, बेटा given that के आगे this one should be the condition which is mentioned after the using the statement given that, it means it is the condition for our question. A student has failed in paper 2. This will be treated as a condition for this particular question. Ki student is already failed in paper 2, they are mentioned. Then what is the probability of failing in paper 1? Sorry, अच्छा ये लिखा, given that student has failed in paper 2, then the probability of failing in paper 1 is 0.6. It means in language, if a student is failed in paper 2, beta this is paper 2, then the probability of failing in paper 1 will be given as 0.6. this is given here, this is mentioned as a conditional probability. कह रहे हैं what is the probability that student is failed in both the papers? बेटा जब भी कभी ये पूछ रहे हो student is failed in both the papers, it means they are asking the probability of their simultaneous occurrence, both and all. It means आपको intersection निकालना है, either or, anyone, only one. It means you have to find union. In the chapter of probability, if in a question it is mentioned, then what is the probability of getting either A or B or both, या probability of at least one of A or B or both, then we will use the union concept. But if it is mentioned in the question that what is the probability of their simultaneous occurrence, or what is the probability of occurring A and B, it means you have to find the probability of their intersection. अच्छा, कह रहे हैं the probability of a student failing in both the papers. So probability, first of all we will use the standard result. It is 1 intersection 2 should be in the numerator, and you have to divide with the probability of 2, या probability of condition, and it should be equals to 0.6. What is the probability of failing in paper 2? Probability of failing in paper 2 is 0.2. So beta, so the probability of their intersection will be equals to 0.2 into 0.6, 0.12. Simple question of conditional probability which is given as condition, you have to divide it with in standard result. 0.12 will be the answer. Option C will be the right answer. Can we have some more question? Beta, first read second question, and after that we will solve first question. ठीक है, first read this one. Can I suppose A and B are two independent events? Suppose A and B are two independent events. It is mentioned in the question that A and B are independent. with the probability of A is not equals to 0, probability of B is not equals to 0, means these are not impossible events. Can I let A bar and B bar are their complements? Okay, A bar and B bar are their complement. Which of the following statement is false? इसमें से false statement कौन सा है? You have to find the false statement. Events are independent, है ना, events are independent, और आपको false चाहिए बेटा. In case of independency, probability of their intersection will be equals to product of their individual probabilities, so it is true. Option A is true because probability of their intersection will be equals to PA into PB. It is true statement. Now what about the second one? Probability of A upon B equals to probability of A. How it is possible? Option B is also true. How? कोई बता सकता है? Option B is also true. How it is possible कि probability of their conditional probability of A when B is already occur, B has already occurred, will be equals to probability of A. It means in this situation condition has no significance. Yes बेटा, whenever events are independent, क्या कह रहे हैं? Whenever events are independent, condition has no significance, because if we try to prove option number B, then it will be equals to probability of A intersection B divided by probability of B. This is the standard result for left hand side, which is equals to beta. In case of independency, we can multiply the individual probabilities. It should be equals to PA into PB or divided by PB. But we can cancel out PB with PB, so it will be equals to PA. It means conditional probability of A will be equals to the simple probability of A if events are independent. So learn one statement: whenever events are independent, condition has no significance. Condition has no significance, and it is a vice versa result. Beta, if condition has no significance, then our conclusion should be events are independent, and if events are independent, then condition has no significance. It is a vice versa result. My class students, tell me in the chat box, how many methods are there to check the independency of events? बताइए, how many methods are there to check the independency of events? Sir, we have three methods. First, definition. By definition, if occurrence or non-occurrence of one event does not alter the occurrence or non-occurrence of other event, events are called independent. This is called method 1. Method 2 is if probability of their simultaneous occurrence will be equals to the product of their individual probabilities, then again independence. And if conditional probability has no significance, then again events are independent. So these three methods can be taken as the various methods to check the independency of events. ठीक है, so here we have used method number 3. Now what about option D? Probability of A bar intersection B bar equals to P A bar into P B bar. Beta, whenever events are independent, then their negation is also independent. Means because events A and B are independent, so A and B are associated with different sample space, so it is A, it is B. Beta, A, then it will be A bar, it is B, then it will be B bar. Since A and B are associated with different sample space, as these are independent, so A bar and B bar are also independent because they also again associated with different sample space. It means this result is also true for A bar and B bar. If result is true for A and B, then result is also true for A bar and B bar. So false statement is only C. This is false. The probability of their union is not equals to PA plus PB in case of independency. In which situation this result will become true? बताएंगे. What condition should be imposed in the question so that result C will be true? Right now it is false statement because events are independent, but what should be the condition imposed on A and B so that result C will be true result? Sabas, Nagesh, Sabas beta. In case of mutually exclusive events, probability of their union will be equals to the addition of individual probabilities. मतलब PA union B will be equals to PA plus BB only in case of mutually exclusive events. But as of now, in question it is not mentioned, that's why we will take it as wrong result. Ankit Yadav, better not exhaustive but mutually exclusive. exhaustive, in case of exhaustive Vibhu, in case of exhaustive union will be equals to sample space, but in case of mutually exclusive, probability of their union will be equals to the addition of their individual probabilities. So make sure ki that was not exhaustive, that should be mutually exclusive. Now read this question. Consider two independent random variables x and y with identical distributions. Identical distribution means, beta, identical distribution means their probability distribution would be same. Means for various values of x, if we have a probabilities, then for same values of y we have the same probabilities. Means for x equals to 0, 1, 2, probability should be, sorry, probability is given in the question 1 by 2, 1 by 4, 1 by 4, and the same distribution is mentioned for y also, because they are saying that it is x and y following the same distribution, identical distribution. The variables x and y takes the values 0, 1 and 2 with probability 1 by 2. It is mentioned in the question, their probability should be 1 by 2, 1 by 4, 1 by 4. So this is the probability distribution for x, and this one is the probability distribution for y. What is the conditional probability? What is the conditional probability? Conditional probability ये है बेटा, probability of, देखो next page पे चलते हैं. They are asking probability of x plus y equals to 2 or x plus y equals to 2 divided by x minus y equals to 0. मतलब x minus y equals to 0. We have to find this probability. This is the conditional probability. In denominator it is given as x minus y. X minus y equals to 0. It means condition is given as x equals to y. Condition is nothing but x equals to y. They are mentioning that ki x equals to y should be the condition. So beta we can take it as probability of, कह रहे हैं x plus y equals to 2 and condition should be x equals to y. First of all, various values of x are 0, 1, 2. Various values of y are 0, 1, 2. So intersection of these two will be कि x should be x equals to y and x plus y should be 2. So beta what about their intersection? First of all, we have three possibilities for x equals to y. Either we have 0, 0 beta, or we have 1, 1 or we have 2, 2. In these three situations we can say that we have x equals to y as a condition. Now we should have ki sum of their value should be 2 and they should be equal also. Only in this case it is possible. So this will be taken as the common portion from numerator and denominator. So you have to find the probability of 1 because x and y are independent. So it will be probability of 1 into probability of 1, and which is given as 1 by 4 into 1 by 4 divided by, what about probability of 0, 0, 1 by 2, 1 by 2. It is given as 1 by 2 into 1 by 2 plus probability of 1, 1 is 1 by 4 into 1 by 4 beta, plus probability of 2, 2 is, what are the probabilities of 2 and 2 beta? X equals to 2 per probability is 1 by 4, y equals to 2 per probability is 1 by 4. So we can say that 1 by 4 into 1 by 4. So answer will be this one. Answer will be this one. Raju Mehto, beta 2, 0 should not be there. 2, 0 should not be there because in that situation x is not equals to y. You have to take care कि x should be y because condition is given as x equals to y. So 2, 0 cannot be there. Shreyas and Raju, after solving you can find the answer of this one. Answer is 1 by 6. Answer is 1 by 6. Okay. Okay beta. Now moving on to the next one. Total probability theorem, law of total probability and Bayes theorem. First of all beta, whenever your question is based on law of total probability or simply Bayes theorem, we have necessary condition. We must have necessary condition कि associated events must be mutually exclusive as well as exhaustive. Whenever your question is based on law of total probability or Bayes theorem, first of all you have to cross check कि your conditions should be या फिर your associated events should be mutually exclusive as well as exhaustive. Mutually exclusive as well as exhaustive. So mutually exclusive means their intersection, probability of their intersection should be 0, means they can't occur simultaneously, and probability of their union will be equals to probability of sample space, probability of union will be equals to probability of sample space, because in case of exhaustive, E1, E2, E3 are called exhaustive events. If E1 union E2 union E3 will be equals to sample space. If we club both the conditions for a set of events, क्या कह रहे हैं, set of events are mutually exclusive as well as exhaustive, then is there any shortcut to cross check it? बताइएगा, is there any shortcut to cross check कि associated events are mutually exclusive and exhaustive? Yes sir, if sum of their individual probabilities will be equals to 1, we can directly conclude that associated events are mutually exclusive and exhaustive. It means, देखो यहाँ पे कहीं मेंशन होगा, छोड़ो बेटा, whenever events are mutually exclusive and exhaustive, then we have a shortcut to cross check it. If events are mutually exclusive and exhaustive, then we can cross check directly that probability of E1 plus probability of E2 plus probability of E3 equals to 1. ऐसे कह देते हैं कि if it is possible to cross check it, we can conclude that events are mutually exclusive and exhaustive. And beta, this is the vice versa result. Again, this one is the vice versa. Sum of their individual probabilities is equals to 1, then events are mutually exclusive and exhaustive. This will be taken as shortcut to cross check whether your question is based on Bayes theorem or law of total probability. This is the necessary condition for these two theorems. Now, what is the difference between law of total probability and Bayes theorem? Beta, first of all, Bayes theorem is also known as inverse probability theorem, because first we will try to understand the Bayes theorem and then we will explain law of total probability also. Bayes theorem is also known as inverse probability theorem. Raju Mehto, yes beta, 2, 2 will not be there, because in case of 2, 2 their sum will be 4, but in that question it was asked that ki sum should be 2 not 4. Beta, sum should be 2 not 4. That's why we have neglected 2, 2. Okay. हाँ जी, Bayes theorem is also known as inverse probability theorem. Inverse, why this is known as inverse probability theorem? Whenever beta, whenever in a question there is a feeling of, we have a feeling of cross check anything, if condition is there, if in a particular question condition is there and we have to cross check this condition, then we will use Bayes theorem. That's why it is called inverse probability theorem. मतलब we have to cross check the condition, मतलब Bayes theorem can be used to solve the complex questions of conditional probability complex questions of conditional probability in which there should be a feeling of cross check anything. We will take an example to understand this one. First of all, we will take a particular example to understand this language. What is the meaning of cross check the condition? Beta देखो, first this is based on law of total probability and this one is based on Bayes theorem. देखो, read it. Beta, read it. An automobile plant contracted to buy a shock absorber from two suppliers X and Y. Okay, X supplies 60%. X supplies 60% and Y supplies 40% of the shock absorbers. All shock absorbers are subjected to a quality test. कोई बात नहीं. The ones that passes the quality test are considered reliable. अच्छा, that passes the quality test are considered as reliable. अच्छा, of X shock absorbers 96% are reliable and of Y shock absorbers 72% are reliable. The probability that randomly chosen shock absorber which is found to be reliable, beta, where is the condition in this statement? बता सकते हो? Where is the condition in this statement? कह रहे हैं the probability that randomly choose shock absorber which is found to be reliable is made by Y. Can you tell me where is condition in this question? Try to read the last line carefully. You will be able to find the condition. No. Why नहीं है? Condition, where is condition? देखो, a randomly chosen shock absorber which is found to be reliable. Beta, this is given as a condition your shock absorber is found to be reliable and that reliable shock absorber is made by या constructed by y. तो कंडीशन इज रेड मार्कर रिलायबल, हाँ नो नो ना, मेड बाय वाई इज क्वेश्चन बट अवर कंडीशन इज विच इज फाउंड टू बी रिलायबल कि वी हैव अ रिलायबल शॉक एब्जॉर्बर, देन वी विल ट्राई टू फाइंड वेदर दिस रिलायबल शॉक एब्जॉर्बर इज मेड फ्रॉम कंपनी एक्स या दिस रिलायबल शॉक एब्जॉर्बर इज मेड फ्रॉम कंपनी वाई. सो दिस इज द फीलिंग ऑफ क्रॉस चेक. ठीक है सर, when will you start linear algebra? बेटा after 1 hour, after 1 hour. Similarly in this question again read it. कह रहे हैं देखो, if a fair has sorry in a given day in the rainy season it may rain 70% of the time. If the rains chance that the village fair make a loss on that day is 80%. If there is a rain, अच्छा, if we have no rain then chance that village fair make a loss on that day is 10%. अच्छा, फिर आगे where is the condition again? बेटा condition is this one. देखो, if the fair has not made a loss on a given day in the rainy season, what is the probability that it has not rained on that day? This is the question ki what is the probability that it has not rained on that day, but condition is if the fair has not made a loss on that day. ठीक है, डिफेक्टिव लैपटॉप याद आ गया, शाबाश. It is mentioned in last line या second last line कि if the fair has not made a loss on a given day, then what is the probability that? मतलब statement should be there and they will ask something. First of all they will provide you the condition and then they will ask something. It is called cross check the condition, cross checking the condition. Similarly you can read it कि which is found to be reliable, then it is made from y. So this is called Bayes theorem. मतलब this question is based on Bayes theorem. Now read this one. Again read this one. A screening test is carried out to detect a certain disease. Okay, it is found that 12% 12% of the positive reports and 15% are the negative reports are incorrect. मतलब 12% positive reports are incorrect and 15% negative reports are incorrect. It is given in the question. Assuming that the probability of a person getting positive report is 0.01, then the probability that the person tested gets an incorrect report. बेटा कह रहे हैं the probability that person tested gets an incorrect report, whether it is based on Bayes theorem or it is a simple question of law of total probability. If there is no feeling of cross check, we will say that it is based on law of total probability. If there is a feeling of cross check, we will say that it is based on Bayes theorem या फिर कहिए it is based on inverse probability theorem. बताइएगा इसमें the probability that a person tested gets an incorrect report, whether they are directly asking the question or some condition is also there in that particular question, yes or no. And if there is a condition, then tell me what is this. Where is the condition? Sir, no condition is there because they are asking the question directly. The probability that a person tested gets an incorrect report. Directly they are asking the question. It means it is based on law of total probability. But if condition was there and then they are asking some question, it means it is based on it is based on Bayes theorem. No condition means simple question of total probability. And by using the cross checking condition, we will use Bayes theorem. No condition, शाबाश. चलिए, तो देखिए in that situation event should be mutually exclusive and exhaustive. So we will try to draw tree diagram. Don't use standard results of solving question by using Bayes theorem. This is the standard result of Bayes theorem and this one is the standard result of law of total probability, but don't try to use these standard results because it will become very lengthy. We will draw tree diagram. We will draw tree diagram if your question is based on law of total probability or based on Bayes theorem. But there are some conditions to make the tree diagram. So random experiment, associated events with random experiment should be assumed as E1, E2 and E3 if we have three events. But make sure these three events must be mutually exclusive as well as exhaustive. By using this shortcut, you can cross check whether these are mutually exclusive and exhaustive or not mutually exclusive or exhaustive. If events are not mutually exclusive or not exhaustive, we cannot use Bayes theorem, we cannot use law of total probability. So make sure that these three events these two events must be mutually exclusive and exhaustive. So associated events with random experiment should be taken as E1, E2, E3, and let A is the given condition which is written at the bottom of a tree. A should be the condition which is written at a bottom of a tree. This will be A upon E1 because E1 has already occurred. Then you are trying to write the probability of A. Similarly, E2 has already occurred. You are trying to write the probability of A. So it should be A upon E2. And here E3 is already occurred and you are trying to write the probability of A upon E3. So this will be our tree diagram. If your question is based on law of total probability, then only try to find the probability of A. This is the probability of path 1, this one is the probability of path 2, this one is the probability of path 3. It means if we have to find the probability of A, your question is based on law of total probability, only find the probability of A by using the concept of probability of path 1 plus probability of path 2 plus probability of path 3. But if there is a feeling of cross check, let us assume that we have to cross check E3. Then by using Bayes theorem, our formula should be like that: E3 upon A. A should be the condition in that situation. Acha, what is the probability? Favorable path will be this one. In that situation, if your question is based on Bayes theorem, then favorable path will be this one. It will be equal to probability of E3 into probability of A upon E3. अब बेटा divided by probability of path A, probability of total path. ठीक है sir? Some examples. Yes beta, now it's time to move on to the examples. So we will start our question by using this one. But yeah, screening test is carried out to detect a certain disease. It is found that 12% of the positive reports and 15% of the negative reports are incorrect. It is only information given in the question. Assuming that the probability of a person getting a positive report is 0.01. Beta, we have only two possibility. Either we get a positive report or we get a negative report. Yes beta, you will get the PDF in PW app. वो होता है ना, in PW app there is a section known as free course. There you can get the PDF of this one also. Vinay. Acha, beta, we have only two possibilities. Either we will get positive report or we will get negative report. So in our random experiment, we have two types of events. We have positive reports and we have negative reports. Let us take this one as positive and this one as a negative report. Now, what should be A? Beta, A क्या होना चाहिए? What should be A? In that situation, हाँ, crash course होता है. In that situation, whenever our question is based on law of total probability, assume A that event which is given in the which is required. क्या कहते हैं? Assume A that event which is required. So here required is probability that person tested gets an incorrect report. Beta, assume A as incorrect report. It should be A. Now you have a positive report and it should be incorrect. कह रहे हैं you have a positive report and it should be incorrect. Can you tell me the probability of this one? You have a positive report and it should be incorrect. देखिए, a screening test is carried out to detect a certain disease. It is found that 12% of the positive reports are incorrect. Beta, positive reports and 12% of the positive reports are incorrect. So it should be 12%. या फिर कहिए 0.12. You can say that its probability will be 0.12. Similarly, 15% of the negative reports are incorrect. So you have a negative report in your hand, and what is the probability that it should be incorrect? It will be 0.15. Okay. Now, what about the probability of getting positive report? again it is mentioning that assuming that probability of a person getting positive report is 0.01, but a probability of getting positive report is 0.01. So what about the probability of getting negative report? If we have only two possibility, sir, 0.99, because either a person may get positive report or a person may get negative report. ठीक है, may get positive report, may get negative report. Now they are directly asking the probability of getting incorrect report. It means you have to find the probability of A, because it is mutually exclusive and exhaustive events. So we can directly find the probability of A by using the probability of path 1 plus probability of path 2. So its answer should be 0.01 into 0.12 plus 0.99 into 0.15. This will be our answer. Here we have no feeling of cross check, so we will use law of total probability instead of using Bayes theorem. Is it okay to all? Beta, you can mention in the chat box, is it okay to all, so that I can move on to the next question, which is totally based on Bayes theorem. You can mention CRC. CRC means crystal clear. Okay, read, देखो, wait, beta, this is already solved. This should be taken as the homework question. ठीक है, it is also based on law of total probability. Now we will solve this question directly in live class, and second one will be taken as the homework question of Bayes theorem. So try to solve the first one only. Now try to solve only the first question. An automobile plant contracted to buy shock absorber from two suppliers X and Y. X supplies 60% and Y supplies 40% of the shock absorbers. All shock absorbers are subjected to a quality test. Good. The ones that pass the quality test are considered reliable. Okay. If a shock absorber passes the quality test, we will assume it as a reliable shock absorber. Good. Of X shock absorbers, 96% are reliable and Y shock absorbers 72% are reliable. The probability that a randomly chosen shock absorber which is found to be reliable, beta, there is a one condition in Bayes theorem. Condition should be there and we have to cross check it. What should be the assumption of A? If your question is based on law of total probability, then A should be assumed as which is required. Which is required should be assumed as A. But if your question is based on Bayes theorem, then what should be the assumption of A? Capital A. Which type of event can be assumed as event A? Sir, which is given as condition should be taken as A. Which is given as condition should be taken as A. Here condition is given as which is found to be reliable. It means reliable shock absorber can be assumed as A. This is assumed as A. Good. Acha. Now our random experiment is like that. Our random experiment is either we have क्या कहना है, automobile plant is shock by shock absorber from two suppliers X and Y. Beta, randomly chosen shock absorber, whether it may come from X or it may come from Y. This single shock absorber may come from X or may come from company Y also. Now in Bayes theorem, A should be written at bottom of a tree, and what is A? A is nothing but found to be reliable. This shock which is produced by company X should be assumed as reliable. So what is this probability? Can you tell me this probability of this one? If a shock absorber is coming from company X, then what is the probability that it should be a reliable? It should be reliable. बेटा यहाँ लिखा है of X shock absorber 96% are reliable, so it should be 96, 0.96. Similarly, of Y's shock absorber 72% are reliable, so it will be 0.72. Now tell me the probability of selecting a shock absorber from company X. Company X, 60% are from company X, it means it is 0.6, and 40% are from company Y, it is 0.4. Now this is the probability of total path. बेटा दिस इज द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ टोटल पाथ, बट फेवरेबल पाथ विल बी, बता सकते हो व्हाट इज अवर फेवरेबल पाथ? कह रहे हैं द प्रोबेबिलिटी दैट रैंडमली चूजन शॉक एब्जॉर्बर व्हिच इज फाउंड टू बी रिलायबल इज कमिंग फ्रॉम कंपनी वाई, इज कमिंग फ्रॉम कंपनी वाई, दिस विल बी treated as favorable path, so we have to find y upon a, y upon a. So probability of path 1, beta probability of path 1 is 0.6 into 0.96 plus probability of path 2 is 0.4 into 0.72. Okay, now the favorable probability will be probability of path 2, which is 0.4 into 0.72. This will be our answer. Probability of condition should be in the denominator, sorry, numerator. Probability, no, probability of condition should be in the denominator and probability of favorable path should be in the numerator if our question is based on Bayes theorem. So we have to remember two things if your question is based on Bayes theorem. First of all, associated events must be mutually exclusive and exhaustive. Second one, there should be a feeling of cross check the condition should be there, and there is a feeling of cross check the condition, then we will apply Bayes theorem. And third one, what is A? If your question is based on Bayes theorem, sir, assume A that event which is given as condition, and where it should be written, sir, at a bottom of a tree. Condition should be mentioned at a bottom of a tree if you are solving the question based on Bayes theorem by using the tree diagram. Better, can I move on to the next question? But formula is different. Okay, formula may be different, but this method should be correct. This method is correct, beta. Beta, roughly we have revised all the concepts of probability, random experiment, फिर sample space, then event, then mutually exclusive events, then independent events, equally likely events, exhaustive events, then conditional probability, then concept of with and without replacement, then we studied conditional probability, then independency with conditional probability, because in case of independency condition has no significance. Then we have studied law of total probability as well as the Bayes theorem. Now it's time to move on to the statistics based probability. Statistics, beta, we are moving on to the statistics. This is a homework question, you can solve it. Here is the solution. Okay, first of all, the syllabus of statistics. Syllabus of statistics is, beta, random experiment means whenever we are not sure about the outcome of an experiment, then such type of experiments are called random experiments. ठीक, and the variable associated with random experiment is called the random variable. Variable associated with random experiments is called random variable. Sir, DA के extra topics cover होंगे क्या? बेटा, these will be covered on 10th of February. 10th of February there is a class scheduled on YT. My class is scheduled on YT also on 10th of February, where we will discuss only the DA specific questions या DA specific topics. Gaming shorts. If you want to study the DA specific topics, then you have to wait till 10th of February. On 10th of February from 10 PM onwards, it will be a late night session, and we will study only DA specific topic in that scheduled class. Okay, क्रॉस चेक की फीलिंग नहीं आती कभी कभी, तो बेटा तो क्या करें, मेहनत करो, फिर मेहनत करो, नहीं आती तो you have to solve more questions to have a feeling of cross check. Uganda AI, you have to solve more and more questions to have a feeling of cross check. Now random variable is variable associated with random experiment is called random variable. Okay, and random variable are of two types. It is discrete random variable and continuous random variable. Beta, discrete random variable means if we have finite number of values of x, then it is called discrete. या फिर कहिए कि some values are missing between two values, some values of x are missing, then it is called discrete. And if we are taking all the values of x in a given range, then it is called continuous. क्या कह रहे हैं, it is called continuous. But this session is for all branch students. No beta, that session will not be for all branch. That session will be only for DA branch student on 10th of February. देखो, discrete random variable, for example, number of students, number of vehicles, number of traffic violators. Whenever you are using the concept of counting related variables are called discrete random variables. And if we have infinite values in a given range, क्या कह रहे हैं, infinite values in a given range, the infinite values of x in a given range, then it is called continuous. जैसे weight, height, weight हो गया, height होगा, weight and height are the perfect examples of continuous random variable. Next student who will come in my class having height will be, बता सकते हैं, next student who is coming in my class now having height will be, sir, height will be in between 5 feet या 4 feet 6 inch up to 6 feet. It means we are taking all the values that lies in between 4 feet 6 inch to 6 feet. है ना, there are infinite possibilities for this type of x. So height, weight and mass distribution, these are the examples of continuous random variable. But someone is saying that कि sir 7 meter साबू आएंगे क्या, साबू, चाचा चौधरी और साबू नहीं आएंगे बेटा, 7 मीटर नहीं. अच्छा, similarly his or her weight lies in between 35 kg to 90 kg, 35 kg to 90 kg. It means again we are taking infinite possibilities for weight also. So height and weight are the perfect examples of continuous random variables. And if we are using the counting principle या फिर कहिए counting related variables are called discrete random variables. ठीक, examples of, by using the discrete random variable there is a distribution formed known as discrete probability distribution, and its example are binomial distribution, Poisson distribution, geometric distribution and so on. If you are using continuous random variable, then by using continuous random variable the distribution formed is called continuous probability distribution, and its example are normal distribution, uniform distribution, exponential distribution. Beta, these 6 distributions are in your syllabus: binomial distribution, Poisson distribution and another one is geometric distribution. These are the examples of discrete distributions. Similarly, for continuous distribution we have normal distribution, uniform distribution or normal distribution, uniform distribution and exponential distribution. Now in discrete probability distribution there is a function known as probability mass function, and its condition is pi is greater than equals to 0 and summation pi will be equals to 1. Each probability should be greater than equals to 0. It is simple logic, and sum of all the probabilities for a discrete probability distribution will be equals to 1. That's why we will take as summation pi will be equals to 1. In case of continuous distribution, there is a concept known as probability density function. In short, it is known as PDF. PDF is nothing but the probability density function. It is denoted by fx. If x is a continuous random variable, then its PDF is denoted by f of x. And what is fx? Fx is nothing but the probability density function at x, and total integration of fx, matlab integration minus infinity to infinity fx dx will be equals to 1, because in case of continuous distribution we will use the concept of integration in order to find the probability in between 2 points. Whenever they are asking what is the probability that x lies in between a to b, if x is a continuous distribution, then you will directly take integration a to b fx dx. Matlab fx will be treated as PDF, and with the help of PDF we can find the probability by taking the concept of integration or by taking the concept of area between 2 points. Later on we will explain it. Acha, in case of discrete, whether it is discrete distribution or it is continuous distribution, they will ask 3 type of question: find the mean of discrete distribution, variance of discrete distribution and mean, variance and standard deviation. Similarly, in case of continuous also they will again ask what is the mean of distribution, variance of distribution and mean, variance and standard deviation. Definition is similar for mean of x for discrete and mean of x for continuous also. If they are asking mean of x, it is denoted as expected value of x. It is nothing but expected value of x means x into sorry, PIXI, summation PIXI means P1x1 plus P2x2 plus P3x3 and so on. By using P1x1 plus P2x2 plus P3x3 and so on, you can find the average of discrete distribution. If we have continuous distribution, then expected value will be equals to summation will convert into integration, and xi means x. And what about pi? Pi is nothing but fx, which is called pdf. So you have to integrate x into fx dx between minus infinity to infinity, and this result will provide you the mean या average of continuous distribution. ठीक है बेटा, एक सेकेंड. ठीक है. सिमिलरली बेटा, हाउ टू फाइंड वेरिएंस, वेरिएंस इज नथिंग बट, देखो जैसे sometimes we have to find expected value of x square. Formula is like that, pi xi square. This is called expected value of x square. Summation pi xi will be the expected value of x, but summation pi into xi square is the expected value of x square. Similarly, in case of continuous distribution, expected value of x square is we have to integrate x square into fx dx, and it is called second moment of the distribution. Expected value of x square is nothing but second moment. जब कभी कहें कि what is the second moment of this distribution, it means they are asking expected value of x square whether it is continuous or it is discrete. अच्छा, by using these two results you will be able to find variance of x. What is variance? In general, the standard result for finding the variance is expected value of x square minus e square x. देखो बेटा, एक सेकेंड. Expected value of x square, variance. First of all, we will discuss variance and standard deviation after 5 minutes. First, बेटा, measures of central tendency क्या होता है? What are the measures of central tendency? Central tendency means कि centrally data distributed कहाँ है? The measures of central tendency are average, which is known as mean, या expected value या average value. Mean, average value, expected value, central value, all are equivalent statement. This one is the first measure of central tendency. Second one is mode, and third one is median. मतलब mean, median and mode are taken as measures of central tendency. By using these three concepts, you will be able to understand where your data is centrally diverted. जैसे मीन इज वेरी गुड मेजर्स ऑफ सेंट्रल टेंडेंसी. मीन इज नथिंग बट समेशन पी आई एक्स आई इज कॉल्ड मीन. बट व्हाट अबाउट मोड? बेटा, मोड इज नथिंग, मोड इज the data having highest frequency is known as mode. If you have a discrete distribution, if you have a discrete distribution and we have to find the mode of that distribution, just see which value is repeating again and again, yeah, which value is repeating more as compared to others. That value is called mode of that distribution. देखो लिखा होगा, in a set of observation, that value which is repeated maximum number of times, that value which is repeated maximum number of times known as mode. या डेटा विद मैक्सिमम फ्रीक्वेंसी, हाँ ये भी हो सकता है राघव. डेटा विद मैक्सिमम फ्रीक्वेंसी इज नोन एज मोड. व्हाट अबाउट मीडियन? बेटा, मीडियन क्या होता है? मीडियन, आफ्टर अरेंजिंग द डेटा ईदर इन इंक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर और इन डिक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर, द मिडिल मोस्ट वैल्यू इज कॉल्ड sir median. Middle most value is median, but you have to first arrange the data either in increasing order or in decreasing order. Middle most value, beta, if number of observations are n, we have n observations, then we have two formulae to find the median. If n is odd, if n is even. If n is odd, मतलब number of observations are odd, then median will be, बेटा number of observations are odd, then median will be n plus 1 by 2th observation is called median. If number of observations are odd, and if number of observations are even, then n by 2th observation or n by 2 plus 1th observation or arithmetic mean of these two observations is called median. If n is even, even means number of observations are even. If we have 12 observations, total we have 12 observations, then 6th observation plus 7th observation divided by 2 is called median. If we have 11 observations, then 11 plus 1 12, 6th observation will be median. ठीक, So these two are the measures of central tendency, and the very good measure of central tendency is mean, which is also called central value, also called expected value, also called average value, and we can calculate it by using the concept of probability distribution, which is nothing but summation pi xi. In our childhood days, we are in the habit of calculating mean by using the concept sum of observation upon number of observations, sum of observation upon number of observation. If our question is very simple, then we can use this result, but if we have some tricky question, then it is advisable to use the concept of probability distribution in order to calculate the mean या फिर expected value या central value या average value. ठीक है, चलो, टेल मी what are the measures of dispersion. Beta, these three are the measures of central tendency. Can you tell me how many measures are there to find the dispersion of data? Dispersion मतलब कि data, how data is deviated from central value, that type of nature is calculated by which type of parameters in our distribution. Measures of dispersion. If data is given, then how to find the measures of dispersion? Then in that situation, we can find variance or we can find standard deviation. But if we have two set of data, one set of data and second set of data, then measures of dispersion will be, बताइए. If we have single set of data, then you can find variance or you can find standard deviation to check its dispersion. But if we have two set of data, then covariance. शाबाश, engineer villain, you are right in that situation. In मतलब if we have two or more than two set of data, then we will use the concept of covariance, variance and then covariance. लाइए, moving on to that question, that concept, measures of dispersion. देखो, variance, standard deviation and covariance. First, we will try to understand what is variance. Beta, variance is the spread of distribution. Variance is the spread of distribution from average value. We have average value. Let us say that we have average value x bar. Yeah, mu is the average value. Then variance will be how far the data is scattered from central value, how far the data is scattered from central value, yeah, how far the data is deviated from central value is called variance. But in mathematical terms, its definition is variance is nothing but the average of squares of deviations from central value. क्या कहने, एवरेज ऑफ स्क्वायर्स ऑफ deviations from central value. Mathematical definition of variance is this one. Beta, physical definition is how far the data is deviated from central value is known as variance, या is known as standard deviation. But in mathematical term, what is variance? Variance is, it is the average of squares of deviations from central value. बेटा average of, देखो, it is the average of squares of deviations. बेटा average है तो divided by n, average है तो sum of observation में summation, average of deviations from central value, xi minus x bar is the deviation from central value, and square of deviation देखो, average of squares of deviation from central value is called variance. This is called the mathematical definition of variance. Summation xi minus x bar का whole square divided by n. After simplification, we will find the result as this one, कि variance is, in simple terms, variance is ex square minus e square x. मतलब कि second movement minus square of mean, second movement minus square of mean will provide you the variance of x. This definition will be time taking. If you are solving the question by using original definition of variance, it will be time taking. So when probability distribution is given, yeah, we can form the probability distribution in a particular question, then it is advisable to use this formula of finding the variance, and it is simply it can be obtained simply by simplifying the original definition of variance. Okay, now what about standard deviation? Beta, standard deviation is nothing but the same definition as that of variance. मतलब same physical, standard deviation has the same physical significance as that of variance, but when we calculating variance, unit will get disturbed. मतलब if data is given in terms of kilogram and we are finding the variance, So just because of this square, its unit will get disturbed. It will come into kg square. If data is given is kg, then variance will come into kg square. But kg square is not our unit. So make this unit correct. We will take the square root of variance and its unit will become right now. So square root of variance is called standard deviation, and we will use standard deviation in real situation to find the deviation of data. If we are finding the deviation of data from central value, we will use the concept of standard deviation, which can be calculated only by taking the square root of variance. In case of variance, unit will get disturbed. To make this unit correct, we will take square root, and this new term is called standard deviation. ठीक है. सो स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन इज पॉजिटिव साइन के साथ स्क्वायर रूट ऑफ वेरिएंस. अच्छा, मेक श्योर वेरिएंस एंड स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन आर ऑलवेज पॉजिटिव because it represents the deviation of data from central value. So deviation cannot be negative. Variance may be 0 but can be negative. So variance हो चाहे standard deviation हो, both should be greater than 0 or equal to 0. When variance or standard deviation equal to 0? Tell me. Is it possible कि variance and standard deviation may be 0 also? देखो, we are okay for that कि variance and standard deviation are greater than 0. Can we have a particular example in which variance or standard deviation equal to 0 also? Yes sir. In case of constant sequence, in case of constant data, constant distribution, variance will be 0. We have 10 students and each student is having weight 65 kg, 65 kg, 65 kg, 65 kg and so on. Each of the 10 students having weight 65 kg, 65 kg, 65 kg. Then data is not deviating. Individual data, their average will be 65 and individual data is not deviating from central value. So its variance will be 0 and beta standard deviation is also 0. देखो, we have two diagrams. If this point is taken as mean, so this point is taken as mean and this point is taken as mean. On first line, individual data are this one. Individual data are plotting by this one, while in second diagram individual data are this one. Can you tell me which one has more variance, diagram 1 or diagram 2? Only by using observation. Try to answer which one has more variance out of these two diagrams. Sir, second one has more variance, because by using the observation we can say that here data is deviating more from central value as compared to first one. Here data is not deviating more as compared to second one. So this one is V2 is greater than V1 in this diagram. V2 is greater than V1. ठीक है? Okay. Now it's time to understand covariance. बेटा covariance क्या होता है? Covariance, if we have a two set of data, then we want to understand how first variable, if we have two random variables x and y, and we want to understand how first variable variate according to other. क्या करें? फर्स्ट वेरिएबल वेरिएट अकॉर्डिंग टू अदर. इट मींस जैसे कि वेरिएशन ऑफ वेट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू हाइट. वी वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड द वेरिएशन ऑफ वेट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू हाइट. वेट इज अ काइंड ऑफ रैंडम वेरिएबल, height is also a kind of random variable, and we want to understand the relationship between weight and height. Then up to the age of 20 years there is a possibility that when height increases, weight also increases. है ना? It means these two are varies simultaneously, height and weight varies simultaneously. In that type of situation we will use the concept of covariance, not variance, covariance, x and y. So mathematical definition of covariance is, beta this is the final definition, but the mathematical definition of covariance is, first of all, it is the average of, beta n है average of deviations of x from central value and deviation from y, deviation of y from central value, deviation of x from central value, deviation of y from central value, and this is the simultaneous deviation of x and y from their central values. Simultaneous word क्यों use हुआ? Because of product. covariance is nothing but the simultaneous variance of two random variables x and y. Simultaneous variation of two random variables, या फिर कहिए at a time. What is the variance of x and y at a time? Then we will explain it by using the concept of covariance. After simplification, it will come out to be expected value of x into y minus expected value of x into expected value of y, and it is covariance of xy. This is our result. Direct, you can use directly this result, covariance of xy equals to exy minus ex into ey. ठीक है. Sometimes beta Sekha, sometimes they can ask the question based on correlation also. We will revise it also. PYQs on these standard results are directly asked. बिल्कुल सही है बेटा. इंजीनियर विलन देखो, there are some definitions. So first of all, point number 5 पढ़िए. Variance and standard deviation are always greater than equals to 0. Variance and standard deviation are always greater than equals to 0. Yes, greater than 0, but in case of constant sequence equal to 0 is also. ठीक है. अच्छा, covariance of x comma x equals to variance of x, whether it is true or false. Sir, it is true also. Covariance of x comma x equals to variance of x, because covariance of x comma x, beta x comma x means यहाँ पर in place of y you have to put x, so it will be ex square और minus ex into ex, it will come e square x. It means सही है, it is variance of x. Covariance of x comma x is variance of x. It is also a true result. Now try to understand point number 1 and point number 2. बेटा expected operator is a linear operator. क्या कह रहे हैं? Expected operator is a linear operator. It means we can take out common constant from expected operator. मतलब अगर ऐसा लिखा हो expected value of ax plus by, then we can take out common a and b from this operator. A times expected value of x and plus minus b times expected value of y. बेटा this type of property is known as linear property of expected operator. But variance is not a linear operator. Beta in case of variance, it is not possible to take out a या take out common directly. Variance of ax plus b, how we can solve it? Beta if you are taking out common a from that operator, then it will be a square, and the result will be variance of x or plus variance of b, because in the original definition of variance, formula will be summation of x minus x bar ka whole square. That's why here we are writing a square. But variance of b will be equals to, beta can you tell me what is the variance of b? A variance of constant sequence. Sir, variance of constant is 0. Variance of constant is 0 means variance is not a linear operator, but expected operator is a linear operator. तो यहाँ मेंशन है. एक इंपॉर्टेंट रिजल्ट ये भी है, पॉइंट नंबर 3. Variance of ax plus minus by. Beta variance of ax plus minus by. Here we have to take out a square common from that one, so it will be a square into variance of x. Similarly, whether it is plus b or minus b, after taking square, it will become b square times variance of y, and there is one more term which is called 2 times ab covariance of ab, covariance of xy. You have to learn this result directly. Variance of ax plus minus by equals to a square times variance of x plus b square times variance of y plus minus 2ab times covariance of xy. Beta, if x and y are independent random variables, then their covariance will be. Can you tell me the answer of this one? If we have two independent random variables, then their covariance will be. Independent है अगर तो, their covariance will be. Sir, whenever x and y are independent random variables, then covariance will be if x and y are independent random variables, then by common sense we can say that covariance of xy will be equals to 0. In that situation covariance will be 0. बेटा एक मिनट रुकना, धन्यवाद. Someone was asking for break, है ना, someone was asking for break. I have a break. देखो बेटा मेरे पास तो आ गया. ठीक, तो इन केस ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंट रैंडम वेरिएबल्स कोवेरिएंस ऑफ एक्स वाई इक्वल्स टू 0। बेटा ट्राई टू रीड दिस क्वेश्चन। आई एम कमिंग इन जस्ट 1 minute, in just 1 minute I am coming. Try to read and solve this question. बस in 1 minute I am coming. Aha, I am not here to make you happy. I am here to make your parents happy. Wow, great. That was my dialogue in live class. Okay, should we start? देखो, the following sequence is arranged. Following sequence is arranged in increasing order. It is already arranged in increasing order. ठीक है, given that mean and median are equal, mean and median are equal, so we can take mean and median are equal, it is given, and also equal to the twice of mode. मतलब mean is equal to the twice of mode, mean is equal to the twice, mean is equal to, mean and median are equal, अच्छा, mean and median are equal to the twice of mode, तो बेटा we can say that mean बराबर median equals to twice of mode. This is our second condition which is mentioned in the question. Then what is the value of y? First of all, how many observations are there? Sir, there are 9 observations. There are 9 observations. It means number of observations are odd. So median will be 9 plus 1 by 2th observation will be our median. मतलब fifth observation our median. Fifth observation will be our median. बेटा fifth observation क्या है? 1 2 3 4 5. मतलब this one is a fifth observation. So it should be our median. So our median is y. Now mean and median are equal, so it is y also. अच्छा, mean and median are equal. Let us assume that mode is x. Sorry. बेटा data having highest frequency is, देखो यहाँ देखने से पता चल गया, median equals to y, and what about mode? Data having highest frequency is x, so mode is x. तो बेटा median is given as 2 times mode, so y equals to 2x. We have one more condition, y equals to 2x. Condition number 2. What about the condition number 1? Condition number 1 is mean and median are equal. देखो median is y. What about mean? Sum of observation upon number of observation. तो sum of observation बेटा ये रहा, sum of observation divided by number of observation. We are getting one equation. बेटा this is our first equation. This is our second equation. By solving these two equations, we will be able to find x and y. And they are asking y. So the y is y equals to 8. This is our answer. मतलब this particular question include all three properties: property of mean, property of median, and property of mode also. So by using this single question, by revising this single question, we have revised all three concepts of mean, median, and mode. That's why I choose this question to for revision. Proceed करें. हाँ, one student is asking, Jagdish, sir, mean equals to 3 median minus 2 mode. Why we are not using this formula? Because beta, this formula is used only for moderately skewed distribution. Whenever in a question it is mentioned that your distribution is moderately skewed, then only we will use this formula. Here in this question it is not mentioned that this distribution is moderately skewed. That's why we have not used that formula. Median बराबर 3, sorry, mode, mean equals to 3 median minus 2 mode. ठीक है, ओके. अच्छा, one more thing, beta, what do you understand by probability distribution? Probability distribution, if x is a random variable, then table representing the probabilities for various values of x known as probability distribution. क्या कह रहे हैं? Table representing the distribution of probabilities for various values of x is known as probability distribution. If a couple has 3 kids, क्या कह रहे हैं? A couple has 3 kids, then find the probability distribution of number of boys, या फिर कहिए probability distribution of number of girls. बेटा ये तो चलो पहले इसी को देखें. नंबर ऑफ बॉयज के लिए, व्हाट इज द प्रोबेबिलिटी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ नंबर ऑफ बॉयज? सो एक्स विल बी ट्रीटेड एज नंबर ऑफ बॉयज बिकॉज कपल हैज 3 किड्स, सो वी मे हैव 0 बॉय और 1 बॉय और 2 बॉय और 3 बॉय. देन दिस टेबल इज कॉल्ड प्रोबेबिलिटी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन बिकॉज फॉर वेरियस वैल्यूज ऑफ एक्स it is mentioned the probabilities for x equals to 0, for x equals to 1, x equals to 2, x equals to 3. This table is called probability distribution. On bar diagram we can write it as, it is x, it is px, it is x, it is px, 0, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So this table will represent the bar diagram. For x equals to 0, for x equals to 0, what is the probability that? 1 by 8. For x equals to 3, what is the probability that? 1 by 8. But for x equals to 1 and x equals to 3, probability is 3 by 8, 3 by 8. Beta, this is our probability distribution in terms of bar diagram. In terms of bar diagram, this is the probability distribution, or simply the probability distribution is table representing distribution of probabilities for various values of x is known as probability distribution. ठीक है, चलो बेटा एक एग्जांपल है. इफ वी अ कपल हैज 4 किड्स, अ कपल हैज 4 किड्स, कह रहे हैं अ कपल हैज 4 किड्स, कपल हैज 4 किड्स, हैज 4 किड्स, then find the probability distribution of, then find the probability distribution of number of girls. Can you tell me? Then find the probability distribution of number of girls. A couple has 4 kids. Try to answer this one. A couple has 4 kids, then find the probability distribution of number of girls, not for number of boys. You have to find the probability distribution for number of girls. थोड़ा चाय पी लूं, थक गया मैं. Number of girls. तो बेटा we may have the value of x is, if we have taken x as number of girls, then various possible values of x will be, we may have 0 girl, 1 girl, 2 girl, 3 girl or 4 girls. So probability distribution for this one is, beta, first of all 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now sample size will be 2 to the power 4. Beta, couple has 4 kids, couple has 4 kids, it means elements of sample space are in the nature of ordered quadruple. Beta, nature of elements in a sample space would be ordered quadruple. जैसे boy 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 boy, first quadruple is this one, second one is boy 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 girl, या boy girl girl boy, girl 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 boy and so on. We have total 16 quadruples. So it should be 16, it should be 16, it should be 16, it should be 16 and 16. Now favorable cases, beta, favorable cases for 0 girls. 0 girls means all boys. Such type of favorable quadruple will be only one. We have only one favorable quadruple for 0 girls. All 4 kids should be boys. So boy 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 boy, and only one quadruple is favorable. Similarly, all 4 girls, one quadruple is favorable, girl 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 and so on. अच्छा, What about exactly one, sorry, exactly two? Beta, boy boy and girl girl, there are two boys and two girls, two boys and two girls. Beta, two boys and two girls, out of four kids two should be, out of four kids two should be girls, so it should be 4C2. ठीक है, out of four kids three should be girl, it should be 4C3, it should be 4C1. This is our, beta, this is our probability distribution. We can also represent this probability distribution in terms of bar diagram. This is our probability distribution, and we have one more condition to cross check it. Their summation should be equals to, sir, 1. Summation of pi should be equals to 1 in case of in case of कह रहे हैं बच्चे दो ही अच्छे. अच्छा जी. अभी रोशन इज सेइंग दैट बच्चे दो ही अच्छे. हाँ ठीक है. 1/16, 4/16, 6/16, 4/16 एंड 1/16. धवल, यू आर राइट. और बेटा इसको बार डायग्राम भी तो हो सकता है. व्हाट अबाउट इट्स बार डायग्राम? दिस इज प्रोबेबिलिटी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन 0, दिस इज x 1 2 3 एंड 4, 1 2 3 एंड 4, 1 2 3 एंड 4. चलिए बेटा, in case of 0, in case of 1, bar diagram will be like that. In case of 0, it is 1/16, this is 1/16, this is 1/16. 2 में 6/16 सबसे बड़ा बार. This bar is having more height as compared to others. This one will be 4/16, this one will be 4/16. Beta, this is our probability distribution in terms of bar diagram. चलो, now it's time to solve the question based on probability distribution. Read it, and we will then try to solve it. Now is tending towards normal distribution. Beta, now is tending towards normal distribution. If we have 200 kids, a couple has 100 kids, so their bar diagram will convert almost like to normal distribution. Shubham Kumar, when number of observations are more and more, then it will convert into a normal distribution. There is a maximum possibility of converting this type of distribution into a normal distribution if we have more and more observations. ठीक है. A random variable x takes the values 1 2 or 3 with probabilities. बेटा ये probability is already given in the question. Probability of x equals to 1, probability of x equals to 2, probability of x equals to 3 is given, this one. So their distribution will be like that. Beta, probability distribution will be like that. We know that in case of probability distribution, summation of pi equals to 1. It means summation of this one plus summation of this one and this one should be equals to 1. If we try to solve it, we will get it as 0.05. मतलब small value of small p is 0.05. Value of small p is 0.05. अच्छा, फिर क्या पूछ रहे हैं? Then what is the value of p? The value of p is 0.05. And what about the expected value? बेटा, there is a standard result to find the expected value. If we have a probability distribution, expected value is summation pi and xi. First, we will put value of p in this distribution, then we get the probability of x1, probability of x2 and probability of x3. Expected value is summation pi xi. By making simple calculation, it is possible to find its value as 1.87. ठीक है. Simple question, only for revision. Now I think this one is something different. Read it again. A machine produces 0, 1 and 2 defective pieces in a day with associated probability 1/6, 2/3 and 1/6. It means it is our probability distribution for x equals to 0, for x equals to 1, for x equals to 2, probability of x equals to this one. Sir, please give us break for at least 10 to 15 minutes after completion of probability. Okay, beta, accepted. Your demand is accepted. you will get the break of 10 to 15 minutes after the completion of probability and statistics. ठीक है बेटा, देखो मीन वैल्यू क्या कह रहे हैं, the mean value and the variance, the mean value and the variance of number of defective pieces produced by the machine in a day. ठीक है, mean value means summation pi xi, a variance is summation ex square minus e square x. So summation pi xi will give you the value as 1. So the mean of this distribution will be equals to 1. Mean of this distribution is 1, मतलब means बेटा average value of this distribution या फिर कहिए average value of x, average value of random variable x will be equals to average value of random variable x will be equals to 1. अच्छा, what about the second moment? Can you tell me the second moment? Beta, this one is the second moment. Ex square is called second moment and it is calculated by using the concept summation pi xi square. Summation pi xi square मतलब p1 into x1 square, p2 into x2 square and it is summation pi xi. हाँ जी, p1 into x1 square, p2 into x2 square. Second moment is 4/3. Most of the student thinks that कि this is our variance. Beta, tell me, this is our variance or it is only a second moment? Sir, it is only a second moment because it is expected value of x square. Now variance is ex square, second moment minus square of average, second moment minus square of average. Square of average. So the second moment is variance is 1/3 and mean is 1. So the answer of this question is option number A. मतलब if we have a probability distribution, then we can find mean, variance as well as standard deviation. Mean, variance and standard deviation by using standard results. Okay. Now acha, tell me this is variance and standard deviation is, standard deviation of this one is, sir, square root of 1/3 means 1 upon square root of 3, positive sign, because standard deviation cannot be negative. Moving on to another question. Beta, this one is new question. Now read it carefully. Consider a dice with the property that probability of a face. Consider a dice with the property that probability of a face with n dots. Probability of a face is n, face with n dots showing up is proportional to n. Is proportional to n. According to question, probability of n dots showing up is proportional to n. Beta, if we avoid proportionality, then we should apply a proportionality constant. So probability of n dots can be taken as k into n. K is nothing but the proportionality constant. So probability of n dots equals to k into n. अच्छा, but we know that summation of pi मतलब p1 plus, in case of die we have 6 possibility, p1 plus p2 plus p3, और चलो p1 plus p2 plus p3 plus p4 plus p5 और plus p6 equals to probability of occurring 1, probability of occurring 2, occurring 4, occurring 5, occurring 6 is 1. Beta, probability k is common in all that situation. It is 1, it is 2, it is 3, it should be 4, 5 and 6 and 1. So beta, k, value of k is 1 upon 21. Proportionality constant is 1 upon 21. But question is probability of the face with dots showing up. क्या probability of a face with 3 dots, probability of a face with 3 dots showing up, probability of 3 dots. बेटा इसकी probability क्या होगी? By using this concept, sir, 3k, it should be 3k, मतलब value of this question, answer of this question is 3 upon 21. 3 upon 21 will be our answer. Probability of a face with 3 dots equals to 3 into k and the proportionality constant is 1 upon 21. So the answer is 3 upon 21. So beta, you have revised mean, variance, standard deviation, covariance, median, mode, probability distribution. And what should be the procedure of finding mean, variance and standard deviation by using the help of, by using probability distribution. Now it's time to move on to the next topic which is binomial distribution, special case of discrete probability distribution, special case of discrete distribution called binomial distribution. Most important distribution for your exam, binomial distribution and normal distribution. These two are most important distributions. But there are necessary conditions for binomial distribution. How many necessary conditions? That there are 4 necessary conditions for binomial distribution. Whenever our question is based on binomial distribution, we have to cross check the 4 necessary conditions. If these 4 conditions are satisfied, then we can apply binomial distribution. Otherwise, we cannot apply binomial distribution. If at least one property is not satisfied out of these 4 properties, we cannot apply the binomial distribution in that particular question. What are the necessary conditions? Sir, first condition is number of trials n should be finite. Number of trials n should be finite. Beta, what is the meaning of trials? Can you tell me what is the meaning of trial? Number of trials n should be finite. Sir, trials means random experiment. Number of times you are repeating your random experiment, it is denoted as n, and in this topic it is termed as trial. Trial is nothing but n. Trial is nothing but random experiment. Sir, how covariance can be positive or negative? Beta, because of formula. Nitish, how covariance can be positive and negative? Because it represents the simultaneous variation of 2 random variables x and y. So just because of formula, it may be positive, it may be negative. Covariance may be positive, may be negative. We can move on to this one. Covariance just because of this formula. If the combined average value of x into y is greater than product of their individual average, then covariance will be positive. If combined average value of this one is less than their individual product, then it is negative. Simple. Okay. Again, we should stick on binomial distribution. Number of trials and number of random experiments n should be finite. This is the first condition. Beta, each trial should be independent. या फिर कहिए trials should be independent. Each random experiment should be independent. If you are performing your random experiment n times, then each random experiment should be independent. So first condition is number of random experiments should be finite and random experiments and number of trials should be independent. These two are conditions. Third condition is each random experiment is of Bernoulli trial nature. These trials associated with binomial distribution are Bernoulli trials. Bernoulli trials means if we have only 2 possibilities for a particular random experiment, first one is known as success and the second one is known as failure, then such type of experiments are called Bernoulli trials. क्या कह रहे हैं? We have only 2 possibilities for a particular random experiment. First one is known as success and the another one is known as failure. Then these type of random experiments are called Bernoulli trial. For example, tossing a coin. Beta, tossing a coin, either we may get head or we may get tail. If head is assumed as success, then tail must be assumed as failure. So we have only 2 possibilities in case of coin. But whether it is possible in case of die, we may get Bernoulli trial. Tell me, yes or no. I answer your question only in the form of y or n. If we are throwing a die, it is possible to get the Bernoulli trial in case of dice. In case of coin, it is understandable कि we may get head, we may get tail. But in case of dice, whether we can get Bernoulli trial? Yes or no? Answer yes or no. There is a lag of I think 15 to 20 seconds. Yes, yes, we can get Bernoulli trial again. देखो, if we are throwing a die and 6 is assumed to be a success. देखो, we may get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. If 6 is assumed to be a success, for example, x, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. 6 is assumed to be a success. Beta, this is our sample space. Then beta, if this is a success, then all 5 outcomes will be assumed as a failure. It means again we can assume it as a Bernoulli trial. अगेन वी कैन अज्यूम इट एज अ बर्नौली ट्रायल, ठीक है ना। अब बेबी इज गोइंग टू टेक बर्थ इन अ फैमिली, है ना, बेबी इज गोइंग टू टेक बर्थ इन अ फैमिली, हु विल टेक बर्थ, बेबी बॉय या बेबी गर्ल? सर अगेन इट इज ऑफ बर्नौली ट्रायल नेचर, हाँ बर्नौली ट्रायल नेचर। रीजन, either boy will take birth or girl will take birth. If girl is assumed to be a success, then in that situation boy should be assumed as failure. So again we have only two possibilities. So it is totally depends on us कि we may define our random experiment in the form of Bernoulli nature या Bernoulli trial nature, ठीक है। गेटिंग मैरिड और ऑलवेज सिंगल, इट इज ऑल्सो बर्नौली ट्रायल, क्या बात है अभी रोशन, गेटिंग मैरिड और ऑलवेज सिंगल, इट इज ऑल्सो अ बर्नौली ट्रायल अप टू द एज ऑफ 40, बिकॉज आफ्टर द एज ऑफ 40 you want to be a married but options are not there, है ना। तो up to the age of 40 तक तो ठीक है, but after then options will be very very less। चलो वापस आते हैं। Each trial results in only two possible outcomes known as success and failure, मतलब बर्नौली ट्रायल, and probability of getting success for each trial should be constant, मतलब if boy is assumed as success then probability for each baby which is going to take birth will be constant, and yes it is constant, it is 1/2, it is 1/2। Beta, if you are throwing 10 dice simultaneously, you are throwing 10 dice simultaneously, 10 dice simultaneously, then probability of getting 6 on first die is 1/6, probability of getting 6 in second die again 1/6, probability of getting 6 in on each dice again 1/6, it means probability of getting success is constant। The fourth point is most important point if you are using binomial distribution for a particular question कि probability of success should be constant। After the verification of these four conditions we can apply binomial distribution, but it is not very easy, it is not very easy beta to apply these four conditions या cross check these four conditions in a given question। So there is a shortcut, whenever we are not sure about the location of success, we have a Bernoulli trial in a particular question and we are not sure about the location of success, we can apply binomial, directly use करिए, we can directly use the binomial distribution if we are not sure about the location of success, but trials should be of Bernoulli nature। अच्छा डेफिनेशन क्या है, x is called discrete random variable such that its probability mass function is given as probability of x equals to r success, beta NCR p to the power r and q to the power n minus r, this is the standard result of binomial distribution। if it is decided that you can solve your question by using binomial, then what should be the formula is this one, देखो probability of getting 3 success means the value of r should be 3, probability of getting 2 success means value of r should be 2, probability of getting 5 success means value of r should be 5 and so on, but r cannot be greater than n, ध्यान रखना बेटा r cannot be greater than n is greater than equals to r, because you are repeating your random experiment 10 times, ठीक है 10 times, and you are finding probability of getting 12 success, बेटा random experiment is repeating 10 times, so how it is possible to get success 12 times, it will be senseless, so n should be greater than equals to r, ठीक, this is the standard result। अच्छा what about the mean variance and standard deviation, of binomial distribution, mean is simply summation pi xi, when you have a probability distribution in terms of binomial nature, then still the formula of finding average value of x is summation pi xi, but no need to learn it, only learn this one because it is, देखो learn it because it is considered as standard result, n into p will be the mean या average of binomial distribution, ठीक है। अच्छा what about variance, again variance is ex square minus e square x, but no need to solve the question by making the probability distribution, directly learn n into p into q, npq will be the value of variance of binomial distribution, and standard deviation is square root of npq, square root of npq. Beta, here what is p and what is q? In this formula, what is p, what is q? Sir, p is the probability of success and q is the probability of failure, and q plus p equals to, sir, 1, because we have only Bernoulli trials, so q plus p will be equals to 1. q plus p equals to 1. Chalo, now it's time to move on to the questions based on binomial distribution. चलिए बताइए, in a manufacturing plant, the probability of making a defective bolt is 0.1. अच्छा, what should be assumed as success if your question is based on binomial distribution? बेटा, what should be assumed as success? बता सकते हैं, what should be assumed as success? First of all, what is x? Sir, which is required should be assumed as x. मतलब our random variable should be assumed as which is required, and which is required should be termed as success if our question is based on binomial distribution. ठीक है, x should be which is required and x should be success. Now in this question, कह रहे in a manufacturing plant the probability of making defective bolt is 0.01. Probability of making defective bolt is 0.01. The mean and standard deviation of defective bolts, it means beta defective bolt will be the deciding factor. Defective bolt will be the deciding factor. So we can assume x as number of defective bolts, beta number of defective bolts, and defective bolt can be termed as success. Number of defective bolt will be x and defective bolt will be assumed as success for this question. Now they are asking mean and standard deviation. देखो mean and standard deviation. Tell me one thing, whether this question is based on binomial? बताइए, this question is based on binomial? Yes sir, it is based on binomial because we have only two possibility, either we can get defective bolt or we cannot get defective, yeah, we can get non-defective bolt. Either we get defective bolt or we get non-defective bolt. So defective bolt will be termed as success, then non-defective bolt will be termed as failure. It means it is a perfect question of binomial distribution because the location of defective bolt is not sure. We are not sure about the, देखो, we are drawing a bolt, whether it is defective or non-defective, location is not sure, means binomial applicable है. अच्छा जी, what a mean and variance, because it is a question based on binomial and p is 0.1, then what about q? Sir, q is 0.9, p and q आ गया. What is n? n क्या है? What is n? Total 900 bolts are there, it means n is 900. तो mean equals to, by using standard formula np equals to, beta 900 into 0.1 means 90, and variance is equals to, variance, this one is the next question. Variance equals to, sir, variance equals to npq. तो np तो आ गया 90 into q is 0.9. what is the value? 81. variance is 81. so answer of this question is, नहीं, वेरिएंस एंड स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन पूछा है बेटा. स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन इज स्क्वायर रूट ऑफ 81, इट मींस 9. ठीक है, 90 and 9. अच्छा, there is one more question. In case of binomial distribution, which one is larger, mean or variance? बेटा, in case of binomial distribution, which one is larger, mean or variance? Mean is larger or variance is larger? Sir, mean is always greater than variance. It is also a basic question of binomial distribution. Mean is greater than variance. इसको learn कर लीजिए, learn. Now read second one. Better now read second one. If a fair coin is tossed 4 times, you are repeating your random experiment 4 times. What is the probability that 2 head and 2 tail will result? 2 head and 2 tail will occur. बताइए. Coin is tossed 4 times. You are repeating your random experiment 4 times, and they are asking of getting the probability, or they are asking the probability of getting 2 head and 2 tail. So choice is our. Beta, totally it is based on our choice कि whether we will assume head as a success or tail as a success. We need 2 head and 2 tail. Let us assume that head as a success. तो head is assumed as success, then tail will be assumed as failure. Again it is based on binomial distribution because we have only two possibility, either we can get head or we can get tail. Probability of getting head is sir 1/2, probability of getting tail is 1/2. So in this question P and Q equals to 1/2 and N equals to 4. So probability of getting exactly 2 head means probability of getting exactly 2 head, sorry, exactly 2 success. So 2 success out of 4 success, it should be 4C2, then 1/2 power 2 and 1/2 power 2. This is our answer. This is our answer. I think this answer should be option A, 3/8. ठीक है, this answer should be 3/8. Beta, if they ask what is the probability of getting 3 head and 1 tail, then answer will be probability of getting 3 head and 1 tail. Then we will put value of r equals to 3. R equals to 3 रखेंगे. R equals to 3. Answer will be 4C3, 4C3, 1/2 की पावर 3 और 1/2 की पावर 1. देखिए probability of getting 3 head, probability of getting 3 head, it means out of 4 trials you need 3 success. So 1/2 power 3 and fail, how many times you have to fail? Sir, only one time, because tail is assumed as a failure. So its answer is 4 into 1/16. So answer will be 1/4. Then answer will be Sabas. Yes, you are correct. Shubham, Nagesh, Sekhar, Vinti Chauhan, Dhaval, and so on. Okay, read this one. This is again a new question. Better read the next question. Can I consider an unbiased cubic dice? Consider an unbiased cubic dice. Unbiased है. Unbiased means probability of getting 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 or 6 are equal and all are equal to 1/6. अच्छा, with unbiased है, with opposite faces colored identically. Opposite faces colored identically and each face colored red, blue and green. Oh my god, it means we have 2 red faces, 2 green faces and 2 blue faces. ठीक 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 ठीक, 2 red, 2 blue, 2 green faces. ठीक, तो बेटा probability of getting red face, probability of getting blue face and probability of getting green face all are equals to 2/6, मतलब कि 1/3. probability of getting red face, blue face or green face 1/3, because there are 2 red faces, 2 blue faces and 2 green faces out of 6 faces. Okay, such that each colored appears only twice. Each colored appears only twice, appears only 2 times on the dice. If the dice is thrown thrice, now challenge is this one, you are throwing a dice 3 times, it means random experiment is repeating 3 times. So beta value of n equals to 3. The probability of obtaining red color on the top face of the dice at least twice, probability of getting red face on the dice at least twice, getting red color on the top face at least twice. First of all, what should be assumed as success? This is your test. What should be assumed as success for this question? देखो x, which is required, should be assumed as a success. Beta red color will be the deciding factor. Red color, so red color number of times red face is coming. Number of times red face is coming, and if you are getting red face, then you will treat it as success if red face is coming. Okay, now what is the probability of success? Sir, probability of red face, it is termed as success, it is 1/3. And Q, failure is sir probability of other face, if red face is not there, then we may get green face or we may get blue face in order to get failure. So beta other face, probability of other face is 2/3. This is the probability of success, this is the probability of failure, and number of times you are repeating your random experiment is n equals to 3. Now what is the probability of getting at least success at least 2 times? Success at least 2 times. The probability of x is greater than equals to 2. At least 2 means number of red faces, maybe 2, maybe 3. The probability of getting at least 2 success or probability of getting at least 3 success means you have to use the standard result of binomial distribution 2 times for r equals to 2, for r equals to 3 also. ठीक है ना? For r equals to 2, for r equals to 3 also. Now the final answer of this question is, I will write it as, now the final answer is 2593. Final answer is 2593. बताइए, red face comes only when she looks at me. क्या कह रहे हैं? red face आता है only when she looks at me. और हो सकता है वो बेटा आपकी ओर देखते हो कहती हो हाउ सिकनिंग, ऐसा भी तो हो सकता है. रेड फेस कम्स ओनली बी व्हेन शी लुक्स एट मी, और इंटरनल फीलिंग ऑफ दैट पर्सन विल बी हाउ सिकनिंग ही इज. तब क्या होगा? बताओ. चलो समझे नहीं अभी. चलो, now I am moving on to the next question. Probability of greater than equals to 2. So 2 or 3 total possibilities are, no, total number of times random experiment is repeating is n equals to 3. So probability of getting 2 red faces or probability of getting red faces 3 times. Number of times red faces is coming, number of times red faces 3 में 3. ठीक है. 0.2593. Cross check it as a homework. Now beta, it's time to move on to the Poisson distribution. It's time to move on to the Poisson. Only one can know. हाँ, ये बात सही कही शुभम ने. चलो बेटा, what is probability, what is Poisson distribution, how we can decide कि our question is based on Poisson distribution? First of all, it is a particular case of binomial distribution. Poisson distribution is a particular case of binomial distribution under the following restrictions. What are the restrictions? There are 3 restrictions for Poisson distribution. N should be very large, P should be very small, but their product should be constant. Their product should be constant. N into P is still constant, है ना? कि N should be very large, P should be, P मतलब probability of success should be very small and their product should be constant. Then we can apply Poisson distribution for that question. But again, it is not very easy to verify these 3 results or these 3 conditions during exam. So there is a shortcut again. Beta, whenever our question is based on average, क्या कह रहे हैं? If our question is based on average, एक जरा कॉल आ रहा है, रुको. Okay, now again moving. Beta, whenever we are not sure about the location of success, we will apply binomial distribution. But if we are not sure about n, number of how many times you are repeating your random experiment, you are not sure about it, but you can find its average value lambda. In that situation, directly you can use Poisson distribution. देखिए, when n is tending to infinity, it means we are not sure about n, but we can find their average value lambda, which is nothing but equals to n into p. N into p will still give you average value, which is called lambda, and lambda is called parameter for Poisson distribution. So whenever we are not sure about n, but we can find its average value lambda, then we can apply Poisson distribution. In short, if average is given in a question, directly you can use Poisson distribution. ठीक है? Directly you can use Poisson distribution. And what is the standard result? if it is decided that our question is based on Poisson, then what should be the standard result? Standard result is probability of x equals to r success equals to e to the power minus lambda, lambda power r upon factorial r. This is our standard result. जैसे standard result for binomial distribution is NCR p to the power r q to the power n minus r. Similarly, the standard result for Poisson distribution is e to the power minus lambda, lambda power r upon factorial r, where lambda is, beta lambda is average per unit time, average beta per unit time, per unit data, average per unit time या average per unit data. Lambda is also called the parameter for Poisson distribution. Beta n and p are the parameters for binomial distribution, but lambda is the parameter for Poisson distribution. ठीक. अच्छा, what is the mean of, beta mean of Poisson distribution is lambda, because n into p will give you the mean. Average value of Poisson random variable is lambda, and variance of Poisson random variable is also lambda. It means in case of Poisson distribution, mean equals to variance, mean equals to variance equals to lambda, while in case of binomial distribution, mean is greater than variance, है ना, mean is greater than variance. Example देना है बेटा, number of arrivals of customers at a particular shop per day. If in a question it is given that number of arrivals of customers at a particular shop per day, this type of question is based on Poisson distribution, because we are not sure how many exact number of customers will come today at my shop, but we can find its average value based on previous data. या number of deaths due to certain disease per year, number of deaths due to certain disease per year cannot be solved by using binomial distribution, but we can find its average value again by using the previous data. It means lambda is given, so whenever lambda is given we can apply Poisson, and the formula is e to the power minus lambda, lambda power r upon factorial r. In case of Poisson distribution, mean equals to variance equals to lambda. ठीक है, स्टैंडर्ड डिवीजन तो सिंपल ही है, lambda is average per unit time. Any question based on, हाँ बेटा देखो, very important point number 4, point number 4 is very very important. कह रहे हैं any question based on binomial distribution can also be solved by using Poisson, but converse is not true. In point number 4 it is mentioned that any question based on binomial can also be solved by using Poisson, but converse is not true. It means if our question is based on binomial distribution, we can solve it by using Poisson distribution, ठीक है, but converse is not true. Converse is not true. Reason, what is the reason for this one? Because in case of binomial distribution, n and p are given. Beta, if your question is based on binomial, then n and p are given, and for Poisson distribution we need only lambda, which can be calculated by using the formula n into p. With the help of n and p you can find its lambda, matlab parameter is known. When parameter is known, we can use Poisson distribution. But if lambda is given, it is not always possible to find the values of n and p. That's why it is only one way property. But take care, when data is small enough, beta n is small enough, it is advisable to follow binomial distribution, and when n is large enough, it is advisable to follow the Poisson distribution. You should take care of it. Like example of Poisson distribution, read it. Read beta. If a random variable x satisfies the Poisson distribution with a mean value of 2, mean value, beta देखो, average value is already given. When average value is given, lambda equals to 2 is given, then the probability that x is greater than equals to 2, beta lambda is given, it means directly it is based on Poisson distribution, and x is greater than equals to 2, but x is greater than equals to 2, but it may have 2, 3, 4, 5 up to infinity. It is not possible to calculate this probability directly by using probability of 2 plus probability of 3 plus probability of 4 and so on. But we know that sum of all the probabilities will be 1, so we can write it as probability of x is greater than equals to 2, 1 minus probability of x is less than ग्रेटर देन इक्वल टू 2 है, लेस देन 2। अच्छा, लेस देन 2 मींस प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ x इज लेस देन इक्वल टू 1 बिकॉज x इज of discrete nature, because whenever x is of discrete nature and it is mentioned that x is less than 2, it means the value, probable value of x is either 0 or 1. So either 0 or 1, then 1 minus probability of x equals to 0 and plus x equals to 1, मतलब two times we have to use standard result. तो standard result is 1 minus e to the power minus lambda power 0 upon factorial 0 e to the power minus lambda power 1 upon factorial 1. Beta, after solving this one, because value of lambda is 2, it is given in the question, value of lambda is 2. Beta, by putting the value of lambda in this question, you will be able to find the answer as 1 minus 3 upon e square. This is our answer, option D. ठीक है, ऑप्शन डी. Okay, moving on to another question of Poisson distribution, and then we will directly move on to the continuous distribution. There is one more question. देखो, the number of accidents, read it, the number of accidents occurring in a plant in a month follows Poisson distribution with mean as, again mean is given with mean, beta with mean as 5.2. it means lambda equals to 5.2 is given. It is considered as a hint for Poisson distribution. Lambda is given, directly use Poisson distribution. Lambda is 5.2. Can a probability of occurring less than two accidents in the plant during a randomly selected month. Randomly selected month में you have to find the probability of occurring less than two accidents. बेटा less than two में can we include two? No sir, less than 2 में we cannot include 2. So x is less than 2 only. X is less than 2 means probability of x is less than equals to 1. Again the same concept. We will use standard result 2 times for lambda equals to 5.2. So the answer of this question after solving 6.2 upon e to the power 5.2. Lambda, value of lambda is simple 5.2. Moving on to another question of Poisson distribution. Poisson distribution में to the ठीक है. The second moment of Poisson distribution, Poisson random variable is 2. Beta, second moment is given in the question. Second moment is 2. Second moment is 2. The mean of the random variable. अच्छा, distribution is of Poisson nature. And second moment is given as 2. Then what should be the formula? We know that, beta, we know that for Poisson distribution, mean equals to variance, equals to lambda. We all are okay for that कि mean equals to variance equals to lambda. अच्छा, and we know that, and variance equals to variance of x equals to ex square minus e square x. It means variance is lambda. Beta, it is second movement. Ex square is second movement. It is given as second movement is given as 2. It should be 2 minus mean is also lambda, so it should be lambda square. So lambda square minus lambda minus 2 equals to 0. What are the values of lambda? Beta, value of lambda after solving this quadratic equation 1 and minus 2. Which will be our answer? बताइए, out of these two values of lambda, which will be our answer? Whether 1 or minus 2? 1 or minus 2? क्या लें? Again there is a lag of how many minutes? 15 to 20 seconds. Yes, equation is incorrect. Oh my god, equation is incorrect. That variance, you know beta, equation is totally correct. Variance is lambda, mean is also lambda, so it will be lambda square. After solving this one, you will get 1 and minus 2. We know that, beta, variance cannot be negative, so the answer is Answer is -1. Sorry, answer is 1, not -2. Answer is 1 because variance and standard deviation are always positive. लो, ये प्लस है, दिस इज प्लस लेमडा स्क्वायर प्लस लेमडा -2, स्टिल आंसर इज 1. लेमडा स्क्वायर प्लस 1 प्लस लेमडा -2. बेटा नाउ इट्स टाइम टू मूव ऑन टू द कंटिन्यूअस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, है ना, कंटिन्यूअस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. तो कंटिन्यूअस दिस इज इन केस ऑफ कंटिन्यूअस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन वी हैव कंटिन्यूअस रैंडम वेरिएबल. क्या कह रहे हैं, वी हैव कंटिन्यूअस रैंडम वेरिएबल. The definition of continuous random variable is definition is, sir, when we have infinite possibilities for random variable x in a given range. If we have infinite possibilities for x in a given range, then x is called continuous random variable and the distribution formed is called continuous distribution. And the examples are normal distribution, exponential distribution and uniform distribution. In case of continuous distribution, there is a function known as probability density function. In short, it is known as कौन बच्चा है ये, क्या जो बोलूं इसके मैसेज पे, थोड़ा अवॉइड ही करते हैं बेटा. इन केस ऑफ कंटिन्यूअस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन there is a function known as probability density function, also known as PDF. It is denoted by fx. fx is not a probability at x. Beta, fx is not a probability of x, but with the help of fx we can find the probability in a particular interval. If x, देखो, if x is given in the range a to b, they are asking the probability of x lies in between a to b, and we have a probability density function of x as fx. Then simply integrate fx between the limits a to b. This integration will provide you the probability of x lying in between a to b, and it is the area अंडर fx. अच्छा, यहाँ लिखा होगा एरिया अंडर fx. देखो, प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ a to b fx dx, टोटल एरिया अंडर fx बिटवीन a and b. PDF, yes, you can see the beta, you can find the PDF in crash course section of PW app. In PW app, just go into the PW app and open the crash course section. There you will find its PDF. Area under fx between a and b. Acha, similarly total probability will be equals to, sir, total probability is of 1 unit. So minus infinity से infinity और fx dx, minus infinity to infinity and fx dx, or we can say that total area under fx is of 1 unit. Total area is of 1 unit, and probability of x lying in between a and b is area under fx between a and b. So we have two methods to find the probability in case of continuous distribution, either by using the diagram or by using the concept of integration. ठीक है. Similarly, what is expected value of x? Expected value of x मतलब average of x या mean of x. Expected value of x. First, I will explain one famous result of expected value of another function gx. Let gx is another function of x. Let gx is another function of x, then expected value of gx is, sir, minus infinity to infinity gx fx dx. Out of these two functions gx and fx, which one is treated as PDF? बता सकते हैं, out of these two functions which one is treated as PDF of x? Sir, PDF of x is always fx. PDF of x is always fx, and gx is another function of x, and we are finding expected value of gx. Then we will use the PDF of x, which is known as fx. So minus infinity to infinity gx fx dx. Now what is the expected value of x? If we put gx equals to x, then we will get mean of x, means minus infinity to infinity. In place of gx, simply put x, then it is the standard result of finding mean of x. Acha, similarly second movement, how to find second movement? Put gx equals to x square. beta put gx equals to x square. So x square fx dx will provide you the second moment for continuous random variable. Acha, if we put gx equals to mod of x, then its expected value will be equals to mod fx dx. So by using this result gx into fx dx, you can find mean, you can find second moment, you can find another expected value. Let us take an example, expected value of mod x. So mod x into fx dx. In all these results, fx is the PDF of x, not for x square, not for mod x, only the PDF of x. Make sure it. Acha, what is variance? Variance is still same. Expected value of x square minus e square x. What is standard deviation? Square root of variance of x. So these are some standard results of continuous distribution. Here fx is treated as PDF, and it is not directly the representation of probability, but with the help of PDF, we can find probability in a particular interval, See? Now one more thing, beta, can you tell me the value of fx lies in between? Can you tell me the value of fx, which is PDF? Value of fx lies in between. Value of fx, sir, starting from 0, because with the help of this one you can find the probability. So its value should start from 0, n up to 0 to, बता सकते हैं 0 to, सर 0 to infinity, PDF है. But if we have CDF in our hand, cumulative density function, which is denoted by capital Fx, then its value lies in between 0 and 1. Pay proper attention in these 2 points, beta. If we have a PDF Fx, then its value lies in between 0 and infinity. But if we have a CDF in our hand, which is represented by capital Fx, then its value lies in between 0 and 1. It means the graph of PDF or graph of CDF lies above x-axis. Is it correct? Graph of PDF as well as the graph of CDF lies above x-axis, but the graph of PDF can go up to infinity, but the graph of CDF cannot go beyond 1 on y-axis. The graph of CDF lies in between 0 and 1 on y-axis, while the graph of PDF lies in between 0 and infinity on y-axis. Raghav, sir, but we have assumed it 1. No. We have not assumed it as 1. We have assumed its total area is equals to 1 unit. Beta, value of fx lies in between 0 to infinity, and its total area minus infinity to infinity fx dx, total area under fx is of 1 unit. देखिए, if we have this type of PDF, it is x or it is fx, and let us say it is greater than 1, ये बहुत ऊपर है, then total area of this region, beta, total area of this region is of 1 unit, and total area is represented by minus infinity to infinity fx dx is of 1 unit. Take this one, agar if we take PDF like that x and fx, if we take PDF like that, it is again this total area is still because graph is not on the left hand side, so its total area lies in between 0 and infinity. So 0 to infinity fx dx is also 1, but fx is not equals to 1. Matlab, it is not necessary that fx is always equals to 1. PDF may go beyond 1 unit, but its total area is always 1 unit. This is called exponential distribution, this is called normal distribution. देखिए, this is the CDF cumulative density function. CDF, what is CDF? But sir, CDF, if we are calculating CDF at A, matlab it is denoted by capital of fx, and we are finding the CDF at point A, then we have to integrate our PDF, from minus infinity up to point A. It is called CDF at A. If we find CDF at infinity, beta, if we find CDF at infinity, it means we have to find the value of this integration from minus infinity से infinity, and which is equals to 1 unit. Now it is okay. So CDF is nothing but CDF is sum of all the probabilities from starting point till that point A. Beta, this word is of most importance. Till. क्या कह रहे हैं? Sum of probabilities. बेटा, this is called sum. Integration means in discrete nature it is called summation, and in continuous nature it is called integration. So it is taken as summation. So sum of all the probabilities from starting point till that point A is called CDF at A, and it is denoted by capital of FA. And graph of CDF lies always in between 0 and 1. Graph of CDF always lies in between 0 and 1. Solving one or two examples. If x is a continuous random variable whose probability density function is given by fx equals to itna, then find probability of x is greater than 1. Probability of x is greater than 1. It means we have to find value of integration from 1 to infinity. Beta, value of integration from 1 to infinity, but PDF is not very good. PDF is not very good because it includes k, it includes unknown constant. So first of all, we will try to find the value of this unknown constant in case of fx, in case of PDF, and then we will integrate from 1 to infinity. So what should be the procedure of finding this unknown constant? If unknown constant is there in PDF, then how to find it? Sir, we know that हाँ, curve fitting बता देंगे. Sir, we know that total area under fx is of 1 unit. Total area means area from minus infinity से plus infinity तक. So total area under fx is of 1 unit. So we will use it. Total area means my area between minus infinity to infinity fx dx. This is called total area. It is of 1 unit. But question is given only for 0 से 2. It means from minus infinity से 0, it is 0, value of fx is 0, and from beyond 2 it is also 0. So no need to write the value of this integration from minus infinity to infinity, only write it as from 0 से 2 fx dx is of 1 unit. Now 0 से 2 fx dx 1 unit है, तो देखो 0 से 2 it is 0 से 2. What is fx? Fx is k times 5x minus 2x square. 5x minus 2x square dx equals to 1. After solving this integration, it is very easy to solve the value of k, which is 3 by 14. By using this concept, the value of k is 3 by 14. Shubham, you are writing that 3 by 20. No beta, it is not 3 by 20. It is 3 by 14, I think. Now we have the value of k in our hand, and what about the probability of x is greater than 1? Better simply integrate it from 1 to infinity fx dx, but higher limit of x is only 2. Higher limit of x is only 2, so no need to integrate from 1 to infinity, only integrate from 1 to 2. 1 to 2, what is fx? Fx is 3 by 14, and value is 5x minus 2x square. 5x minus 2x square dx. 5x minus 2x square dx. Better now a student of class 12th can also solve it. So we can also solve it, and after solving we will get our answer. Our answer is 17 by 28. Yes, Mukul Srivastav, your answer is correct. 17 by 28. Whenever we have unknown constant in our PDF, always try to use this concept कि total area under fx is of 1 unit. After solving this integration, it is possible to find the value of k, and now we have PDF in a simple form where nothing is unknown. So in order to find the probability of any interval, directly we can use the concept of integration. If diagram is there and it is possible to find the area, then you can also use the concept of area to find the probability. Next, now this one, a random variable x has a probability density function fx as given as fx equals to, probability density function is given as fx equals to a plus bx a plus bx, but x is only lying in between 0 and 1 and 0 otherwise. OTW stands for otherwise. Then what is the x? No, sorry. And the expected value of x is given as 2 by 3. Then what is the probability of x is less than 0.5? Here in our PDF we have two unknown constants. Beta, in our PDF we have two unknown constants. In previous question there was only one unknown constant, but now here we have two unknown constants. Is it any method? Is there any method to find these two unknown constants? Sir, we can find one constant by using the concept of total area. Total area is of 1 unit. Total area is of 1 unit and x varies from 0 to 1. So total area from 0 to 1 or fx dx means a plus bx. Beta, a plus bx dx is equals to 1 unit. After solving this one, we can find a result as 2a plus b equals to 2. It is equation 1. There is one equation. By using the concept of total area, we need one more equation to solve the values of a and b. From where we can find another equation? Sir, by using this information, expected value is also given. देखो, since expected value of x is given as 2 by 3, so it means value of minus infinity से infinity x fx dx is equals to 2 by 3, but x varies from 0 to 1, so no need to integrate from minus infinity to infinity, only integrate 0 to 1 x. And what about fx? Fx is a plus bx. Fx is a plus bx or dx equals to 2 by 3. After solving this integration, we can find the equation like 3a plus 2b equals to 4. Beta, this is another equation 2. Now we have two equations and two unknowns. Beta, we have two equations. This one by using the concept of expected value, and we have one more equation by using the concept of total area. Now we can solve a and b. Okay, we can solve a and b. A equals to 0 and b equals to 2. A equals to 0 and b equals to 2. After solving this one, a equals to 0 and b equals to 2, then PDF will be equals to, sir, PDF equals to a plus bx means 2x when x varies from 0 to 1 or 0 otherwise. Now we have PDF in our hand and they are asking the value of greater than 1 by 2, x greater than 1 by 2, x greater than 1 by 2. So we have to integrate it from 1 by 2 up to infinity and fx dx, but value of x varies from 0 to 1, so no need to integrate up to infinity, only integrate up to 1 and it is 2x and dx. This will be our answer. X square or half to 1 minus 1 by 4. Beta, 3 by 4. 1 minus 1 by 4, 3 by 4. I think this is our answer. 3 by 4. No. Something wrong in that. 1 by 2 to 1. 1 by 2 to 1. 1 minus 1 by 4 ही तो आएगा. 1 minus 1 by 4. x square by 2. 1 by 2 to 1. ठीक है. 3 by 4. 0.25 आ रहा है. आंसर इज 0.25. 1 by 2 to 1 और x square by 2, 2 कैंसिल आउट हो गया. 1 minus 1 by 4. It should be 3 by 4. 2x, x 0 to 1 और अच्छा less than, they are asking the probability of x is less than 0.5, x 0 less than 0.5. So beta, answer is, so probability of x is less than 1 by 2 is 1 minus 3 by 4 is 1 by 4. Now it is correct. 0.25 is the answer of our question. Less than पूछा है. I want to solve one question based on CDF also. बेटा, question based on PDF तो हो गए. Now one question based on CDF. This is the question based on CDF. The probability density function is given as a to the power minus b mod x fx equals to a to the power minus b mod x. अच्छा, where the x is random variable whose allowable values ranges from -infinity to infinity, then CDF of this function, बेटा CDF चाहिए. PDF is given as PDF is fx equals to a e to the power minus b mod x, and x varies from -infinity to infinity. This is our PDF, but they are asking CDF. They are asking CDF for x greater than 0. Directly value, particular value of x is not mentioned in the question. देखो, they are saying that find the value of CDF या find the formula for CDF when x is greater than 0. X may be 5, x may be 10, x may be 3, x may be 0 also, because x is greater than equals to 0. So we will take it as a random, any random value which is greater than 0. So x is greater than 0. What is fx? CDF, and x is, make sure that x is greater than or equals to 0. So it should be equals to -infinity से x and fx dx. This is our standard result of finding CDF. Now what about x? Sir, x may be greater than 0 or equal to 0, and fx includes mod, so we have to split it from -infinity to 0 and then from 0 to x, because the value of mod when x is negative is different and value of mod when x is positive is different. Yes, is it worth for gate mechanical? Yes, it is worth for every branch. Pratham, it is worth for every branch. -infinity से 0 में whenever x is negative, it is a e to the power minus b mod x dx or a e to the power minus b mod x dx. What should be the procedure now? इसके आगे क्या करें? a e to the power minus b mod x. देखो, when x is negative, mod x is, sir, when x is negative, mod x is a e to the power mod x is minus x. Now minus and minus will become positive, so it is a e to the power bx, plus when x is positive, beta 0 to x or x is positive, it is mod x equals to plus x, so it will be a e to the power minus bx or dx. Now we can integrate it. After integration we will be able to find its value, which is this one. Beta this is our answer, and it is treated as homework question. Mod x equals to x for x greater than 0 and mod x equals to minus x for x is less than 0. That's why we splitted our x from less than 0 or for greater than 0. This is the general formula of finding CDF when x is positive. If they ask what is the value of CDF for x equals to, if x equals to 3, what is the value of CDF for x equals to 3? Then CDF will be f of 3. Beta f of 3, put the value of f of 3. Sorry, put the value of 3 in place of x, you will find your answer minus bx, and it is x equals to 3, because it is the general formula of finding CDF when x is positive. Put x equals to 3 in this result. This is our answer, e2 minus e to the power minus 3b. This is our answer, 2 minus e to the power minus 3b. If x equals to 3, if x equals to 5, if x equals to 4, simply put x equals to 4, simply put x equals to 5, and so on. Now beta, moving on to next one, and it is called exponential distribution. Exponential distribution, special case of continuous random variable या special case of continuous distribution, exponential distribution. How to decide your question is based on exponential distribution. Whenever in a question, या whenever our random variable x has a tendency of waiting time, क्या कह रहे हैं, x has a tendency of waiting time, we can directly use exponential distribution. Yes, mod of negative value बराबर positive value. Mohan, mod of negative value equals to positive value. I think there is some confusion. बेटा ये लिखा है देखो, mod of x equals to x when x is greater than 0 or minus x when x is less than 0. Whenever x is negative, mod of x equals to minus x. Whenever x is positive, mod of x equals to plus x. 3 marks बेटा. प्रथम कह रहे हैं एनी आइडिया फॉर हाउ मेनी मार्क्स दिस टॉपिक कम्स जनरली फॉर मैकेनिकल? 3 to 4 मार्क्स. 3 मार्क्स तक तो आ जाता है. You can expect 3 marks from this topic, probability and statistics से. and data science students 18 to 20 marks, CS students 3 to 4 marks, remaining branch student, each branch student can expect 3 to 4 marks from this topic, while data science students can expect 17 to 18 marks from this particular topic. Chalo, exponential distribution. Whenever random variable x has a tendency of having waiting time in a question, we can apply exponential distribution. Time is an example of continuous random variable. बेटा time continuously चलता है, तो time is a perfect example of continuous distribution, and it is termed as it is following exponential. मतलब such type of distribution is known as exponential distribution. Whenever there is a feeling of waiting time concept in a question, then we will assume such type of random variable as a exponential random variable, and the distribution formed is called exponential distribution. What is the formula of finding the probability density function for exponential distribution? Probability density function for exponential distribution. So formula is this one: fx equals to mu e to the power minus mu t. T is greater than equals to 0 and 0 t is less than 0. This is called probability density function for exponential random variable t. Here we have assumed exponential random variable as t, not x, because it is generally linked with time. That's why we are taking t as a exponential random variable instead of x. Acha, what type of graph will exist in case of exponential distribution? Beta, if x-axis is representing time, x-axis is representing time, and you are in the queue, you are in the queue and waiting for your turn. Suppose you are at doctor's clinic and token is in your hand and you are waiting for your turn. After how much time doctor will attend you? It means you are waiting in a queue. So whenever you are waiting in a queue, then your time starts from t equals to 0. Your time starts from t equals to 0. Initially your waiting time would be very high, but as the time passes, your waiting time will become less, and finally doctor will attend you and your waiting time will become 0. So logically its graph will be like that. Because it's at t equals to 0. When you comes in a queue, then your waiting time will be very high. As the time passes, waiting time will be less, and after some time doctor will attend you. It means you will get the service from doctor, you will get the service from service provider. At that time your waiting time will become 0. So this graph will touch x-axis. It means this is the PDF, probability density function for exponential distribution. Such type of graph is known as graph of exponential random variable, and formula for this type of graph is this one: mu e to the power minus mu t when t is positive, and when t is negative there is no waiting time. It means ft will be 0, means no graph in the left hand side, of y-axis. What is mu? In this situation, what is mu? Sir, mu is service rate of service provider. क्या कह रहे हैं? Mu is service rate of service provider, because doctor is giving service. When you are in the queue at doctor's clinic, doctor is giving you service, then mu is the service rate of doctor, because doctor is giving the service. For example, value of mu equals to 1 upon 5 per minute. Mu equals to 1 upon 5 per minute. Value of mu equals to 1 upon 5 per minute. It means doctor is taking 5 minutes to attend one patient. Doctor is taking 5 minutes to attend one patient, and you are next to that person. Then your average waiting time will be, you are next to that person, then your average waiting time, common sense से बताइए, then your average waiting time will be, because doctor is taking 5 minutes, on an average doctor is taking 5 minutes to attend one patient. So it means your average wait, and you are next to that person, so average waiting time will be 5 minutes. So we can say that 1 upon mu will be the average waiting time. If mu is a service rate of service provider, then average waiting time of a customer which is next to that person who is getting service right now will be equals to 1 upon mu. Ticket counter भी हो सकता है. 1 upon mu will be the average waiting time, and mu is also called parameter. बेटा जैसे लैम्डा इज द पैरामीटर फॉर पॉइसन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, म्यू इज द पैरामीटर फॉर एक्सपोनेंशियल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. लैम्डा इज कॉल्ड अराइवल रेट एंड म्यू इज कॉल्ड सर्विस रेट, because arrivals of customers in a queue is governed by Poisson distribution, beta, while their waiting time in a queue is governed by exponential distribution. Lambda is the service rate for Poisson arrival and mu is, sorry, lambda is the arrival rate for particular arrival, and lambda is or mu is the service rate for that person, the service rate of service provider. So average waiting time will be equals to 1 upon mu. ठीक, चलो तो बेटा दिस इज द पीडीएफ, दिस इज द स्टैंडर्ड रिजल्ट ऑफ पीडीएफ, द प्रोबेबिलिटी डेंसिटी फंक्शन फॉर एक्सपोनेंशियल रैंडम वेरिएबल. व्हाट अबाउट एवरेज वैल्यू ऑफ टी, एवरेज वेटिंग टाइम 1 upon mu, just proved it. 1 upon mu will be the average waiting time if your random variable is of exponential nature. अच्छा, what about the variance? बेटा variance is et square minus e square t. Simply again we will get 1 upon mu square. Just learn it. Average waiting time for exponential random variable is 1 upon mu, where mu is the parameter, है ना, पैरामीटर फॉर एक्सपोनेंशियल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, एंड वेरिएंस इज 1 upon mu square एंड स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन इज 1 upon mu. इट मींस इन केस ऑफ एक्सपोनेंशियल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मीन इक्वल्स टू, बेटा इन केस ऑफ एक्सपोनेंशियल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मीन इक्वल्स टू स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन, व्हाइल इन केस ऑफ पॉइसन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मीन इक्वल्स टू वेरिएंस. बेटा पॉइसन में मीन इक्वल्स टू वेरिएंस, and in case of exponential distribution mean equals to standard deviation. Just learn it. And in case of binomial distribution mean is greater than variance. अच्छा, mu is the service rate of service provider and service rate equals to 1 upon average waiting time. अच्छा, what about the total area of this region? बेटा बता सकते हैं what is the total area of this shaded region? Sir, total area because ft is the PDF for random variable t, so total area is again of 1 unit. Total area is again of 1 unit. And if in a question it is mentioned that what is the waiting time, what is your waiting time, yeah, your waiting, what is the probability that your waiting time lies in between 5 to 10 minutes, waiting time lies in between 5 to 10 minutes, then simply find the area of this region. ये 5 minutes है, 10 minutes है. Simply find the area of this shaded region. This is the probability of waiting time lies in between 5 to 10 minutes. In general, probability of waiting time lies between t1 and t2. Waiting time lies between t1 and t2. Simply integrate t1 से t2 and ft dt. t1 से t2 ft dt. It will give you the probability of waiting time lies in between t1 and t2. चलो, now moving on to the questions of exponential distribution. Read it. Assume that the duration in minutes of a telephone conversation, beta duration of telephone conversation follows exponential distribution. Mentioned है क्वेश्चन में कि duration of telephone conversation follows exponential distribution with PDF is also given. fx is given as 1 upon x e to the power minus x upon 5 and x is greater than 0. Beta, what is mu? If we compare it with the standard result of exponential distribution, what is mu? What is mu? बता सकते हैं सुनील कुमार जी? Sir, it should be mu e to the power minus mu x. It means mu equals to 1 upon 5. Mu की वैल्यू 1 upon 5 आ गई. Parameter is already known. So whenever parameter is given, we can follow in terms of mu, we can follow exponential distribution. अच्छा, तब कह रहे हैं the probability that the conversation will exceed 5 minutes. Conversation will exceed 5 minutes. सबसे पहले तो what is t? Sir, conversation in minutes, which is required should be assumed as random variable t, random variable x या random variable t. So conversation in minutes. Now tell me what is t greater than 5 minutes. Conversation will exceed 5 minutes. So we have to integrate ft dt. We have to integrate ft within the limits t equals to 5 to infinity. What is ft? Sir, ft is this one, 1 upon 5 e to the power minus x upon 5. x upon 5. चलो x में दिया है. It is given in terms of x. where is it is where it is where it is where it is x in terms of x. So beta we will assume it as x also, we will assume it as x. देखो conversation in minutes. So what is the probability that x exceeds 5? So x equals to 5 to infinity fx or dx, fx dx, then it is dx and it is 5 to infinity. Now simply integrate it, you will find your answer, and the answer is 1 upon e. Whenever you have PDF in your hand, then directly you can integrate, you can use the concept of integration in order to find the probability of given range, the probability of asking range. बढ़े आगे, लाइए moving on to the uniform distribution. Beta try to read it. Uniform distribution, I am again coming in 1 minute only. 1 minute का break है, break of 1 minute, then I will explain uniform distribution. You try to understand by reading it and wait for me only for 1 minute. I am coming. Hello. Hello. Beta moving on to uniform distribution. Whenever our random variable is given in a particular interval, if random variable x is given in a particular interval, we can use a uniform distribution. means देखो whenever probabilities are distributed uniformly for given set of values of x, क्या कहना है, probabilities are distributed uniformly for given set of values of x, we will follow uniform distribution. For example, if x is given in a particular range a to b, random variable x is given in a particular range a to b, then its probability should be unique in that particular range. Probability should be unique. How probability will be unique? The formula for finding the probability of PDF for uniform distribution is 1 upon b minus a. Beta 1 upon b minus a is nothing but constant. It means for any small interval that lies in between a to b, probability should be constant. And this is the definition of uniform distribution, ki probabilities are distributed uniformly. Because fx is constant, it means probabilities are distributed uniformly for this set of values of x. That type of random variable is called uniform distribution. If we try to draw graph of this distribution, then it is x and fx, it is 0, because x is given in between a to b. Then what is fx. What is fx? Fx is nothing but constant. Constant means whenever fx is constant means y is constant. When y is constant, you are getting a straight line parallel to x-axis. Straight line parallel to x-axis. This graph is the representation of fx. Okay, and if we draw a rectangle, between a and b, then what is the total area of this rectangle? If it is a probability density function for uniform random variable x, बता सकते हैं टोटल. fx equals to 1 upon b minus a, which is constant. Sir, this total area is of 1 unit because this total area is of 1 unit. Total area is of 1 unit because total probability will be of 1 unit. Minus infinity to infinity fx dx will be of 1 unit. So total area is of 1 unit. By using this concept, beta, length is b minus a, height is fx, equals to 1. Beta, length into height will be the area. What is fx? It means fx is 1 upon b minus a. It is all correct. It means the probability density function for uniform random variable x is 1 upon b minus a, where x belongs to a to b in the open interval or in the closed interval a to b. In simple language, if probabilities are distributed uniformly, for given set of values of x, then such type of distribution is known as uniform distribution. ठीक है? Yes beta. Flux point questions of test series are very hard, especially for DA branch. Questions are very tough in test series because the last year paper of DA branch was not up to the mark. That's why we have decided in this year we will ask very tough questions for DA branch test series. I think you are from that branch. So don't be a panic in exam. During exam, you will find questions up to a moderate level, not very tough, but of moderate level. ठीक है? Now, बेटा क्रॉस चेक करें. क्रॉस चेक हो गया. Total area is of 1 unit. That's why fx equals to 1 upon b minus a. So this is the standard result of finding the probability density function of uniform random variable. Mean of x, expected value of x, beta, midpoint will be the mean. Midpoint will be the mean. If x varies from a to b, then this midpoint, it is called a plus b by 2. This is called mean of random variable, mean of uniform random variable a plus b by 2. And what is the variance? Sir, variance of uniform distribution is b minus a whole square divided by 12. You have two choices. Either you can learn it or you can find its variance by using the concept ex square minus e square x. I think learning the standard result will become easy during exam. So b minus a whole square divided by 12 will be the variance of x if x is a uniform random variable. And what about standard deviation? Sir, square root of variance b minus a upon square root of 12. Simply learn variance b minus a whole square divided by 12. Acha, what is the probability of x lies in between a and b? So probability of x lies between alpha and beta can be calculated by integrating alpha to beta fx dx. This is the probability of getting x between alpha and beta. Is there any shortcut to check? Your question is based on uniform distribution. Whenever x is given in terms of interval, so you can apply exponential distribution. Moving on to the questions. बेटा एक सिंपल क्वेश्चन है, पढ़िए, रीड करिए. A random variable is uniformly distributed over the interval 2 to 10. Interval x is defined in a particular interval, so x varies from 2 to 10. X varies in the interval 2 to 10. X is 2 to 10. What is a? Sir, it is a, it is b, and they are asking variance. Beta, variance of x. So the formula of finding variance of x is, sir, b minus a का whole square divided by 12. तो b minus a 10 minus 2, 8 का square divided by 12, 64 by 12. This is our answer, 64 by 12 या फिर 16 by 3. देखो आंसर इज 16 by 3. Otherwise you have to find, first you have to find expected value of x, by integrating. Then you have to find second moment of x. देखो again by integrating, this is expected value of x, this is second moment of x, and variance is second moment minus square of expected value. So it will become lengthy. So standard result suggests that the variance will be b minus a whole square divided by 12. बढ़े आगे. One more question of this type. The variables x takes a value between 0 and 10. Good. Variables x takes a value between 0 and 10 with uniform probability distribution. X is following the uniform distribution. Beta, x is following uniform distribution 0 to 10. You can write its PDF. Yes, we can write it. But the variable y takes a values between 0 and 20. Y is also taking a value between 0 and 20, and y is also a uniform. Given in a question, y is also a uniform distribution. We can also find its probability density function, its PDF, that is f of y. So f of x is 1 upon 10 and f of y is 1 upon 20. It means their individual PDFs are 1 upon 10 and 1 upon 20. But they are asking what is the probability that sum, sum will be greater than 20. मतलब x plus y will be greater than 20. Beta, they are not asking the individual probabilities, but the sum of their they are not asking the individual probability but the joint probability. X plus y is greater than 20. This is our question. So sometimes they try to confuse us. They try to confuse us by giving two types of uniform random variables. First one is x and the another one is y, and they are asking the probability of their joint distribution. So we have two methods. First method is either we can make their joint distribution of x and y are f of xy, because x and y are independent random variables, so their joint distribution will be f of xy equals to fx into fy, because in case of independency we can multiply. So f of xy equals to fx into fy. We have fx, we have fy, we can find fx into fy. This is the joint distribution. Then the probability of x plus y is greater than 20. We will use the concept of double integration, and it will become very lengthy. Beta, if we want to solve this question by using the concept of joint distribution, then we have to double integrate it. Double integration 0 to 20 or 0 to 10 f of xy dx dy. It will become very lengthy. Such type of questions can be solved by using the concept of graphical probability. This is called graphical probability because x and y are independent. So assume x on y axis, assume x on x axis, assume y on y axis. So x varies on x axis, y varies on y axis. Both are independent. Now try to make the joint diagram of this question, whether x varies from 0 to 10, y varies from 0 to 20. So totally we will get a rectangle of this type, 0 to 10, 0 to 20. Total area of this rectangle will be, sir, 220 into 10 barabar 200. This is the total area. Now favorable area is that area for which we are sure for x plus y is greater than 20. So first of all, x plus y equals to 20. Try to draw a line x plus y equals to 20. Beta, this line is known as x plus y equals to 20. This line is called x plus y equals to 20. देखो, x plus y equals to 20. This line is this one. Now they are asking that what is the probability that x plus y is greater than 20. It means this will be the shaded region, yeah, favorable region. This arrow diagram region will be the favorable region in this rectangle. This is our favorable region. Total area is this one, favorable area is this one. First find the area of this triangle. Area of triangle is half base into height. Say area of this triangle will be the favorable area, and total area equals to this one. Favorable area upon total area will give you the answer. Khatam. Will give you the answer. So instead of calculating this question by using the concept of joint distribution, we will try to solve this question by using the concept of graphical probability, in which x-axis x varies on x-axis, y varies on y-axis, both are independent, we can directly make the diagram of this total region and favorable area upon total area will be our answer. Good. चलो बेटा, now the last topic is normal distribution. जैसे binomial distribution is very important. Similarly, normal distribution is also very, very important for every branch. For each and every branch, normal distribution and binomial distribution are very, very important. So, should we start normal distribution? Beta, in my last lecture, I told you कि first I will revise all the concepts of probability and statistics, and then only we will move on to the formula revision. This can be considered as a formula revision for probability as well as the conceptual revision also. So this is the formula as well as the conceptual revision of probability. Now after the normal distribution and curve fitting, if time permits, then I will try to revise the formula also. Otherwise we will, थैंक यू, उसके बाद कहेंगे. बेटा क्या नाम है, देवर. I told you, you can also solve that question by using the concept of joint distribution, but in that particular question, it will become very, very lengthy. That's why we are using graphical approach. Otherwise, no need to solve the question by using graphical approach. If question is not very tough. चलो, normal distribution या Gaussian. Normal distribution is also known as Gaussian distribution. Gaussian distribution, beta, whenever a random variable x has a tendency to accumulate about its average value. If our random experiment has a tendency to accumulate about its average value, then we will say that कि x is following the normal distribution, या फिर कहिए we will say that x is a normal random variable and the distribution formed is called normal distribution, also known as Gaussian distribution, या फिर कहिए bell curve. देखो, let us take an example. Next student who is coming in my class is having height equals to, next student who is coming in my class is having height equals to, sir, on an average if it is a boy, then height will be on an average 5 feet 6 inch, and if it is a girl, then average height will be, I think, 5 feet and 3 inch. It means you are mentioning the height by taking an average height of boy or average height of girl. Similarly, next student who is coming in my class is having weight, sir, if it is a boy, then average weight I think 65 or 66 kg, 65 or 66 kg, or if it is a girl, then average weight I think, sir, 52 or 53 kg. It means again you are mentioning height of that particular boy or that particular girl by using the concept of average, and height and weight are the perfect examples of random variables, continuous random variable. So beta, x, if we are taking x as height or x as weight, then x has a tendency, height of that particular student has a tendency to accumulate about its average value. Height of that, weight of that particular girl has a tendency to accumulate about its average value. It means such type of random variables are known as normal random variables, and the distribution formed is called normal distribution. If we take a sample of 1000 students, beta, if we take a sample of 1000 boys and we are taking x as their weight, and we have a sample of 1000 students, then their average weight is nearly about 65 kg, then we can plot most of the students near 65 kg on x-axis. So it means here you will get the plateau. Beta, you will get the plateau in that sense that some student is having weight more than 65 kg, some students is having weight less than 65 kg, but most of the students are having weight nearby 65 kg. So we are getting highest point at 65 kg only, because most of the students can be plotted on this point. So you will get a particular height, and when we join this scattered data by a continuous graph, you will see that ki bell curve is forming. In that situation, bell curve is forming. ठीक है, तो दिस इज द ग्राफ ऑफ नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, या फिर कहिए नॉर्मल कर्व. दिस इज द ग्राफ ऑफ नॉर्मल कर्व. एक्स इज कॉल्ड नॉर्मल रैंडम वेरिएबल. अच्छा, दिस इज नॉट वाई एक्सिस बेटा, वाई एक्सिस इज दिस वन. विद दिस रिस्पेक्ट we are making a graph because x equals to 65 kg, so it cannot be a y axis. Y axis is this one, and with this respect it is our graph for this particular data. Whether x is weight, x is height, x is marks distribution also. Beta, marks distribution are also normally distributed, because on an average we are getting average marks. Most of the students will get average marks. Some students will get more than average marks, and some will get less than average marks, but most of the students are getting 60 or 65 marks in our exam, in that particular exam gate. अच्छा देखो, this is a bell shaped curve. This curve is a bell shaped curve, that's why normal curve is called bell curve. First of all, beta, this is a unimodal curve. Bell curve, this is a unimodal curve. Unimodal curve means that curve, a curve in which mean, median and mode are equal. Mean, median, mode are equal, known as unimodal curve या unimodal distribution. So in unimodal curve, mean, median and mode are equal. So this point is mean, this is also median, this is also mode, because data is arranged in increasing order. So this will be treated as mean also, because highest point is occurring on this one. So this will be considered as the mode also. So that's why it is unimodal curve. Acha, normal curve is a symmetrical curve. Symmetry is about, sir, symmetry is about average value. 50% data lies in the right hand side of mu, and the 50% data lies in the left hand side of mu. So normal curve is a symmetrical curve with symmetry about x equals to, symmetry about in general x equals to mu, where mu is the average of that random variable x. Yes beta, क्या नाम है, yes max. Intelligence is also a normally distributed. Intelligence या IQ is also normally distributed, because we all have average IQ. Some students are very high IQ and some students are very low IQ, but on an average we are getting average type of IQ by God. Acha, this is a symmetrical distribution. Or this is a unimodal curve, mean, median, mode are equal. Acha, normal curve is a bell shaped curve where variance is represented by width of the bell. Beta, variance of this distribution is represented by width of the bell. It means if we have more flat curve, then we have more variance. अच्छा, लेस फ्लैट कर्व है देन इट इज लेस वेरिएंस. वी हैव मोर फ्लैट कर्व देन वी हैव मोर वेरिएंस. ये पॉइंट बेटा यहाँ लिखे हुए हैं. नॉर्मल कर्व इज अ सिमेट्रिकल कर्व, नॉर्मल कर्व इज अ यूनिमोडल कर्व. इन यूनिमोडल कर्व मीन, मीडियन, मोड आर इक्वल, एंड हाईएस्ट वैल्यू ऑफ नॉर्मल कर्व अकर्स एट, sir, at x equals to mu. And what is the highest value? Sir, highest value मतलब कि fx equals to, highest value is 1 upon mu, 1 upon sigma under root 2 pi. You have to learn it. Sometimes they ask this question directly in exam कि what is the highest value in terms of y for normal distribution? Sir, 1 upon sigma under root 2 pi. Sir, from where it comes? From where it comes 1 upon sigma under root 2 pi? Sir, by using the concept of probability density function of x. Later on we will explain it. So beta, highest point of normal curve is 1 upon sigma under root 2 pi, and it occurs at x equals to mu. ठीक है. And normal curve is a bell shaped curve where variance is represented by width of the bell. Now what is the probability density function for normal distribution? Sir, probability density function for normal distribution, if x is a continuous random variable such that its probability density function is defined as 1 upon sigma under root 2 pi e to the power x minus mu by sigma का whole square, नहीं, e to the power minus half x minus mu by sigma whole square, then x is called normally distributed and fx is called probability density function. Before explaining probability density function, let us try to understand the concept of skewness in normal distribution. Beta, we know that if we have a normal curve, then it is symmetric about x equals to mu. It means in simple language, it is a it is a symmetrical data, means skewness is 0. But sometimes this data is positively skewed or this data is negatively skewed. In special cases, if this data is negatively skewed, matlab tail is occurring more in the left hand side, then we will say that it is left skewed, and if tail is occurring more in the right hand side, we will say that it is positively skewed. So beta, this one is again mode, this one is again mode, this line is still mode. For example, this one is mode. If mean, median, mode are equal, then we have no skewness. But if data is shifted towards the left hand side, then we will say that it is negatively skewed. बेटा इसको कहते हैं negatively skewed. अच्छा, और if data is shifted on the right hand side या tail is shifted on the right hand side, then we will say that it positively skewed. In case of negatively skewed and in case of positively skewed, the value of mean, median, mode are different. In this situation, which one is larger, mean, median or mode? Sir, mode is larger. दिख रहा है ना, मोड इज लार्जर. नो, ऐसे नहीं देखते हैं, एक्स एक्सिस से डिस्टेंस है, बिकॉज दिस डायग्राम इज based on this one where x axis, y axis is equals to this one, and mean, median, mode are the values of x. So mode is lying far away from origin, that's why mode is greater or mean is smaller, mode is greater. So mean is less than median is less than mode. So in case of negatively skewed data, mean is less than median is less than mode, because mode is far away from origin. Similarly, in this situation, if we take y axis as this one, origin is this one, then mean is far away from origin. So in this situation, mode is less than, median is less than mean. You have to learn these two results for negatively skewed and for positively skewed data. And if all three are equal, then we have no skewness. ठीक है? स्वागतम हल्दर, गुड. बेटा डेफिनेशन ऑफ नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन देखिए ये रहा. इफ x is a continuous random variable such that its probability density function is defined as 1 upon sigma under root 2 pi e to the power minus half x minus mu by sigma whole square, then x is called normal random variable and the distribution is called normal distribution. Beta, what are the parameters for normal random variable या normal distribution? For binomial distribution, parameters are n and p. For Poisson distribution, parameter is lambda. For exponential distribution, parameter is sir mu. For normal distribution, parameters are sir mu and sigma square, because without having any idea about mu and sigma square, we cannot apply this result. So in order to apply this result in a given question, we must have an idea about mu and sigma square, which should be given in the question. Beta, mu and sigma square should be given, होगा ही होगा. If question is based on normal distribution, 100% they will provide you what is the value of mu, मतलब average, and what is the value of variance, means sigma square, should be given. So these two values are called parameters of normal distribution. ठीक. अच्छा, what is the expected value of x? Sir, nothing but mu. Expected value is mu. What is the variance of x? Sir, sigma square. Good enough. अच्छा, total area under fx is of, again बताइए, total area under fx is of how many units? Sir, total area under fx is of 1 unit. ये total area, this total area is of 1 unit, because area under probability density function must be of 1 unit. So total area is of 1 unit. So we can say that minus infinity से infinity fx dx will be equals to 1 unit. तो इसमें भी होता है in case of normal distribution, माइनस इन्फिनिटी से इन्फिनिटी 1 यूनिट का होता है टोटल एरिया. ठीक. अच्छा, लेफ्ट साइड एरिया विल बी ऑफ half unit, right side area will be of half unit, then only total area will be of 1 unit. So left side, because it is a symmetrical distribution, so left side area will be of half unit, right side area will be of half unit, and total area will be of 1 unit. Good. Acha, how to find the probability? Beta, how to find the probability if x varies in between a and b? Simply integrating it. By integrating it, but here is a problem. Beta, if we want to integrate fx in between a to b, then it is not very easy, not easy, because formula for PDF is not very easy. So it is not very easy to integrate it. It means it is not very easy to find the probability of x when x lies in between a and b. Acha, we can find the area in between a and b. In normal distribution, this area will represent the probability of x lies between a to b. Still, area is not very easy to calculate. At last, when to use what distribution summary? Okay बेटा, okay, क्या नाम है इसका? पंथेर. Beta, we have two methods to find the probability of a particular range. Either we can use integration approach, which is very tough, or we can use area approach, which is also very tough for this particular distribution. So in order to find this area, or in order to find this value of this integration, we will make some changes in our distribution. We will make some changes in x. कैसे होंगे वो changes? Let us define a new concept which is called standard normal variable. A standard normal variable is z. Originally random variable is symmetrical about, your normal distribution is symmetrical about x equals to mu. If we make it symmetrical about y axis, then things will be very easy. क्या कह रहे हैं? Earlier question या earlier distribution is symmetrical about x equals to mu, and we are not able to find the probability in terms of area. So we will try to convert our question with a symmetry about y axis. For this one, we have to use this transformation. If we assume x minus mu by sigma equals to z, if we put x minus mu by sigma equals to z, then mu of z will become 0 and sigma of z will become 1. In that situation, this curve, मतलब normal distribution will become symmetrical about z equals to 0, because you are taking mu equals to 0. It means your normal distribution is symmetrical about z equals to 0. Now it is an even function. Earlier it was neither even nor odd. In terms of x, it is neither even nor odd, but in case of z, it is an even function. ठीक है, even function है. Means we have a symmetry about z equals to 0. How to find this symmetry? Sir, by putting x minus mu by sigma equals to z and taking mu equals to 0 and sigma equals to 1, this curve will become symmetrical about z equals to 0. In that situation, still total area is of, sir, 1 unit. Total area is of 1 unit. Left side area is of half unit. Right side area is again of half unit, and total area is of 1 unit. Now PDF will change. How PDF will change? Sir, its PDF will become fz equals to 1 upon sigma under root 2 pi था ना, 1 upon sigma under root 2 pi. देखिए कहाँ गया, अभी लिखा ही नहीं है कहीं. Still we have not mentioned. हाँ, 1 upon sigma under root 2 pi. In place of sigma we have to put 1. In place of x minus mu by sigma we have to put z. So this PDF will become in terms of z. देखो, this PDF will become 1 upon under root 2 pi e to the power x minus mu by sigma equals to z. So it will become z square by 2. So this is our PDF for random variable z, not for x. It is a PDF for z. ठीक, तो our PDF is like that, 1 upon under root 2 pi e to the power minus z square by 2. अच्छा, but बेटा normal distribution, its mean is 0 and variance is 1. Mean is 0 and variance is 1 for z. It means standard normal variable is free from any parameter. बेटा normal distribution, parameter of normal distribution are mu and sigma square, but parameters of standard normal variable z is, sir, nothing, because mu equals to 0, sigma equals to 1 is fixed. So these cannot be taken as parameters. So simply a standard normal variable is free from any parameters. ठीक है, अब देखो. हाँ, now if we have to find the probability in between z1 and z2, so in terms of x, it is the probability between x equals to a to b, but in case of z, it is the probability in between z1 and z2. So question, they will ask the question in terms of x, but first we will convert x into z. You will get it is z1 it is Z2. So probability of finding X between A to B can be calculated by using the probability of Z finding between Z1 and Z2, and it is the area under Fz between Z1 and Z2. So this is our favorable area. In place of A and B, we have mentioned Z1 and Z2. So this is our favorable area. How to find favorable area now? What all to remember from normal distribution? यही सब जो दिखाया जा रहा है, इंटीग्रेशन Z1 to Z2 and Fz dz. Fz dz, बेटा still it is not very easy. Still it is not very easy. So we will use the concept of symmetry. After converting x into z, if we want to find the area in between x in between A to B, first we will convert it into z, and then we will use the concept of symmetry, and then we will use normal table, and we can find the answer. We can find the answer of that question. Sir, but how it is possible to find Z1 and Z2 by using x equals to A and B? Because beta, we have a distribution of distribution. We have a distribution Z equals to x minus mu by sigma. This is our assumption. So if we put x equals to A, then it will become Z1. So Z1 equals to A minus mu by sigma, and if we put x equals to B, then it will become B minus mu upon sigma. These are called Z1 and Z2. If we put x equals to mu, then Z will become, बता सकते हो? If we put x equals to mu, then Z will become 0. तो देखो यहाँ हुआ ना, Z will become 0. It is 0. But when x equals to A, Z equals to Z1, and when x equals to B, Z equals to Z2. Simply. Now try to understand how to use the concept of symmetry. देखो, flow chart of solving question. First of all, try to find x. Try to find x. बेटा बता रहे हैं, पंथेर आर्मी, just have a patience of 3 to 4 minutes. I can explain कि in exam how we can get normal table value, because they will provide you that value. They will provide that value directly in question. पंथेर आर्मी, ठीक है? हाँ, flow chart of solving question. First find x. What is x? Which is required should be assumed as x. Now convert x into z by using the transformation x minus mu by sigma. You will find Z1 and Z2. Now using the concept of symmetry, and then use normal table. Concept of symmetry means because this table for standard normal curve is symmetrical for z equals to 0. So negative side values can be converted into a positive side values by using the concept of symmetry. And what about the value of normal table? बेटा अगर ऐसे दे देंगे, it is given that area under the normal curve, area under the normal curve from z equals to 0 से z equals to 0 to 1 is 0.3413. इस तरह से provide, they will provide the value of normal table directly in the question by this language. It is given that area under the normal curve from z equals to 0 to 1 is 0.3413. That is, in mathematical term, the value of this statement is 0 to 1. Value 0 to 1 will be equals to 0.3413. Similarly, अगर ऐसे लिखते, value of z from 0 to 1.6 is 0.4452. All these values will be provided in question. 0 to 1.6. It means try to convert negative values of z into a positive values of z by using the concept of symmetry. Let us take an example so that we can understand it. देखो बेटा, total area is 1 unit, left side area, right side area is of half unit. Now probability minus 1 to 1. If we want to find the probability of z lies between minus 1 to 1, तो बेटा minus 1 से 1 में we can find the probability 2 times probability 0 to 1. देखो, probability of z minus 1 to 1 equals to 2 times probability 0 to 1, and 2 times use normal table in between 0 to 1. What is the probability, sir? Probability is 3413. So 2 into 0.3413, you will find answer. Try to focus on this one, point number 4. Beta, just focus on point number 4. देखो कह रहे हैं -2 से 3 तक प्रोबेबिलिटी, -2 से 3 प्रोबेबिलिटी, -2 से 3 तक। तो फर्स्ट वी विल स्प्लिट इट -2 से 0 because 0 is the changing point, and then second one will be equals to 0 to 3. So first a probability will be from -2 to 0 because it is -2 से 3. So from -2 to 0, this one is our first probability, and second one is from 0 to 3, this is our second probability, and this is the line z equals to 0. Yeah, we can assume it as y axis if it is z. Now -2 से 0, we can convert it in a positive probability by using the concept of symmetry. Beta, the area lies in between -2 to 0 will be equals to the area that lies in between 0 से 2 because it is symmetrical about z equals to 0 and it is already in positive form. So 0 less than z less than equals to 3. Now area from normal table, area from normal table, both the values are already given in question. If these two values are using in a particular question, they will provide you what is the value of 0 से 2, what is the value of 0 से 3. This is called the concept of symmetry. ठीक, but some values should be learned. Some values should be learned because these are of important nature. First of all, especially for civil branch, beta, probability म्यू माइनस सिग्मा टू म्यू प्लस सिग्मा, म्यू माइनस सिग्मा से म्यू प्लस सिग्मा देखो बनाते हैं, म्यू माइनस सिग्मा से इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्स, if this is our normal curve and this is x, this is mu, what is the area that lies in between mu minus sigma to mu plus sigma? Can you tell me? Mu minus sigma to mu plus sigma, this area will be equals to, sir, total area is of 100%, so this area will be 68.26%. ठीक है, this area will be 68.26% mu minus sigma to mu plus sigma. Now what about the area lies in between mu minus 2 sigma से mu plus 2 sigma? Sir, this area is nearly 95.5%. You should learn these three values. Mu minus sigma, area between mu minus sigma to mu plus sigma is 68.26%. Area between mu minus 2 sigma से mu plus 2 sigma is 95.5%. And last one, एरिया बिटवीन म्यू माइनस 3 सिग्मा से म्यू, ओहो ये क्या हो गया, म्यू प्लस 3 सिग्मा, सर इट इज 99.7%. बेटा if we put mu equals to 0 and sigma equals to 1, mu equals to 0 and sigma equals to 1, then this area will become -1 to 1, मतलब in terms of z, in terms of z, area in between -1 to 1 is 68.26%, और -2 to 2 in terms of z, -2 से 2 में 95.5%, and it will become -3 to 3, it will become 99.7% by putting mu equals to 0 and sigma equals to 1. So learn these results as standard results. Sometimes if these three values are using in a question, then probably they will not provide you, especially in civil branch. Especially in civil branch, they will not provide you these three values because these are of important nature in case of CPM and PERT. ठीक, चलिए क्वेश्चन पे आइए. दिस इज आवर क्वेश्चन, रीड इट. देखो, द एनुअल प्रेसिपिटेशन डेटा ऑफ अ सिटी इज नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड with mean and standard deviation. Beta, mean is given as 1000 and standard is given as 200 respectively. The probability that annual precipitation will be more than 200, annual precipitation will be more than 200 if mean is mu is given as 1000 and beta sigma standard deviation is given as 200. Okay, let us try to develop graph for this distribution. Beta, this is the normal graph of normal distribution, and this is mu equals to 1000. So mu minus 2 sigma, sorry, mu minus sigma 1000 minus 200 means it is 800, or 1000 plus sigma 1000 plus 200 equals to 1200. ठीक, एंड दिस सिमेट्री इज अबाउट दिस लाइन, सिमेट्री इज अबाउट म्यू, सो सिमेट्री इज अबाउट दिस लाइन. तो 50% डेटा लाइज इन द राइट हैंड साइड ऑफ म्यू इक्वल्स टू 1000, 50% डेटा lies in the left hand side. They are asking the probability that annual precipitation data will be more than 1200. They are asking this value, probability of x greater than 1200, probability of x greater than 1200. तो बेटा x greater than 1200, probability of x greater than 1200 by common sense, because the right hand side area is 50%. So right hand side area is 50%. So probability of x greater than 1200 is less than 50%. This is our answer, less than 50%. तो less than 50% बेटा ऑप्शन ए इज द राइट आंसर. सिमेट्री का कॉन्सेप्ट है. ठीक. Read it. First read second one. First read second example and then read first one. देखो, among the four normal distribution with probability density function as shown below, which one has the lowest variance? बेटा in this diagram which one has the lowest variance? बताइएगा. Among these four diagrams of normal distribution, which one has the lowest variance? Which one has the lowest variance? Sir, more flat curve has more variance and less flat curve has less variance in case of normal distribution. अभी कर देंगे बेटा. अमन दिवाकर, just wait for 5 minutes. I will explain one question based on two normal random variables at a time. 4 सही है. Option D. Option D is the right answer because first curve is more flat as compared to others, so one cannot be answer. Fourth curve is very less flat curve as compared to 1, 2 or 3, so this one has the less variance. बताया था ना, more flat curve has more variance, less flat curve has less variance, so answer will be 4. Okay, now read it. A nationalized bank has found that daily balances available in its saving accounts follows a normal distribution with mean 500, average daily balance is 500 rupees and standard deviation is 50. तो बेटा standard deviation 50. okay. The percentage of saving account holders who maintain an average daily balance more than 500. बेटा just draw diagram, just draw diagram. What is mu equals to? Sir, 500 rupees and it is x. Who maintain daily balance greater than 500? Who maintain daily balance greater than 500? Sir, 50%. 50% are maintaining average daily balance greater than 500. So it means answer is 50%. Common sense based questions. But this is for revision only, huh? Ashutosh Prahara, sir, in normal distribution, which one is higher, mean, median or mode? No one is higher, all are equal, because mean, median and mode are distributed on x-axis, not on y-axis. So your question is wrong, beta. Your question is wrong. Mean, median and mode are not on y-axis. These are on x-axis. If you have a symmetrical normal distribution, then all three are equal. But if you have a positively skewed and negatively skewed curve, then mean, median, mode can be different, but not in terms of height, but in terms of distance from origin on x-axis. Ashutosh Praharaj, beta clear? ये लो, someone was asking about the question based on two random variables, two normal random variables at a time. Question based on two normal random variables at a time. Here is the question. Although it is based on normal sum theorem, but no need to understand normal sum theorem, we can directly solve it by taking common sense, yeah, by taking standard result of mean and variance. Beta, after probability, we will provide you dinner break of 15 to 20 minutes and then we will again meet with the formula revision of linear algebra and calculus, because these two are very important topics for GATE. So we will have a formula revision for at least for linear algebra and for calculus after probability. कंप्लीशन ऑफ प्रोबेबिलिटी, ठीक है। देखो, लेट x1 एंड x2 बी टू इंडिपेंडेंट नॉर्मल रैंडम वेरिएबल्स विद मीन mu1 एंड mu2 एंड स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन इतना, कंसीडर y इक्वल्स टू x1 माइनस x2, y इक्वल्स टू x1 माइनस x2 एंड mu1 इक्वल्स टू mu2 इक्वल्स टू 1, सिग्मा 1 1 है, सिग्मा 2 2 है, स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन गिवन और मीन ऑफ इंडिविजुअल x1 and x2 are given. So they are asking that कि y is normally distributed, what are the mean and variance? Beta, in that type of situation we will use normal sum theorem, but we can directly use this type of question by using standard result of mean and variance. We will try to find mean of y, बेटा मीन ऑफ y मीन्स एक्सपेक्टेड वैल्यू ऑफ y, तो बेटा एक्सपेक्टेड वैल्यू ऑफ y इज एक्सपेक्टेड वैल्यू ऑफ x1 माइनस x2 एंड इट इज अ लीनियर ऑपरेटर, तो लीनियर ऑपरेटर वी कैन स्प्लिट इट, एक्सपेक्टेड वैल्यू ऑफ x1 एक्सपेक्टेड वैल्यू ऑफ x2 बोथ आर इक्वल, इट विल बिकम 0, तो एवरेज ऑफ y इक्वल्स टू 0। अच्छा, नाउ वेरिएंस, बेटा वेरिएंस इज नॉट अ लीनियर ऑपरेटर, variance is not a linear operator, so after opening it will be equals to variance of x1, but minus 1 will become plus 1, so it is equals to variance of x2, and x1 and x2 are independent, already mentioned in the question, x1 and x2 are independent, so their covariance will be 0, या फिर लिखिए कि 2 times covariance of x1 and x2, covariance equals to 0, variance of 1 and it is 2 minus 0, so 3, तो variance of y equals to 3 and mean of y equals to 0, ठीक है। वेरिएंस इज 3 है क्या, वेरिएंस ऑफ x2, सॉरी बेटा ये 4 हो जाएगा, variance of x2 is 4, 2 का स्क्वायर, because standard deviation is 2, so variance will be 4, so 5, तो mean is 0, variance is 5, बेटा mean is 0 and variance is 5, and by using normal sum theorem it is normally distributed. If we have independent and identically distributed random variables x1 and x2, then their sum and difference will also be normally distributed by using normal sum theorem, ठीक। चलो, now it's time to revise curve fitting and correlation regression. After 15 to 20 minutes I will provide you break of 20 minutes and then we will meet again for formula revision of linear algebra and calculus. बेटा कर्व फिटिंग क्या होती है, if some set of values are given in terms of x and y, let us take values of x are a1 a2 a3 and so on, it is given, and the value of y are fa1 fa2 fa3, means x1 x1 x2 x1 x2 x3 y1 y2 y3, these values are given, set of data is given x and y, these values are given, ये था, देखो x1 x2 x3 and so on and xn, and values are y1 y2 and y3 and yn. So then what is the procedure of finding the curve of best fit for this data is called curve fitting. The procedure of finding the curve of best fit for this data is called curve fitting. Mainly in your syllabus they will ask the line of best fit, not a parabola of best fit or exponential function of best fit or cubic equation of best fit, they will only ask you the line of best fit. So we will try to find a relationship y equals to a plus bx type which will fit on this data. Let us assume that on x and y axis this data is scattered in this way. If this data is scattered in this way, x1 y1 and x2 y2, so we will assume that the line of best fit is this one, मतलब most of the data lies nearby this line in terms of x1 y1, मतलब this point is x1 y1, this point is x2 y2, this point is x3 y3, this point is x4 y4, means most of the data in terms of x1 and y1 lies nearby this line. This line is called line of best fit. How to find the values of a and b? Beta, by solving the normal equations, and normal equations can be obtained by using the method of least squares. After using the concept of method of least square, we will find normal equations for the line of best fit, and by solving the normal equations it is possible to find the values of a and b and hence the line of best fit. देखें जरा, देखो by using the method of least square तो हम क्या करते हैं, एरर को रिड्यूस करते हैं। वी विल ट्राई टू रिड्यूस अवर एरर विच इज ऑब्टेन्ड बाय अप्रॉक्स वैल्यू माइनस एग्जैक्ट वैल्यू। बेटा नो नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड दीज डिटेल सिलेबस, दीज डिटेल एक्सप्लेनेशन, ओनली फोकस ऑन दीज टू लाइन्स ऑन, सॉरी यहाँ पे छोड़ो, यहाँ पे देखो, नॉर्मल इक्वेशंस आर समेशन वाई इक्वल्स टू एन टाइम्स ए प्लस बी टाइम्स समेशन एक्स, और समेशन एक्स वाई इक्वल्स टू a times summation x plus b times summation x square. By solving these two equations, we can find the values of a and b, and hence the line of best fit. A line of best fit is a plus bx. Beta, what is the slope of this line of best fit? Can you tell me? What is the slope of line of best fit? बताइए, मैं पानी पीऊंगा तब तक। Slope of line of best fit is sir b. B is the slope of line of best fit, and these two equations are called normal equations. By solving this one, we can find slope। क्या कह रहे हैं, माइनस बी अपॉन ए। हे भगवान, पंथेर आर्मी, बेटा स्लोप इज बी, y इक्वल्स टू, जस्ट कंपेयर इट विद y इक्वल्स टू mx प्लस c। स्लोप इज ओनली b, नॉट माइनस बी अपॉन ए। मैंने तो रैंडमली पूछ लिया था। स्लोप, स्लोप ऑफ लाइन ऑफ बेस्ट फिट, slope of line of best fit is b by comparing it with y equals to mx plus c से, है ना, slope is b। करिए, the three values of x and y are fitted in a straight line। बेटा three values of x and y are fitted in a straight line in the form of y equals to a plus bx by the method of least squares। given summation x is given, summation y is given, summation x square, summation xy is given। what is the value of n? Sir, n equals to 3, because we are fitting three values, by using the method of least square। so we have to solve the normal equations। normal equations are summation y equals to n times a plus b times summation x, and summation y equals to, ये गलत है बेटा, ये गलत है, रुको, ये है, हाँ, summation y। these two are the normal equations। after solving these two equations, it is possible to find values of a and b by solving equation 1 and equation 2। देखो, what is n? n is 3, summation x is there, summation y is there, summation x square is there, summation xy is given। it means all the data is already given in the question। just put these values in the form of normal equations। we can find two equations in terms of a and b, and by solving a and b, we can find the values of a equals to 3 and b equals to 2, a equals to 3 and b equals to 2, but this is the answer, option D। फिर से बताइए, व्हाट इज द स्लोप ऑफ दिस लाइन? बेटा स्लोप बताइए, स्लोप ऑफ दिस लाइन, टेल मी द स्लोप ऑफ दिस लाइन। सर, स्लोप ऑफ दिस लाइन इक्वल्स टू ओनली 2, स्लोप इज 2, y इक्वल्स टू mx प्लस c। ठीक, कोरिलेशन, व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन कोवेरिएंस एंड कोरिलेशन? Covariance measures the simultaneous variation of two random variables. Correlation also measures the simultaneous variation of two random variables. Then what is the difference between these two? Sir, covariance represents the simultaneous variation in terms of direction only, but not in terms of strength. But correlation represents the simultaneous variation of two random variables in terms of direction as well as in terms of strength also। मतलब covariance is associated only with direction of relationship, while correlation suggests direction as well as the strength of relationship, direction as well as strength, it is associated with correlation। Covariance is positive, it means if one is increasing, second one is also increasing, but it does not tell us what is the strength of relationship between x and y। but if we find its correlation coefficient and let it is r equals to 0.8, then we can say that there is a 80% correlationship between x and y, covariance may be minus infinity to infinity, but beta correlation lies only in between -1 to 1. It is called correlation, and the calculating the value of correlation is called correlation coefficient. How to find the correlation coefficient? First of all, correlation coefficient lies in between -1 and 1. देखो, covariance is associated with direction only, correlation is associated with direction as well as the strength of relationship in terms of value of r, -1 to 1. If r equals to 0, then these quantities are independent. If r equals to 1, then both the quantities are, both the variables are perfectly correlated in positive sense. If r equals to -1, both the quantities are perfectly correlated in negative sense. Sir, how to find r? First of all, how to find covariance? Sir, covariance, value of covariance is expected value of xy minus expected value of x into expected value of y. But correlation coefficient r equals to, sir, covariance of xy upon sigma x and sigma y. This is our value of correlation coefficient. Its value lies in between -1 to 1, but the value of covariance may be from -infinity से infinity. नेगेटिव डिपेंडेंसी भी कोरिलेशन से दिखती है अभी रोशन. स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ रिलेशनशिप. बढ़े आगे. गुड. बेटा रिग्रेशन क्या होता है? रिग्रेशन if regression value या regression lines represents how the value of y changes with respect to x and how the value of x changes with respect to y. मतलब with respect to one variable, what is the what are the changes in another variable? If x is an independent variable, then we will say that then we can find the value of y with respect to x, and it is called regression line y on x. If y is an independent variable, then we can find the value of x based on y, and it is called regression line x on y. So beta regression line y on x is represented by y equals to fx, and regression line x on y is represented by x equals to fy. So y equals to fx, y equals to fx में y minus y bar equals to byx or x minus x bar. It is called regression line y on x, and x minus x bar equals to bxy and y minus y bar. It is called regression line x on y. So it means we have two types of regression lines. First is known as regression line y on x. Here y is a dependent variable, and the another one is known as regression line x on y. Here x is a dependent variable. ठीक. Sir, what are these values byx and bxy? So these are called regression coefficients. This is called regression coefficient y on x. This is called regression coefficient x on y. Regression coefficient y on x, regression coefficient x on y. How to find these regression coefficient? Sir, regression coefficient, तो byx equals to r times sigma y upon sigma x, and bxy equals to r times sigma x upon sigma y. By using these results, we can find the regression coefficient y on x and regression coefficient x on y, where r is the correlation coefficient. Sir, is there any relationship between byx, bxy and r? Yes, there is a relationship. Beta, correlation coefficient is nothing but the geometric mean of regression coefficients. क्या कह रहे हैं? Correlation coefficient is the geometric mean of regression coefficient. मेंशन है देखो, अंडर रूट ऑफ byx into bxy equals to r. Correlation coefficient is the geometric mean of regression coefficient, and correlation coefficient and regression coefficient are of same sign. Means the sign of byx, bxy and r are same. मतलब either all three can be positive or all three can be negative. मतलब byx and bxy are positive, then r must be positive. byx and bxy are negative, then r must be negative. मतलब कि correlation coefficient and regression coefficients are of same sign. All three have same sign. Either all are positive or all are negative. अच्छा, what is the intersecting point of two regression lines, y on x and x on y? Can you tell me? Intersecting point of two regression lines. Sir, nothing but x bar and y bar. If we solve two regression lines y on x and x on y, we will get x bar and y bar. मतलब intersecting point of both the regression lines is x bar comma y bar. मतलब their mean of x and mean of y. X bar y bar is the intersecting point of two regression lines. These are the theoretical questions they can ask directly in the question. Directly in the exam. अच्छा, correlation coefficient, geometric mean, correlation coefficient and two regression coefficient have same sign. If one of the regression coefficient is greater than unity, then other must be less than unity. Beta, one regression coefficient is greater than unity, then other must be less than unity, because the geometric mean of these two must be equals to correlation coefficient, and correlation coefficient lies in between -1 to 1. So it is possible only when one is greater than unity, then other is less than unity. But both may be less than unity also. Beta, both can be less than 1, but if one is greater than, one regression coefficient is greater than unity, then other must be less than unity, but its converse is not necessarily true. I hope कि जो रिवीजन करने बैठे हैं उनको क्लियर हो गया होगा. One more thing, beta, this is the relation to find the angle between two regression lines. Angle between two regression line tan theta. If theta is the angle of intersection, for two regression lines, then what is the value of their tan theta? Sir, value of their tan theta is 1 minus r square upon r square. 1 minus r square upon r, and sigma x sigma y, standard deviation of x, standard deviation of y, sigma x square or sigma y square. ठीक, by using this result you can find the angle of intersection in terms of tan theta. अच्छा, tell me one thing, if two regression lines are perpendicular, then x and y are, बताइए आंसर. If two regression lines are perpendicular, then x and y are. परपेंडिकुलर रिग्रेशन लाइंस के केस में एंगल ऑफ इंटरसेक्शन इज 90 डिग्री, देन एक्स एंड वाई आर. बताइए. सर जीरो, मतलब रिग्रेशन कोफिशिएंट आर शुड बी जीरो, इंडिपेंडेंट. शाबाश शुभम डॉन. देन टू रिग्रेशन लाइन, देन एक्स एंड वाई आर इंडिपेंडेंट, बिकॉज इफ थीटा इक्वल्स टू 90 डिग्री, बेटा if theta equals to 90 degree, then tan theta equals to infinity, and it is possible only when we will take r equals to 0, because something upon 0 equals to infinity. So r equals to 0 मतलब कि x and y are independent. x and y are independent. No, not defining, independent बोल देंगे. हाँ बेटा, वो आर स्क्वायर ही है, वो यहाँ पे टाइपो एरर है, वो आर स्क्वायर ही है. It is r square. 1 minus r square upon r square. It is r square. Good. Madhav have given the right answer. Okay, last question before break. A regression model is used to express the variable y as a function of another variable x. Regression model is used to express the variable y as a function of another variable x. This implies there is a causal relationship between x and y. What is the meaning of this causal? What is the meaning? No need. It means this is senseless. Value of x exactly determine the value of y? No, they will not determine the exact value. This will provide you the probable value. मतलब for value of x, probable value of y can be obtained by using the regression model, because it is a probabilistic theory. So we cannot find the exact value of y by using the value of x. So it is wrong. This one is wrong, this one is wrong. There is no causal relationship. Beta, no causal relationship between x and y. It means x and y are independent. So x and y independent नहीं है, because there is a relationship between y and x as given in the question. Simple सा question. A value of x may be used to estimate value of y. May be used. Yes, regression model. By using the regression model, this is the application of regression model. या regression lines. By using the value of x, you may find the value of y, and by using the value of y, you again may find the value of x also if we have another regression line. Beta, this is all about for probability and statistics common to all branches. DA specific students, you should wait for 10th of February. On 10th of February from 10 or 11, मतलब in a late night session, I will teach you, I will revise all the DA specific topics in that scheduled lecture. Okay, now it's time to break. It's time to dinner break of 15 to 20 minutes. Dinner break. Dinner break. Beta, dinner break of 20 minutes. Dinner break of 20 minutes. Class will resume. Class will resume at. हाँ जी, class will resume at. बेटा 2 hours की क्लास में 1 hour फॉर लीनियर अलजेब्रा फॉर फॉर्मूला रिवीजन एंड 1 hour फॉर कैलकुलस. 1 hour फॉर कैलकुलस, 1 hour फॉर लीनियर अलजेब्रा. ऑल द फॉर्मूला वी विल रिवाइज. तो क्लास विल रिज्यूम एट 10 a.m. sorry 10 p.m. Class will resume at 10 p.m. sharp 10 p.m. for and class will resume at 10 p.m. and we will start formula revision of two most important topics, calculus and linear algebra. चलो, थैंक यू सो मच. मिलते हैं आफ्टर 20 मिनट्स. जानवी सर, आई हैव एग्जाम ऑन February 8th. सर, एक्सप्लेन important subjects. सर प्लीज. important subjects means wait for end of the class. Before thank you slide I will explain important topics also. ठीक है. ओके बेटा, थैंक यू सो मच. मिलते हैं आफ्टर 20 मिनट्स. नाउ इट्स अ डिनर ब्रेक फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू. Hello. Beta, audio video is all okay? Again, tell me in the chat box. Wait. The final probability final. First, we will save it. Audio video is all okay. Can we start? Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, Shruti Kumari and Shubh Gaurav. Thanks, beta. Thanks for the confirmation. So let's start our formula revision series of linear algebra and calculus. Okay, wait. Import calculus and linear. This is our calculus and linear. Take. Now it's time to revise calculus and linear algebra. 1 hour. We will take 1 hour for calculus revision and 1 hour for linear algebra revision. Beta, Subhajit Pal, here this class is only for formula revision from now onwards. Earlier, I explained all the topics of probability and statistics thoroughly with sufficient number of examples, but from now onwards I will revise only formula and the basic theory. No question will be discussed now in next 2 hours. Okay, only to brush up your preparation. Tell me what is function? Beta, what is function? Sir, function is f is said to be a function from a to b, matlab from domain to codomain. A is said to be a domain and b is said to be a codomain. F is said to be a function from domain to codomain if for every x belongs to the domain there exists a unique y belongs to the codomain such that y equals to fx, then f is said to be a function. Simple. So here the two conditions are of most importance nature for अरे ये क्या हुआ, it is for each element, for every element in domain there exists only one image in codomain. For every n unique will be of most important if we define a function. By pictorial diagram we can again understand it, but what is the range? What is the range of your function? Those elements of codomain which are using in image, which are using as a image set, known as a set of those elements of codomain which are using as a image set known as range of your function. So range of this function is, beta, codomain is b, a, b, c, d, e. This is the codomain, but range equals to only a, c and d are using in range. So range of this function will be acd, and domain is nothing but domain is this one. This is domain, this is codomain, and for this example range is acd. Because range is a subset of codomain, then it is called into function. If range equals to codomain, it is called onto function. So how to check whether your function is into or onto? Beta, if range is a subset of range equals to codomain, it is called onto. And if range equals to range is a subset of codomain, it is called onto. So it is called into. For this example it is a kind of into function. ठीक है. अच्छा, how to find one function? Beta, line parallel to x axis cuts the graph only at one point, then it is called one function, and if it is cutting the graph more than one point, then it is called many one function. So, and is there any shortcut to check the nature of function, sorry, any shortcut to check function, definition of function, whether given relation is a function or not? Beta, there is a vertical line test, line parallel to y-axis, line parallel to y-axis cuts the graph only at one point, then it is called function, and if it is cutting the graph at more than one point, it is not a function, it is only a relation. It means vertical line test is used for checking the function, and horizontal line test is used for checking the one whether the function is one or many one. And how to find, how to check whether is a whether your function is onto or into, by using this result. If range equals to codomain, it is called onto. If range is a subset of codomain, it is called into. This is the basic term, these are the basic terms for function. Now types of function देखो, one function also known as injective function बोला था, you can use horizontal line test. Similarly many one function, for many one function horizontal, in horizontal line test you are getting more than one cutting point. If you are using horizontal line test, then it is called many one function, already discussed. onto function, beta onto function में if all the elements of codomain are used in a range set, then it is called onto function. It means range must be equals to codomain, and range is a subset of codomain, it is called into function. Next one function, अच्छा into हो गया. Bijective mapping, what is bijective mapping? A function which is one as well as onto. First of all, it should be a one, it should be a one, and second one, it should be onto. Then we will say that one correspondence exist, या फिर कहिए कि bijective function exist. Function is said to be bijective if it is one as well as onto. Okay. Odd and even function, how to find your function is an odd function or even function? Beta, if your graph is symmetrical about y-axis, graph of your function is symmetrical about y-axis, it is called an even function. And if your graph is symmetrical in opposite quadrant, graph is symmetrical in opposite quadrant means graph is symmetrical about origin, and it is called odd function. Beta, graph is symmetrical about origin, it means the image of first quadrant should lie in third quadrant and the image of second quadrant should lie in fourth quadrant, and vice versa. Then function is called odd function, and when it is symmetrical about y-axis, function is called an even function. But there is a mathematical definition also to check whether a function was even function or odd function, by replacing x in with minus x in your original definition of a function. If you are getting the same value f of x, then it is called even function, and after replacing x with minus x, if you are getting fx with negative sign then your function will be odd function. So this is even function, this is odd function. Beta, there is one more type of function which is known as neither even nor odd function. If graph of your function is neither symmetrical about y-axis nor symmetrical about origin, it is called neither even nor odd. These are the examples of even and odd function. Beta, sin x is a kind of odd function because it is symmetrical in opposite quadrant. The graph of first quadrant lies in third quadrant and so on. Graph of second quadrant lies in fourth quadrant. मतलब image image of second quadrant is in fourth quadrant, image of first quadrant is in third quadrant. So sin x is an odd function. Beta, odd function, we are getting image of right hand side about y-axis, so it is an even function. Cos x is an even function. Mod x is a perfect example of even function because again we are getting the image about y-axis. What about x cube? Because the image of first quadrant lies in third quadrant, so odd function. And if nothing will occur, then it is called neither even and nor odd function. In short, it is called NENO function. Beta, function diagrammatic approach of function क्या है? Function are of two types. First of all, algebraic functions. Some functions are algebraic functions and some functions are transcendental functions. Exponential function, log function, trigonometric functions and inverse trigonometric functions are called transcendental functions. देखो, these are called transcendental functions. And algebraic functions are इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्स होते हैं। एल्जेब्रिक फंक्शन, पॉलिनोमियल फंक्शन, रैशनल फंक्शन, इररेशनल फंक्शन एंड पीस वाइज फंक्शंस आर कॉल्ड एल्जेब्रिक फंक्शन, बट पीस वाइज फंक्शंस आर फर्दर distributed in some different function. जैसे पीस वाइज फंक्शंस आर मॉडुलस फंक्शन, सिग्नम फंक्शन, ग्रेटेस्ट इंटीजर फंक्शन, बेटा जिसको फ्लोर फंक्शन भी कहते हैं, फ्लोर फंक्शन, सॉरी हाँ सीलिंग फ्लोर फंक्शन, सीलिंग फंक्शन एंड लीस्ट इंटीजर फंक्शन, मतलब ग्रेटेस्ट इंटीजर फंक्शन, लीस्ट इंटीजर फंक्शन एंड फ्रैक्शनल पार्ट फंक्शन. फ्रैक्शनल पार्ट फंक्शन इज डिफाइंड एज एक्स माइनस ग्रेटेस्ट, नहीं लीस्ट नहीं, फ्रैक्शनल पार्ट फंक्शन इज सेकेंड वन. देखो दिस इज फ्रैक्शनल पार्ट फंक्शन x माइनस ग्रेटेस्ट इंटीजर x, मतलब पॉलिनोमियल फंक्शन, रैशनल फंक्शन, इररेशनल फंक्शन एंड पीस वाइज फंक्शंस आर कॉल्ड एल्जेब्रिक फंक्शन. दीज आर कॉल्ड पीस वाइज because its domain is different for different definitions. मतलब या फिर कहिए कि पीस वाइज फंक्शन, these are called piece wise function because in particular interval its definition is different and in another interval its definition is different. That's why it is called piece function. Modulus function, signum function, greatest integer, least integer and fractional part. ठीक. Rational function y equals to 1 by x is a good example of rational function. Irrational function y equals to square root of x, cube root of x and so on. These are irrational function. And polynomial तो हम जानते ही हैं, linear polynomial, quadratic polynomial, cubic polynomial and so on. These are called polynomial functions. Next बेटा infinite series, Taylor series and Maclaurin series. Taylor series, when we use the Taylor series, first of all, what is the neighborhood of any real number? Neighborhood of any real number means, let us take an example, neighborhood of 3. Neighborhood of 3 is 2.999 to 3.001. It means we are considering an open interval given as 2.999 comma 3.001. This is called the neighborhood of 3. It means the neighborhood of any real number a means we are considering an open interval of very small length 2h centered at centered at point a, and it is denoted as a minus h to a plus h. It can be represented only on number line. Neighborhood of real number will be represented on number line in the form of open interval. तो if x बेटा if x belongs to neighborhood of a minus h to a plus h, तो its another representation will be x tending to a. We can write it as x tending to a or mod of x minus a is less than h. All three presentations are representing that कि x lies in the neighborhood of a, x lies in the neighborhood of a, x lies in the neighborhood of a. These three are the representations of neighborhood of any real number a. Boundary of 2h around center, okay ठीक है, boundary of 2h around center. बेटा टेलर सीरीज क्या है? If we want to find the approx value of a function in the neighborhood of any given number, any neighborhood of any given point, then we will try to expand this function with the help of Taylor series, and this series will provide the approx value of a function in the neighborhood of that point. For example, if we want to find the Taylor series expansion of fx in the neighborhood of x equals to a, then it will become fx equals to f of a plus x minus a times f dash a plus x minus a whole square divided by factorial 2 into f double dash a and so on. In this series you are getting the increasing powers of x minus a. It means it is the Taylor series expansion of fx in the neighborhood of a because you are getting the increasing powers of x minus a. Acha, in the Taylor series expansion of fx about x equals to a, what is the coefficient of x minus a to the power n? Sir, simply nth derivative of fx at x equals to a, nth derivative of fx at x equals to a divided by factorial n. So this is the coefficient of x minus a to the power n in the Taylor series expansion of fx in the neighborhood of a. ठीक है, this series will provide the approx value of fx in the neighborhood of a, because whenever it is not very easy to write the exact value of a function at a particular point, we will try to find its approx value in the neighborhood of that point, and this approx value is called limit of a function. And the formality, conceptual approach of finding the limit, या फिर कहिए conceptual approach of finding the approx value of a function can be obtained by using the concept of Taylor series. अच्छा, इन टेलर सीरीज एक्सपेंशन हाउ टू फाइंड द लीनियर एक्सपेंशन ऑफ एफएक्स, लीनियर एक्सपेंशन. अगर if in a question they are asking the linear expansion of fx in the neighborhood of a, so we will use only first two terms of Taylor series expansion and we should neglect the remaining terms. So first two terms will provide you the linear expansion of fx in the neighborhood of a. Now how to check Maclaurin series? Beta, Maclaurin series is nothing but a particular case of Taylor series. If that point A is, if we take that point A equals to 0, then it is the Maclaurin series expansion. Means Taylor series expansion of fx in the neighborhood of x equals to 0 is called Maclaurin series. It means in case of Maclaurin series, you will find the increasing powers of x only. When you are finding the Taylor series expansion of fx in the neighborhood of 3, you will get the increasing powers of x minus 3. But if you are finding the Taylor series expansion of fx about x equals to 0, then you will get only the increasing powers of x, and it is called Maclaurin series. So Maclaurin series will provide you the approx value of fx in the neighborhood of 0, and the Maclaurin series is this one: f of x equals to f of 0 plus x times f dash 0 plus x square by factorial 2 into f double dash 0, and so on. If in a particular question someone is asking ki what is the coefficient of x to the power 3 in a Maclaurin series expansion, yeah, in a Taylor series expansion, what is the coefficient of x to the power 3? So only try to find the triple derivative of fx at x equal to 0 divided by factorial 3, you will get your answer. Okay, so this is called Maclaurin series. These are some standard results of Maclaurin series, in which the Maclaurin series expansion of sin x, e to the power x and cos x are very important. So you should learn these results directly by heart. Sin x, Maclaurin series of expansion, it means you will get the increasing powers of x. So Maclaurin series expansion of sin x will be equals to x minus x cube by factorial 3 plus x power 5 by factorial 5 minus x power 7 by factorial 7, and so on. But if they will ask the Maclaurin series expansion of hyperbolic sin x, then all will become positive, in the expansion of sin x. Similarly, the Maclaurin series expansion of cos x equals to 1 minus x square by factorial 2 plus x to the power 4 by factorial 4, and so on. This is the Maclaurin series expansion of cos x in the neighborhood of 0. But if they ask the Maclaurin series expansion of hyperbolic cos x, then all terms will become positive. 1 plus x square by factorial 2 plus x power 4 by factorial 4, and so on. Acha, the mathematical definition of hyperbolic cos x is e to the power x plus e to the power minus x divided by 2, and the mathematical definition of hyperbolic sin x is e to the power x minus e to the power minus x divided by 2. This is all about for Taylor series and Maclaurin series. As I told you, we will not discuss any question in this part because it is only a formula revision series. So this will be enough for Taylor series and Maclaurin series. All the formulas have been revised in this lecture. Now we are moving on to the next topic, which is called limit, continuity and differentiability. Beta, it is a quick revision, formula revision hai, quick revision hai. So let us take a quick glimpse of all the formulas that are used in our engineering mathematics syllabus. Limit, what is limit? First of all, how to define limit? Sir, if it is not possible to find the exact value of a function at a particular point, then we will try to find its approx value in the neighborhood of that point, and this approx value is called limit of a function. Conceptually, it can be calculated by using the Taylor series or Maclaurin series, but in real time, in real situation, it will become very tough if we are using again and again the Taylor series concept or Maclaurin series concept. So we will use some shortcuts to find the limit of a function. Okay, so whenever we want to find the approx value of a function in the neighborhood of particular point, we will try to find the limit, and this limit is called approx value of a function. Okay, acha, in the left neighborhood of any point, approx value is called left hand limit, and in the right neighborhood of any point, it is called, sir, in general, if they talk about mean value theorem, is it for the derivative or for integrals? in the question, sir, they will not directly ask this type of question. They will mention you कि if slope of chord is parallel to the tangent, then you will use Lagrange's mean value theorem for derivatives. And if they are asking the average value of a function in between 2 points, then you have to use the Lagrange's mean value theorem for integrals. Beta, wait a minute, I will explain in that topic only. Acha, in the left neighbor, approx value in the left neighborhood of any point is called left hand limit, and approx value in the right neighborhood of any point is called right hand limit. For the existence of limit, left hand limit must be equal to right hand limit. Both values should be unique, then only we will say that limit exists. Acha, what is the meaning of limit exists? Sir, if it is possible to find the unique value that should be constant, that should be free from x, we will say that limit exists. If the value of limit is constant, is unique, and it should be free from x, we will say that limit exists. If it is not unique, if it is not constant, we will say that limit does not exist. So for the existence of limit, LHN and RHL should equal, and it should be free from x, it should be constant, it should be unique. Acha, methods of finding limits. Beta, first of all, direct substitution. Direct substitution is the best method of finding limits. Second one, factorization by using factorization method, by using rationalization method. Generally, if your question is based on infinity minus infinity form, then we will use rationalization method. After that, indeterminate form concept method. If your expression is in indeterminate form, then we can use either L'Hopital rule, or we can use log concept, or we can use some other common sense also. But 0 by 0 form and infinity by infinity form are also the examples of indeterminate form, and in these two forms we can directly use L'Hopital rule. Acha, how many types of indeterminate forms are there? Sir, there are exactly 7 types of indeterminate forms. First one is 0 by 0, second one is infinity by infinity. In these two forms you can directly use L'Hopital rule. Beta, in these two forms you can directly use L'Hopital rule. Acha, if your expression is in 0 power 0, infinity power 0, and 1 to the power infinity form, you have to take log concept. But if your expression is in infinity minus infinity form, then use the concept of rationalization. And if your expression is in 0 into infinity form, then try to convert it either into the form of 0 by 0 or into the form of infinity by infinity, and then use L'Hopital rule. So there are total 7 indeterminate forms, and these forms are these one. Acha, what is L'Hopital rule? First of all, L'Hopital rule is applicable only for 0 by 0 and infinity by infinity form. And what is the rule? Sir, separately differentiate numerator and denominator equal number of times until we are free from 0 by 0 or infinity by infinity form. It means whenever our expression is in 0 by 0 or in infinity by infinity form, then you can directly differentiate the numerator as well as the denominator, but separately, but equal number of times. If you are differentiating numerator 3 times, then you have to differentiate denominator also 3 times, और until we are free from 0 by 0 infinity by infinity form, जब तक कि free नहीं हो जाते. This is called L'Hopital rule, and this rule is applicable only for 0 by 0 and infinity by infinity form. Sir, ये indeterminate form क्या होती है? What how to define indeterminate form? Beta, if our expression has multiple answers, then we are not sure about the unique answer, but we are focusing on unique answer in order to find the approx value. So these type of forms where we are getting the multiple answers are called indeterminate forms. For example, 0 by 0, if we divide 0 with 0, you may get 1, you may get 2, you may get 3, and so on. All are the possible answers, but out of these possible answers we are not sure about the unique answer. That's why it is in indeterminate form, and with the help of L'Hopital rule you will be able to find the unique answer, which should be our goal in this type of questions. Okay, moving on to the next one. Some standard results of indeterminate forms, some standard results of limit. Beta, limit sin x upon x 1, limit tan x upon x 1, limit sin inverse x upon x 1, limit x upon sin x. all are x tending to 0 1 limit x, देखो sin x minus a upon x minus a when x is tending to a is equals to 1, देखो limit x tending to a और sin x minus a upon x minus a it is equals to 1. It means angle is x minus a, you are dividing it with x minus a, and here x minus a is tending to 0, all three are same, then answer will be 1. Similarly, the limit x tending to 0 sin x upon x is also 1. Acha, what is the limit x tending to 0 e to the power x minus 1 by x equals to 1. Beta, these are some important results. These are some important one. Ninth one, first, fifth, ninth, 10th, 11th, and 14th and 15th. These are of important nature, and 12th. देखो लिमिट साइन एक्स अपॉन एक्स एक्स टेंडिंग टू 0 इक्वल्स टू 1, बट बेटा लिमिट साइन एक्स अपॉन एक्स और एक्स टेंडिंग टू इन्फिनिटी इट इज इक्वल्स टू 0. If they are asking the limit sin x upon x x tending to 0, it should be 1, but if they are asking limit sin x upon x x tending to infinity, then it will become 0. Similarly, limit 1 property number 10, limit x tending to 0 1 minus cos x upon x square it is equal to half. Limit property number 11, limit log 1 plus x upon x x tending to 0 equals to 1. Beta, all these results can be obtained by using L'Hopital rule. So if you are forgetting these results, then you may take a chance of applying L'Hopital rule in order to recall it. अच्छा, this result is also very important. Limit 1 plus ax raised to the power 1 by x. देखिए लिमिट 1 plus ax और raised to the power 1 by x, x tending to 0. Value of this one is e to the power a. Limit x tending to 0 1 plus x raised to power 1 by x. It is in 1 to the power infinity form. After taking log, you will see that its answer will become e to the power a. In particular, if we take a equals to 1, then limit x tending to 0 1 plus x raised to the power 1 by x will be equals to e only. Okay, these are some basic results. Continuity. हाँ जी, how to define continuity? First of all, beta, if approx value of a function in the neighborhood of any point is equals to exact value of a function at that point, then function is said to be continuous. Function is said to be continuous at x equals to a if approx value of a function, beta, approx value, this is called approx value of a function in the neighborhood of a, and this is called exact value of a function at point a. So whenever approx value equals to exact value, we will say that function is continuous. It means its graph will not break while passing through that point. If your graph is passing through point a and you are saying that your function is continuous, it means geometrically your graph will not break at that point. Mathematically, this is the result for checking the continuity of a function. Limit approx value of a function which is called limit and exact value of a function which is called functional value, both should be equal, then function is continuous. Acha, when limit exists, sir, whenever LHL equals to RHL, then limit exists. It means whenever they are saying that limit equals to exact value, it means LHL equals to RHL and it should be equals to exact value. Means whenever LHL equals to RHL, this is for limit and it should be equals to f of a, means it should be equals to functional value. Then again we can conclude that our function is continuous function. But this is the procedure of finding the continuity of a function. But how many methods are there to check the discontinuity of a function? Tell me in the chat box, how many methods are there to check the discontinuity of a function? Sir, there are three methods. There are three methods to check the discontinuity. First of all, if limit does not exist, means approx value does not exist, we will say that function is discontinuous. If exact value does not exist, we will say that function is discontinuous. दो मेथड हो गए. Method 3 is if approx value exists as well as exact value exists, but both are not equal. Approx value exists and exact value exists, but both are not equal, then again function is discontinuous. And by graphical approach, you can see that if your function breaks at a particular point while passing through that point, then function is again discontinuous. ठीक है. So we have three methods to check the discontinuity, but we have only one method to check the continuity, which is this one. Approx value must be equals to exact value. Beta, what about differentiability? How to check differentiability? Any one of these three is enough. Yes, ऐसे द नेम, एनी वन ऑफ दीज थ्री इज इनफ, बिल्कुल इनफ है। बेटा डिफरेंशिएबिलिटी, हाउ टू चेक डिफरेंशिएबिलिटी? ज्योमेट्रिकल मीनिंग ऑफ डिफरेंशिएशन इज, सर द वैल्यू ऑफ dy by dx, a value of f dash x equals to slope of tangent at a particular point if we are finding f dash a, means we are finding dy by dx at x equals to a, so mathematically it is denoted by f dash a and it is the representation of slope of tangent at x equals to a, मतलब कि डिफरेंशिएबिलिटी विल बी इक्वल्स टू स्लोप ऑफ टेंजेंट एट एक्स इक्वल्स टू ए। अच्छा, इफ वी हैव अ जनरल फॉर्मूला ऑफ डेरिवेटिव व्हिच इज गिवन एज f dash x, it means for different values of x we can find the different slopes at different points. So f dash x is the simple representation of slope of tangent at a particular point x and it is represented by f dash x. But mathematically what should be the definition? Sir, mathematically it is defined as fx is said to be a differentiable at x equals to a if limit fx minus fa upon x minus a and x lies in the neighborhood of a which is denoted as x tending to a, it should exist. बेटा if this limit exists, देखो y2 minus y1 upon x2 minus x1 when x2 tending to x1, then it is said to be a slope of a function passing through x1 y1 x2 y2. It means if this limit exists we will say that our function is differentiable. If this limit does not exist we will say that our function is not differentiable. Acha, because it is differentiability is based on the definition of this limit, so we may have a possibility that its left hand limit is called left hand derivative and its right hand limit is called right hand derivative. Whenever left hand derivative is equals to right hand derivative we will say that function is differentiable. This is the mathematical procedure of finding the derivative and the geometrical procedure is simply slope of tangent. Differentiability for partial derivative is there or not, sir? No beta, differentiability for partial derivative by using common sense only. You can find the differentiability of partial derivatives by using common sense only. We will explain in the topic of partial differentiation. So LHD is what is? LHD is nothing but the left hand limit of this expression. RSD is nothing but the right hand limit of this expression. When these two limits exist, yeah, these two limits are equal, we will say that LHD equals to RSD and function is differentiable. But in questions it will become very lengthy to check the differentiability by using this expression. So we will have a shortcut to check the differentiability. Forcefully differentiate your function. Beta, first of all, forcefully differentiate your function. If fx is given, so first try to find f dash x. Forcefully differentiate and then find the left hand limit of this function. This will call left hand derivative, and beta left hand derivative is left hand limit of f dash x, and similarly right hand limit of f dash x, it is called right hand limit of this function is called RSD for original function. Left hand limit of this function is called LSD for original function. So in order to check the differentiability of original function, first we will forcefully differentiate it, then we will try to find the left hand limit and right hand limit of this function. If these two limits are equal, we will say that our function is differentiable, and it is called the shortcut method to check the differentiability. अच्छा, what is the necessary condition for differentiability? Sir, continuity is the necessary condition for differentiability. If your function is differentiable, it must have continuous also. Without continuity you will not be able to check the differentiability of a function. Without continuity, if your function breaks at a particular point, then how it is possible to draw the tangent at that point if your function is breakable? It means continuity must be the necessary condition for differentiability. But what about the sufficient condition? Sir, sufficient condition is this one. If this limit exists, we will say that it is a sufficient condition for differentiability, means we are 100% sure for differentiability. Continuity is the necessary condition and the existence of this limit is the sufficient condition for differentiability. Acha, at sharp point function is said to be differentiable or non-differentiable? Tell me one thing. At sharp point function is said to be differentiable or non-differentiable? Sir, sharp point पर function is said to be non-differentiable because at a sharp point it is not possible to draw unique tangent. So we will not be able to find the unique slope of tangent at sharp point. Hence function is not differentiable. So at sharp point function is said to be not differentiable. For example, x इक्वल टू 0 फॉर एफ एक्स इक्वल टू मॉड x इक्वल टू 0, बेसिक मैथ ने बताया फॉर x इक्वल टू 0 सॉरी फॉर एफ एक्स इक्वल टू मॉड x इक्वल टू 0 is a non-differentiable point because it is a sharp point of that curve y equals to mod x. Okay, now it's time to move on to mean value theorems. Beta, mean value theorem, first of all, first theorem is known as Rolle's theorem, second one is known as Lagrange's theorem, third one is known as Cauchy mean value theorem. These theorems are based on differentiation concept, and there is one more theorem known as Lagrange's mean value theorem for integrals. First of all, we will discuss these theorems for differentiation, and then I will explain the Lagrange's mean value theorem for integrals also. What is Rolle's theorem? Sir, Rolle's theorem, सर रुक रुक के बोलो, सांस फूल रही है हमारी। अच्छा, बोल हम रहे हैं और सांस आपकी फूल रही है। चलो भैया, what is Rolle's theorem? Sir, first of all, necessary conditions for Rolle's theorem are, there are three necessary conditions for the existence of Rolle's theorem. First of all, your function should be continuous, your function should be differentiable. Beta, your function should be continuous, your function should be differentiable, f dash x must exist, and the initial and final value of a function must be equal. Initial and final value means f of a equals to f of b, f of a equals to f of b. These three conditions are necessary conditions for Rolle's theorem. If it is possible to verify these three conditions, then the conclusion is there exists at least one value c that lies in between a and b. देखो, there exists at least one point c in between a and b, at least one point c in between a and b, where f dash c equals to 0. F dash c equals to 0 means slope of tangent equals to 0, and slope of tangent is 0 means you are getting an horizontal tangent, then only f dash c will be equals to 0. So whenever your function is continuous, your function is differentiable, and initial and final value of a function are equal, then there exists a point c in between a and b, where you will get, at this point you will get horizontal tangent. Horizontal tangent means slope of this tangent will be equals to 0. This is called Rolle's theorem. देखो, height of this function at x equals to a and height of this function at x equals to b are equal. This is the third condition of Rolle's theorem. Then horizontal tangent must exist at least at one point. Horizontal tangent must exist. Now, what is the Lagrange's mean value theorem for differentiations? Special condition of Lagrange's theorem. Rolle's theorem is a particular case of Lagrange's theorem. Beta, if your function is continuous as well as differentiable, your function is continuous as well as differentiable. देखो, at first point and last point, your function is continuous between these 2 points, and we have no sharp point. It means your function is differentiable also. Then there exists a point in between a and b, that is called point c. At that point, tangent exists, and this tangent is parallel to the called joining point a and point b. This tangent is parallel to the called joining point A and point B. This is called Lagrange's mean value theorem. कि whenever function is continuous as well as differentiable, there exists a point C in between A and B, where tangent is parallel to the called. अच्छा, when tangent is parallel to the chord, it means slope of tangent equals to slope of chord. Beta, slope of tangent at C will be equals to the slope of chord joining point A and point B, and the slope of chord joining point A and point B equals to FB minus FA upon B minus A, because slope of chord is y2 minus y1 upon x2 minus x1. FB minus FA upon B minus A equals to slope of tangent at C, or slope of tangent at C is denoted by f dash C. So beta, this slope is equals to f dash C. So this is the numerical definition here. This is the mathematical result of Lagrange's mean value theorem. F dash C equals to FB minus FA upon B minus A. If we take initial and final value equal, then FA and FB are equal, so right hand side will become 0, so f dash C will become 0, f dash C will become 0. It means horizontal tangent will exist, and Lagrange's theorem will convert into a Rolle's theorem. Achha, now what is Cauchy mean value theorem? Cauchy mean value theorem, beta, if we have two functions fx and gx, क्या कहने, if there exists a point such that tangent at that point is parallel to x axis, Rolle's theorem. ठीक है बेटा, basic math. हाँ जी, कॉची मीन वैल्यू थ्योरम. We have, let us consider that we have two functions fx and gx. Both are continuous, both are differentiable. Both are continuous, both are differentiable, and g dash x is not equals to 0 for every x belongs to a and b. Means for any value of x that lies in between a and b, g dash x is not equals to 0, and both the functions are continuous and both the functions are differentiable. Then there exists a point c in between a and b. There exists a point c in between a and b where gb minus ga upon fb minus fa equals to f dash c upon g dash c, या फिर fb minus fa upon gb minus g equals to f dash c upon g dash c. By solving this equation you can find the value of c. कॉची मीन वैल्यू थ्योरम के लिए नो बेटा, कह रहे हैं देन कैन एफ डैश एक्स बी जीरो for Cauchy mean value theorem because f dash x is placed in numerator, so it will not create any problem for us. G dash x, because that function which is in numerator should be assumed as gx. That function which is in numerator, the condition is applied only for that function which is in, which is in denominator, so gx is in denominator, so g dash x should not be equals to 0. If you are taking fx in denominator, then f dash x should not be equals to 0. So choice is yours ki which function you are assuming fx and which function you are assuming gx. Try to assume that function as gx for which g dash x is not equals to 0. क्या कह रहे हैं? Try to assume that function as gx for which g dash x is not equals to 0. This is called Cauchy mean value theorem. अच्छा, यहाँ पे वो नहीं है. Lagrange's mean value theorem for integrals. Lagrange's mean value theorem for integrals. Lagrange's mean value theorem for integrals. Beta, if in a question it is mentioned that ki slope of tangent is tangent is parallel to chord. There exists a tangent which is parallel to the chord. There exists a tangent which is parallel to the chord. Then you have to use the Lagrange's mean value theorem for differentiation. But if they are asking the average height of a function, average value of a function in between 2 points, average value of a function in between 2 points, then you will use the Lagrange's theorem for integrals. It is called average height theorem, या फिर average value theorem, average height theorem or average value theorem. So whenever in a question they are asking average height of a function या average value of a function in between 2 points, then we will use Lagrange's theorem for integrals. But if in a question it is mentioned that tangent is parallel to the chord, then use Lagrange's theorem for differentiation. This is the basic difference between these two theorems. Beta, fc मतलब at x equals to c, what is the value of function at x equals to c if c belongs to a to b, if c belongs to a to b, then value of average value या फिर average height of a function at x equals to c, it is equals to 1 upon b minus a integral a to b and fx dx. This is called Lagrange's mean value theorem for integrals. ठीक है. I am avoiding some silly doubts. ठीक है. Forcefully I am avoiding some silly doubts because it will stop my momentum of revising all the formulas. So make sure your doubt should be to the point which is discussing on board. Doubt should be from that slide only. I am avoiding silly doubts, so try to avoid, try to not make any doubt which are reducing my speed of revising all the results, all the standard results. Cauchy mean value theorem. After that we will have maxima and minima. Maxima minima में topic 1 is increasing decreasing function and topic 2 is maxima minima of single variable and topic 3 is maxima minima of double variable, maxima minima of 2 variables. So increasing decreasing function, first of all f dash x is, sir, f dash x is slope of tangent, f dash x is slope of tangent. If your tangent is acute angle tangent, then f dash x is always positive. ठीक है, if your tangent is acute angle tangent then f dash x is always positive. So for increasing function या for strictly increasing function, value of first derivative is always positive. For strictly increasing function, whenever you are moving from left side to right side and value of your function is increasing again and again, it means your function is called strictly increasing function, and its mathematical formula is f dash x should be greater than 0. Acha, for strictly decreasing function, if you are moving from left side to right side and value of your function, height of your function is decreasing continuously, it is called strictly decreasing function, and formula for this one is first derivative should be less than 0. First derivative is positive, function is strictly increasing. First derivative is negative, function is strictly decreasing. Acha, function is strictly decreasing. First try to check what type of function are known as monotonic functions. Beta, a function which is either strictly increasing or strictly decreasing are called monotonic functions. Either strictly increasing or strictly decreasing are called monotonic functions. Means strictly increasing functions भी monotonic कहलाते हैं and strictly decreasing functions are also called monotonic function. Means monotonically increasing and monotonically decreasing. ठीक है, so by using the first derivative test we can cross check the increasing and decreasing nature of your function. Cross check the increasing and decreasing nature of your function. बेटा अब मैक्सिमा मिनिमा ऑफ सिंगल वेरिएबल, if we have a function of the type y equals to fx, then how to find the maximum value and point of maxima? What is the difference between maximum value and point of maxima? बेटा point of maxima या point of minima is the representation of x, and maximum value and minimum values are the representation of y. If they are asking maximum value या minimum value, you have to answer in terms of y. If they are asking point of maxima and point of minima, then your answer will be in terms of x. So point stands for, in this chapter, point stands for x and value stands for y. Okay, acha, what is stationary point? Beta, can you define stationary point? Those points where tangent is horizontal are called stationary point. Those points where tangent is horizontal, matlab those points in terms of x where f dash x equals to 0. Beta, for stationary point f dash, try to solve this equation. If f dash x equals to 0, then yeah, put f dash x equals to 0 and try to find x. These values of x are called stationary points. Now what about critical points या फिर turning points? Critical point और turning point. बेटा in case of critical point या in case of turning point, there is one more condition. First condition is either f dash x is 0 or f dash x is undefined. Means all the stationary points are also critical points because f dash x equals to 0 in case of stationary point and f dash x equals to 0 in case of turning points also. But there is one more condition, f dash x may be undefined also. Those points where either f dash x equals to 0 means either horizontal tangent exists or tangent does not exist, means we have a sharp point, then all these points are called critical points या फिर turning points. So for turning points, put f dash x equals to 0, try to find x, these are turning points. Put f dash x equals to undefined and try to find x, these are also a turning point. Now what about extreme point and optimal point? Extreme point and optimal points are same thing. Extreme point, beta, those points where we will get either maxima or minima are called extreme point. Those points where either we can get maxima or we can get minima are called extreme points, also known as optimal points. Okay, now extreme values and optimal values क्या होती है बेटा? Extreme values and optimal values, sir, points are in the form of x and values are in the form of y. It means when they are asking optimal points, you have to answer in terms of x. If they are asking optimal values, you have to answer in terms of y only. Good. Necessary condition for maxima minima. Necessary condition, either tangent should be horizontal or tangent should be undefined. Tangent should be horizontal means f dash x is 0 and tangent should be undefined means f dash x is, sorry, tangent should be horizontal, means f dash x equals to 0, or if f dash x is not defined at a particular point, it can also be treated as necessary condition, means we will get maxima or minima either when f dash x equals to 0 or when f dash x equals to undefined. So by solving these two equations, we are able to find critical points or turning point. Okay. Now what about sufficient condition? Beta, how to check whether this is a point of maxima or point of minima? We have two different methods. First one is known as first derivative test, and the second one is known as second derivative test. First derivative test is also known as wavy curve method. Wavy curve method क्या है? First of all, try to find critical points या फिर कहिए turning points. Try to find critical points or turning points, and at, let us suppose that कि x equals to a is the critical point. ठीक है. Now try to check the symbol of f dash x at x equals to a. Symbol of f dash x at x equals to a. If in the left side of x equals to a, your f dash x equals to positive, and in the right side of this one f dash x is negative, then your function will be in the left side it is increasing, in the right side it is decreasing, and this point will become point of maxima, because plus sign is the representation of increasing function and negative sign is the representation of decreasing function, because your function is earlier increasing and now it is decreasing, so it is making a maxima. So x equals to a is called point of maxima. But if your sign convention is like that, my negative and positive, then it will become point of minima, because in the left hand side it is decreasing, in the right hand side it is increasing. So it is decreasing then increasing, it means minima will form. So in this situation minima will form, in that situation maxima will form. But if sign doesn't change while crossing through a, sign of which one, sir? Sign of f dash x. If sign of f dash x is negative to negative or positive to positive, it means it is neither maxima nor minima. मतलब it is a condition for point of inflection या condition for saddle point. So whenever we are getting positive sign to negative sign, it is a point of maxima. If we are getting negative sign to positive sign, it is point of minima. And if we have no change in sign convention while passing through a, then it is neither maxima nor minima. Sir, what is second derivative test? Second derivative test, sir, first we will try to find critical points, get turning points by putting f dash x equals to 0 or putting f dash x equals to undefined. Let us suppose that x equals to c is a turning point. Now try to check the double derivative value of f double dash c. Double derivative value of f double dash c. If the value of double derivative is negative, then that point will become point of maxima. If double derivative is positive, then that point will become point of minima. And if double derivative is 0, beta, if double derivative is 0, then we will try to cross check the value of triple derivative. देखो, if double derivative at a is negative, so it will become maxima. If double derivative at a is greater than 0, it will become minima. But if double derivative at a equals to 0, then we will check triple derivative at a, and let us assume that it is not equals to 0. Double derivative is 0 but triple derivative is not 0, then so we have point of inflection. Point of inflection means a saddle point. Sir, what is this saddle point? First of all, the property of saddle point is we will get neither maxima nor minima at saddle point, but this is not the definition of saddle point. This is not the definition of inflection point. Sir, then what is the definition of inflection point? You have to understand the concept of concavity, concave upward and concave downward. Beta, with the help of first derivative test, yeah, with the help of first derivative, you can cross check the increasing or decreasing nature of your function. But with the help of second derivative, you can cross check the concavity of your function. If second derivative is positive, your function is concave upward. if your second derivative is negative, then your function is concave downward. But sir, second derivative positive पर तो minima है. No, these are the values of second derivative only at one point, only at point x equals to a. But if second derivative is positive for all values of x, then it is called concave upward. If second derivative is negative for all values of x, it is called concave downward. And what is point of inflection? Sir, the point where curve changes its concavity is called point of inflection. Means earlier in the left hand side of that point your function is concave upward, and in the right hand side your function is concave downward. Then we will say that that point will become point of inflection. Concave upward to concave downward or concave downward to concave upward, both are the representation of point of inflection. Acha, sir, what is concave upward? If your curve lies above the tangent always, it is called concave upward. If your curve lies below the tangent always, it is called concave downward. Beta देखो, if your curve lies above the tangent always, and its mathematical definition is second derivative should be positive. If your curve lies below the tangent always, and its mathematical definition is double derivative is less than less than 0 means negative, so function is concave downward. This is the pictorial diagram of concave upward, and this one is the pictorial diagram of concave downward. Point of inflection where curve changes its concavity is called point of inflection या फिर saddle point. But if we are getting neither maxima nor minima at a particular point, can we conclude that it is a saddle point? बताइए. If we are getting neither maxima nor minima at a particular point, can we conclude that it is a saddle point या it is a point of inflection? बताओ. नहीं कह सकते. बेटा देखो, if function changes its concavity at a saddle point, you will get neither maxima nor minima, but its converse is not necessarily true, because the definition of point of inflection comes from concavity, not from that application. Good example. अच्छा, मैक्सिमा मिनिमा, बेटा मैक्सिमा मिनिमा occurs alternately, is it true? Yes sir, it is true. Maxima minima occurs alternately. You will never get two maxima simultaneously or two minima simultaneously. If maxima is occurring, then next one will be minima only. Maybe neither maximum nor minima, but next one cannot be maxima if there is a maxima, because after maxima there will be 100% chance of getting minima, and then only you can get maxima. It means maxima minima occurs alternately. By using this definition, how to check nature of corner points? Better nature of critical points can be checked by either by using first derivative test or by using second derivative test. But how to check the nature of corner points? Because these two definitions, these two tests are not applicable for corner points, and corner points are mentioned in the question. Is there any possibility to check the nature of corner points? बताइए. Yes sir, by using the theorem maxima minima occurs alternately. Let us assume that we have three critical points C1, C2 and C3, and corner points are A and B, and we are taking the sign convention, and let us assume that sign convention is like that, plus and plus. Then you can say that in that situation this one will become positive to negative. It means at C1 we will get maxima, C2 par at C2 we are getting negative to positive, we will get minima. Here we are getting positive to positive, it means it is neither maxima nor minima. But now what is the nature of point B and what is the nature of point A? Sir, nature of point B and nature of point A, because here you are getting at C1 you are getting maxima, so before maxima there is a possibility of getting minima only, so it will become minima, because maxima minima occurs alternately. Acha, here we are getting neither maxima nor minima, but before it we are getting minima, and after minima only maxima can occur. तो मिनिमा आफ्टर मिनिमा इट दिस पॉइंट विल बिकम मैक्सिमा ओनली. सो दिस विल बी द concept of checking nature of corner points ki maxima minima occurs alternately. First we will verify the nature of C1 C2 C3 and then use the theorem maxima minima occurs alternately and we can check the nature of corner points also. But corner points are also always extreme point. बताओ, corner points are always extreme points. It is true. Yes sir, it is true. Corner points are always extreme point. It means we will get maxima or minima at corner points. 100% we will get maxima and minima at corner points. Sir, which book of screenshot? Beta, this is my book. This is my book which is not published yet. हाँ, so these are the screenshot of that book which is not published yet. So maxima minima occurs alternately. We can use the simple theorem. Acha, what should be the procedure of finding the maxima minima of surface if we have a function of two variables? Z is a function of xy. We have a function of two variables. Z is a function of xy. How to find maxima and minima? First of all, if we have this type of function, then in this topic point stands for x comma y and value stands for, sir, value stands for z. Whenever we have a function of two variables, z is a function of xy and they are asking point of maximum, point of minima, your answer should be in terms of x comma y. If they ask maximum value or minimum value, then your answer should be in terms of z. Acha, what is the necessary condition? What is the necessary condition for maximum minima of two variable function? Sir, partial derivative should be equals to 0. Partial derivative, it's partial. There are two types of partial derivative for this function. Partial derivative with respect to x, partial derivative with respect to y. So partial derivative with respect to x equals to 0, put partial derivative with respect to y equals to 0 and try to find the values of x and y. Now the now the critical points will be x comma y. Now the critical points will be x comma y. After solving these two equations, del z over del x equals to 0 and del z over del y equals to 0. Beta, this is the necessary condition for maximum minima of function of two variables. What about sufficient condition? So before going to sufficient condition, we should have an idea about the values of r, s and t. What is r, what is s and what is t? Let us assume that there is a critical point known as p, x comma y. There, after solving first two equations, if we are getting x equals to a and x equals to b, then p a comma b will be the critical point, will be the turning point. Then at that point, the value of second order partial derivative with respect to x is called r. क्या कह रहे हैं, वैल्यू ऑफ सेकंड ऑर्डर पार्शियल डेरिवेटिव विद रिस्पेक्ट टू एक्स इज कॉल्ड आर, वैल्यू ऑफ सेकंड ऑर्डर पार्शियल डेरिवेटिव विद रिस्पेक्ट टू टी विद रिस्पेक्ट टू वाई इज कॉल्ड आर and this is called s. Del 2 z over del x del y at point p या at critical point is termed as s. तो r, s and t are the shortcut representations of second order partial derivative. First one is with respect to x, third one is with respect to y and the middle one is with respect to x as well as with respect to y. These are RST. By using these shortcuts, we can understand sufficient condition. Also known as Lagrange's condition for maximum minima. Beta, if RT minus s square is greater than 0, RT minus s square is greater than 0 and r is less than 0, then it is a point of maxima. Whenever second derivative is less than 0, it is a point of maxima. It is a point of maxima. Adarsh Shukla, beta, I am playing one meme for you. Adarsh Shukla ji, I am playing one meme for you. वक्त बदल दिया, जज्बात बदल दिए, जिंदगी बदल दी। मारो मुझे मारो, वक्त बदल दिया, जज्बात बदल दिए, जिंदगी बदल दी। मारो मुझे मारो, ठीक है बेटा। दिस मीम इज डेडिकेटेड फॉर आदर्श शुक्ला फॉर योर मैसेज. अच्छा, नाउ r is less than 0, it is a point of maxima. r is greater than 0, r is greater than 0, it is a point of minima, it is a point of minima. If rt minus s square is less than 0, it is a saddle point, p a comma b is a saddle point, है ना, it is called saddle point. And if rt minus s square is equals to 0, then it is not possible to find the nature of turning point by using Lagrange's conditions. Whenever rt minus s square equals to 0, it means this method will not applicable now. In that situation, only use common sense method. After that, you have to use the common sense method to check the nature of turning points. And common sense method is applicable in different questions by different ways. Good. So beta, this is the basic condition. You should learn all these three conditions because they will ask directly question from this one ki what will happen if rt minus s square is greater than 0 and r is less than 0. Your answer will be ki sir, it is a point of maxima, it is a point of maxima. चलिए, partial derivative. Partial derivative, beta, first of all, if we have a function of two variables known as z is a function of x, y, then we have two types of derivative. First one is del z over del x and the second one is del z over del y. This is called partial derivative with respect to x, this is called partial derivative with respect to y. So how to define mathematical definition of partial derivatives? Beta, mathematical definition is, देखो, if it is possible to find the value of limit from this expression, क्या कह रहे हैं, if it is possible to find the value of limit from this expression, we will say that partial derivative with respect to x exists. Limit x h tending to 0 f of x plus h comma y minus f of xy divided by h is tending to 0. This is the partial derivative with respect to x. But if we want to find the partial derivative with respect to y, then increment should be in y. When we are calculating partial derivative with respect to x, then increment should be in x, and in case of this one del z over del y, increment should be in y. So f of x comma y plus k minus f of xy divided by k, k tending to 0, it is k tending to 0 means it is very small increment in y, it is very small increment in x. If this limit exists, partial derivative with respect to x exists. If this limit exists, partial derivative with respect to y exists. But make sure when you are calculating partial derivative with respect to x, y should be constant, and if you are calculating partial derivative with respect to y, then x should be constant. ठीक है, these are the basic definitions या mathematical definitions of partial derivative. But no need to apply these results while calculating partial derivatives in a given question, because these are very lengthy results, and it is not feasible to apply these results while solving questions during exam. It means there is a shortcut of finding the partial derivative. Simply all the results that are used in case of ordinary derivatives, क्या कह रहे हैं, all the results that are applicable in case of ordinary derivatives are also valid in case of partial derivative, keeping other variable constant. Keeping other variable constant means whenever you are calculating partial derivative, you can directly apply the results that are studied in class 11th while calculating ordinary derivative. But one condition is there, you have to put other variable constant. बस यही है. देखो, हाँ लिखा भी है, all the results that are used in case of ordinary derivatives are also valid in case of partial derivatives, keeping other variable constant. ठीक है. homogeneous function, how to identify your function is an homogeneous function. First of all, if z is a function of xy and f of xy is said to be an homogeneous function if each term is of same degree. Each term is of same degree means for example कहाँ गया, for example let us consider f of xy equals to 2x square y cube plus y to the power 4 plus x cube y square. Can we take this as an homogeneous function? बताइए, can we take this function as an homogeneous function? Yes sir, it is an homogeneous function because the degree of first term is 5, combined degree of second term is 5 and the degree of third term is also 5. So we will take it as a homogeneous function of degree 5, but it is not always possible to apply this concept while calculating the nature of your function. So there is a shortcut, and the shortcut is this one. After replacing x with lambda x and y with lambda y in your original function, if it is possible to take out common lambda from that expression, means the function which is inside the bracket should be free from lambda, या फिर कहिए if it is possible to take out common lambda from that expression, function is said to be homogeneous function, and the power of lambda is called its degree. Means in this situation, when we replace x with lambda x and y with lambda y in each term, you can take out common lambda power 5 from that expression, and the term which remains inside the bracket is free from lambda. So we can write it as f of xy or lambda power 5. So this function is a homogeneous function of degree 5. This can be considered as a shortcut method to check whether the function is homogeneous or non-homogeneous. What is the advantage of checking the homogeneous nature of function? Beta, if in a particular question they are asking the value of partial derivative x times del f over del x plus y times del f over del y, well, sometimes they will ask the question by giving some function ki what is the value of x times del f over del x plus y times del f over del y. Beta, when your function is of homogeneous nature and is of degree n, then this type of expression will result in only n into f, and it is called Euler theorem for homogeneous function, where n is the degree of your function. X times del f over del x plus y times del f over del y is equals to nf. N into f means no need to calculate partial derivative with respect to x, with respect to y. You can directly put your answer by using this theorem. This is called Euler theorem for homogeneous function. And there is one more type of theorem, conclusion of Euler theorem. One more conclusion of Euler theorem is whenever they will ask x square del 2f over del x2 plus 2xy times del 2f over del x del y plus y square times del 2f over del y2, then its value will be n into n minus 1 into f. Means it will reduce our time of calculating second order partial derivatives, and your answer will be directly n into n minus 1 into f. Let us take an example. If I am asking the value of left hand side for this function, then degree of your function will be 5. So your answer will be 5 into 5 minus 1 into 4 means 20, sorry, f means 20 into f. 20 into f will be your answer, n into n minus 1 into f. Bas, this is called Euler theorem. ठीक है. अच्छा, this theorem is also applicable for a function of 3 variables. If your function is of this type, u is a function of xyz. If u is a function of xyz and it is an homogeneous function of degree m, after replacing x with lambda x, y with lambda y, z with lambda z, if it is possible to take out common lambda from that expression, then it is a homogeneous function of degree n. And what is the value of these three partial derivatives? X times del f over del x plus y times del f over del y plus z times del f over del z. Sir, n into f. Similar extension of Euler theorem for 3 variable function. Originally Euler theorem is for 2 variables, but after using the same concept, the value of this left hand side is equals to n into f, because again f is an homogeneous function of degree n by taking shortcut method. हाँ, partial derivative by using the change of variable concept. Partial, सर डिनर बनाना है, छोड़ दो अब, हाथ तो partial derivative by using the change of variable concept. Beta, if function is given as u is a function of xyz, where x is a function of rst, y is a function of rst, z is a function of rst, it means your u is a function of xyz and xyz are the functions of rst. Whenever we have a tree diagram of this type and we have to find the derivative of u with respect to r, then we will use the concept of chain rule of partial derivative. This is called, beta, this rule, these standard results are called chain rule of partial derivatives. क्या कह रहे हैं ये? गरीबी देखी है. अच्छा जी. u is a function of xyz are the functions of RST. So derivative of u with respect to r is del u over del x into del x over del r. बेटा del u over del x into del y over del r, फिर del u over del z और del z over del r. I will try to write it as del u over del r will be equals to, sir, del u over del x, and from x you have to move up to r, so it should be del x over del r. Similarly, del u over del y and then del y over del r, target should be del r, and plus del u over del z and del z over del r. Each and every situation target should be del r. Target should be del r. ठीक है. Similarly, बेटा del u by del s. How to find del u by del s? Del u by del s and del u by del t. Del u by del s, del u by del t. तो del u by del t में target should be del t. In each situation target should be del t. While calculating del u by del s, target should be del s. तो बेटा यहाँ देखो del u by del s and del u by del t. This rule is called chain rule of partial derivative and it is applicable. क्या कह रहे हैं? चैट सेक्शन में भरपूर कॉमेडी चल रही है. हाँ, and it is called, बेटा, whenever we have a tree diagram of this type and we have to find the partial derivative of u with respect to r, with respect to s, with respect to t, then we will use the chain rule concept of partial derivatives. पढ़े आगे. नेक्स्ट, ये एग्जाम्पल भी है बेटा. टोटल डिफरेंशिएशन. टोटल डिफरेंशिएशन क्या होता है? इफ u इज अ फंक्शन ऑफ x एंड y, देन beta u is a function of x, y and z, then first of all we can find the partial derivative of u with respect to x, partial derivative of u with respect to y and with respect to z, and these will be denoted as del u by del x, del u by del y, del u by del z. But if I ask the derivative of u without any respect, derivative of u without any respect, it means du. What is the value of du? Derivative of u. So sir, derivative of u, it means tree diagram will be like that. U is a function of x, y and z. Derivative of u. So first of all we will find partial derivative of u with respect to x. It is denoted by del u by del x. Beta del u by del x. Now the differentiation of x is dx. Similarly, the derivative of u with respect to y is del u by del y, but the derivative of y is dy. And the derivative of u with respect to z is del u by del z, and the derivative of z is dz. So this is the standard result. This is the standard result of total derivative. But if we have a tree diagram of this type, for example, u is a function of x, y, z, and x, y, z are the functions of t alone, and we want to find the derivative of u with respect to t, then what should be the procedure? Sir, du by dt. Symbol will be of ordinary nature. So du by dt will be, so partial derivative of x with partial derivative of u with respect to x, which is known as del u by del x. Now the derivative of x with respect to t will be denoted as dx by dt. Here we will use ordinary symbol, here we will use partial symbol. Partial symbol is used when we have more than one independent variable, and ordinary symbol is used when we have only one independent variable. So while differentiating u with respect to x, we will use the symbol of partial derivative, and when we differentiate x with respect to t, we will use the symbol of ordinary derivative. Similarly, the second path will be of from y. So del u by del y is the partial derivative, and dy by dt will be the ordinary derivative, and the last path is del u by del z is the ordinary derivative, and dz by dt is the partial derivative. So this will be our standard result in this situation. ठीक है. So tree diagram should be like that. U is a function of xyz. Xyz are the functions of t alone. We will use the concept of total derivative. But if u is a function of xyz and xyz are the functions of RST, then we will use the concept of chain rule of partial derivatives. Now integration. Sir, integration क्या होता है? What is the definition of indefinite integration? Collection of all the antiderivatives. Collection of all the antiderivatives is called integration. जैसे derivative of fx equals to, sir, phi x. अच्छा, डेरिवेटिव ऑफ एफ एक्स प्लस सी इज इक्वल टू एफ एक्स प्लस सी इक्वल टू अगेन सर फाई एक्स. It means the derivative of fx is phi x and derivative of fx plus c is also phi x, and we know that differentiation and integration are inverse operation, and we want to find the integration of phi x. So integration of phi x is fx or fx plus c. Sir, this will include all the possible cases, so we will take integration of phi x as fx plus c, and it is called collection of all the anti-derivatives. Beta, fx is the derivative of, sorry, phi x is the derivative of fx, but fx is the anti-derivative of phi x. fx is the anti-derivative of phi x, so fx plus c is also the anti-derivative of phi x. It is anti-derivative, so collection of all the anti-derivatives is called indefinite integration, is called indefinite integration. ठीक, यहां तक तो सही है बेटा. These are some results of indefinite integrations which you have already studied in class 11th. Basic results of indefinite integration. Download these PDF in your mobile and then try to learn all these results, because these are already discussed in class 11th, class 12th and BTech first semester, second semester, third semester. So I will not revise these results. Directly you can download it from PW app. Now moving on to next one, properties of definite integration. Yes, Abhi Roshan, beta gamma are of important nature, so we will discuss beta gamma function also. Beta, properties of definite integration. There are 2 or 3 important properties of definite integration. First one is property number 2. This property is important, this property is important, and this property is important. देखो, a to b fx dx will be equals to a to b f of a plus b minus x, means x can be replaced by a plus b minus x. This one is the property, this one is the property of definite integration. X can be replaced by a plus b minus x. Now one property is based on even and odd nature of function. Beta, if your function is of, or is your function is an odd function, then integration minus a to a fx dx will be equals to 0 if your function is an odd function. But if your function is an even function, then integration minus a to a fx dx will be equals to 2 times 0 to a fx dx, 2 times 0 to a fx dx. Basic property of definite integration. Similarly, if they are asking the value of 0 say 2a fx dx, don't try to learn it, I will explain it in a simple form. If we have a formula, yeah, we have a question of this type, 0 to alpha fx dx, then it can be termed as 2 times 0 to alpha by 2, 2 times 0 to alpha by 2 fx dx and 0. But its condition is, if f of alpha minus x is fx, then it is 2 times 0 to alpha by 2, and if f of alpha minus x equals to minus fx, alpha minus x equals to minus fx, then its value will be 0. Beta, you should learn this result instead of this result, because it is confusing by formula 3. So it is better, it will be better to learn this property by this way, not by this way. Calculus, linear algebra and probability are most important for mathematics. Acha, even and odd function already discussed. Now Leibniz rule of differentiation under the sign of integration. Beta, some student was asking about the Leibniz rule. Ki sir, try to explain the Leibniz rule. So beta, here is the rule. Leibniz rule of differentiation under the sign of integration. It means if if in a question we have to differentiate as well as integrate simultaneously, but integration is of definite nature, then we have to use Leibniz rule. Beta, if integrand is also of indefinite nature and differentiation, that differentiation and integration will cancel out each other, then nothing important in this. But if integration is of definite nature, then how to differentiate and integrate simultaneously? We will use Leibniz rule. Beta, this one is the particular case. This one is the particular case. देखो लोअर लिमिट इज phi x, अपर लिमिट इज psi x. So first of all, d by dx of upper limit, that's why they have mentioned that d psi over dx, d psi over dx, and put upper limit in the function. So it should be f of psi. Similarly, minus lower limit, differentiation of lower limit is d phi by dx. This is the differentiation of lower limit, and replace lower limit in place of t. Replace lower limit in place of t. This is the formula of Leibniz rule of differentiation under the sign of integration. Means by using this result you can directly differentiate as well as integrate in a single step. This is the example. To understand this one, you will solve it as a homework. Beta, it's a general case. Leibniz rule का general case of Leibniz rule, general case of Leibniz rule ये है. If integrand is a function of x and t, then formula is same कि del over del x of f of xt, मतलब partial differentiation with respect to x of integrand, and then differentiation of upper limit minus differentiation of lower limit, differentiation of upper limit, differentiation of lower limit, and replace upper limit in place of t in second step, and replace lower limit in place of t in third step. And this step will be meaningless if your integrand is a function of t alone, because you are differentiating with respect to x. Here we have x and t both, but in this expression we have no value of x in this integrand, so del over del x will be 0. That's why here we are getting only 2 points, yeah, 2 steps. First point will be meaningless for second type of example. Mostly they will ask this type of question in exam, but its general case is this one. Moving on to the next one, beta and gamma function. Beta gamma function, what are the standard results? First of all, what are the applications of beta and gamma function? Sir, application to solve complex type of integrations, we can apply beta and gamma function. If integration, if some special type of integrations are not solvable, but with the help of beta and gamma function we can solve it very easily. For example, beta देखो, the value of this integral x to the power m minus 1 minus x to the power n minus 1 dx 0 to 1, where x to the power m minus 1 minus x to the power 1 n minus 1, value of this integral is beta mn. Value of this integral is beta mn. But how to find the value of beta mn? Sir, nothing but beta mn equals to gamma n upon gamma m plus n, and by opening the value of gamma we can find the value of this integral. But important point is that ki this value should be linear function of x. Here we must have linear function of x, then we can use this result ki value of this integral will be of beta m comma n, and beta m comma n can be replaced in terms of gamma function by using this result gamma n upon gamma m plus n, and then we can find our answer. This is called relationship between beta and gamma function. Beta mn equals to gamma n upon gamma m plus n. Acha, similarly, if we are trying to find value of this integral e to the power minus x to the power n minus 1 dx, then value of this integral will be equals to gamma n. But the important point is that it should be a linear function of x. E to the power minus x में x should be a linear function of x. Then we can compare it with gamma function. The value of this integral is gamma n, and we can open gamma at by using the definition of gamma function. And here in this expression this should be a linear function of x. Here in this expression this should be a linear function of x. Acha, beta function is symmetrical about m and n. Means if we are calculating the value of beta 2, 3 and we are calculating the value of beta 3, 2, both are equal. That's why we will say that beta function is symmetrical. Beta function is symmetrical about m and n. Beta mn equals to beta nm. ठीक है. अच्छा, there is one more standard result of beta function या फिर gamma function. If we have a expression like that, sin to the power m theta cos to the power n theta or integration within the limit 0 to pi by 2, then its answer will be, sir, its answer is gamma m plus 1 by 2 gamma n plus 1 by 2 and divided by gamma m plus n plus 2 by 2. Gamma m plus n by 2 gamma m plus 1 by 2 gamma n plus 1 by 2 divided by gamma m plus n plus 2 by m plus n plus 2 by 2, and here we must have 2 also. ठीक है. In most of the questions that are based on trigonometric functions within the limit 0 to pi by 2, we can directly use this result in order to find its value. Acha, there is one more result, gamma n, gamma 1 minus n. बेटा if n is in fractional term, हाँ वालीज इंटीग्रेशन भी कहते हैं इसको, it will be equals to pi upon sin n pi, pi upon sin n pi, provided n is not an integer. Beta, in this result n should not be integer. It means when n is in fraction, then if we have to find the value of gamma half, gamma 1 by 4, gamma 5 by 4, gamma 3 by 2, then we will use this result, provided n should not be integer, because if n is an integer, then sin of n pi equals to 0 and something upon 0 will become meaningless. So this formula is applicable when n is in fraction, not in integer. ठीक. These are the standard results of beta function. बेटा आप डबल इंटीग्रल वर्किंग रूल पे आइए. डबल इंटीग्रल वर्किंग रूल, while solving questions based on double integration, there are some rules. Rule number 1 is, if y has variable limits, we will first integrate y keeping x constant, and in that situation strip is vertical in nature. Beta देखो, I am discussing case 2. If y has variable limits, देखो this one, case 2. For example, we have x equals to a to b to fx to gx, and f of xy. Here these are the functions of x, it means these are the limits of y. We can say that y has variable limits, we should first integrate y, matlab dy, keeping x constant, and after that we will integrate dx. This is called case 2 of double integration, and in that situation strip is vertical in nature. Acha, now what about case 3? बेटा if x has variable limits, क्या कह रहे हैं, if x has sir me here without even clearing JEE mains, okay, if x has variable limits, then we should first integrate x keeping y constant. For example, देखो we have an integrand of the type c to d and 5y to psi y and f of xy. Beta, this is the function of y, it means it is a limit of x. These are the limits of x, and x depends on y, it means x has variable limits. We should first integrate x keeping y constant, and after that we will integrate y. So if y has variable limits, first integrate y keeping x constant. If x has variable limits, first integrate x keeping y constant, and in that situation strip is horizontal in nature. But what will happen if both the variables have constant limit? X has constant limit as well as y has constant limit. Beta, then we can integrate in any order keeping other variable constant. If both the variables have constant limit, we can integrate in any order keeping other variable constant. There is one particular case of case 1. Anyone have answer? Beta, there is a particular case of case 1 when both the variables have constant limit, we can integrate in any order keeping other variable constant. But if if integrand is an explicit function of x and y, in case 1 integrand is an explicit function of x and y, we can also integrate separately. Integrand is an explicit function of x and y, we can also integrate separately, provided both the variables must have constant limit, then only we can apply case 1, matlab this special case of case 1, special note of case 1. सर लीनियर हो गया क्या? नहीं बेटा नहीं हुआ. So if integrand is an explicit function of x and y and both the limits, both the variables have constant limit, we can also integrate separately. We can also integrate separately. यही लिख दें, we can also integrate a to b fx dx into c to d. अब बेटा gy dy, explicit function means it is possible to separate function of x and function of y. So beta, these are the working rules for double integration. Acha, in case 1, the nature of strip is, beta, nature of strip depends on our choice. Strip may be vertical, may be horizontal, depends on our choice. If we are first integrating y keeping x constant, we will take strip as vertical. If we are first integrating x keeping y constant, we will take horizontal strip. So nature of strip depends on our choice if our question is based on case 1. But in case 2 and case 3, we have no liberty. When y has variable limits, we will first integrate y. When x has variable limits, we will first integrate x. Okay. अच्छा, ट्रिपल इंटीग्रेशन वर्किंग रूल. ट्रिपल इंटीग्रेशन वर्किंग रूल बेटा, इफ ऑल द वेरिएबल्स हैव कांस्टेंट लिमिट, वी कैन इंटीग्रेट इन एनी ऑर्डर. If all the variables have constant limit, we can integrate in any order keeping other variables constant. If we are integrating with respect to x, we have to assume y and z as constant. If we are integrating with respect to y, we have to assume x and z as constant. It means if all the variables have constant limit, we can integrate in any order, and if integrand is an explicit function of x and y, we can also integrate separately. Okay? We can also integrate separately. But if one or two variables have variable limits, then which one is more variable should be integrated first? Which one is more variable should be integrated first? Which one is more variable should be integrated first means, देखो, if we have a function, if we have a limits of this nature, function of xy से function of xy, function of x to function of x and a to b, beta, in that situation, let integrand is xyz. Now these are the limits of z, beta, it is a function of x and y. It means these are the limits of z, these are the limits of y, these are the limits of x. Now the limits of z are variable and it is a function of two variables. It means z is more variable as compared to y, so we will first integrate dz keeping x and y constant. Now y is more variable as compared to x, so we will integrate y, then we will integrate y keeping x constant, and finally we will integrate x. This will be our procedure. Which one is more variable should be integrated first. Okay, so this is the working rule of triple integration. Beta, change of variable, change of order of integration concept. Change of order of integration, this concept is, sometimes it is not possible to integrate, using vertical strip. Then we will try to integrate it by using horizontal strip, but in this process we have to change the order of integration. क्या कह रहे हैं? If it is not possible to solve our question by using vertical strip, then we will try to change its order of integration, and in that situation, if vertical strip is given, we will try to make horizontal strip and put the limits accordingly, and vice versa also. If question is not solvable by using horizontal strip, then by using the concept of change of order of integration, we will draw vertical strip in that diagram and puts the limit accordingly, and this process is called change of order of integration. It means this concept will provide you extra benefit कि if your question is very tough by using vertical strip, there is a liberty of making horizontal strip. If question is tough by using horizontal strip, there is a liberty of making vertical strip, but limits should be changed. In case of vertical strip, y has variable limits. In case of horizontal strip, x has variable limits. This concept is called change of order of integration. So we have two possibilities. When vertical strip is given, try to make horizontal strip and put the limit accordingly. If horizontal strip is given, try to make vertical strip and put the limits accordingly. This process is called change of order of integration. Because some questions are based on Jacobian concept. Questions of multiple integrations are directly not solvable by using double integration concept, by using triple integration concept, by using change of variable concept. By using change of order of integration concept. That type of questions can be solved by using the concept of Jacobian. Sir, what is Jacobian? बेटा देखो, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जैकोबियन क्या है? if x is a function of u comma v and y is a function of u comma v, means x and y are the functions of u comma v. In our question, it is mentioned that x and y are the functions of u comma v, and we are trying to find the value of this integral f of x to g of x, f of x to g of x, और मान लीजिए we are trying to find, and it is not possible to solve the question in Cartesian system. क्या कहने, क्वेश्चन इज बेस्ड ऑन कार्टेशियन सिस्टम बट नॉट पॉसिबल टू सॉल्व द क्वेश्चन बाय यूजिंग एक्स एंड वाई. So in that type of situation, we will use the concept dx into dy equals to du into dv, but there is some extra term known as Jacobian mod of j, and where j is, what is j? What is j? Sir, it is the derivative of x comma y with respect to u comma v. So simultaneous derivative of x comma y is represented by del x comma y with respect to u comma v. So it is represented by del of x comma y upon del of u comma v. So Jacobian is nothing but the derivative of x comma y with respect to u comma v, with respect to u comma v. ठीक है. अच्छा, how to find this Jacobian? Sir, we will try to solve the determinant of order 2 cross 2, and it is del x over del u, del x over del v, and then del y over del u and del y over del v. This is the definition of Jacobian, या कहिए formula of finding the Jacobian where x and y are the functions of u comma v. Just try to calculate the 4 partial derivatives and put these derivatives in determinant form. You will be able to find the value of Jacobian. Jacobian is nothing but the derivative, simultaneous derivative of x comma y with respect to u comma v. And after calculating Jacobian, you can convert your question from xy system to uv system by using this result, dx dy equals to mod of j into du dv. Beta, sometimes when Cartesian system is not feasible to solve the question, we will try to convert our question either in polar coordinate system or in cylindrical coordinate system or in spherical coordinate system. In that type of situations, we will use the concept of Jacobian. Let us take an example. देखो, if we are using polar coordinate system, then what are the polar coordinates? Sir, x equals to r cos theta and y equals to r sin theta are the polar coordinates. So what is the Jacobian? Beta, what is the Jacobian of x comma y with respect to r comma theta? Because x and y, beta, x and y, x comma y are the functions of r comma theta, x comma y are the functions of r comma theta. So first we will try to find the Jacobian of x comma y with respect to r comma theta, means we have to solve the value of this determinant, and the Jacobian for polar coordinate system is r. So what will be the value of dx into dy? Sir, dx into dy equals to r into dr into d theta, r into dr into d theta, where r is the value of Jacobian. Now Cartesian system will convert into polar system, and now you can integrate it. If r has variable limits, you should first integrate r keeping theta constant. If both the variables have constant limit, you can integrate in any order keeping other variable constant. ठीक है ना? अच्छा, similarly in case of cylindrical coordinates, beta, you should focus on polar coordinates and cylindrical coordinates. In case of cylindrical coordinates, how to define cylindrical coordinates? X equals to r cos theta, y equals to r sin theta, and z equals to r. Beta, in case of cylindrical coordinates, the value of x, y and z are equals to r comma theta comma z. अच्छा, in case of, या फिर कहिए rho phi and z, तो x equals to r cos theta, y equals to r sin theta, and z equals to r. तो x, y, z system will convert into r, theta and z system. x y z system will convert into r theta z system. So beta, value of dx into dy will be equals to dr d theta into dz, dr d theta into dz, but its Jacobian is still r. Beta, Jacobian, value of Jacobian for polar system as well as for cylindrical system is r. So you should learn both the results कि Jacobian of cylindrical coordinate system will be equals to r, Jacobian of polar coordinate system will be equals to r, and the Jacobian of spherical system is r square sin phi या r square sin theta, whether depends on कि you are assuming phi with z axis or you are assuming theta with z axis. So no need to learn the result based on spherical system, only learn polar coordinate system and cylindrical coordinate system. In both the situation, value of Jacobian is r, so Cartesian system will convert into polar system, or if a question is based on triple integration, then Cartesian system will convert into cylindrical system, and then procedure will be like that, r into dr into d theta into dz. The value of z is given in the question. The value of theta lies in between 0 to 2 pi, 0 to 2 pi, and value of r can be calculated by using the information given in the question. We can find double integration or triple integration. ठीक बेटा, moving on to the next one. देखो, these are some standard results. In Cartesian system, area is 1 into dx into dy and volume is 1 into dx into dy into dz. कार्टेशियन सिस्टम में एरिया क्या होता है 1 इंटू डी एक्स इंटू डी वाई एंड वॉल्यूम इज 1 इंटू डी एक्स इंटू डी वाई इंटू डी जेड. बट इन पोलर सिस्टम व्हाट इज द फॉर्मूला ऑफ फाइंडिंग एरिया? सर डी एक्स इंटू डी वाई इक्वल्स टू आर इंटू डी थीटा, r into, so finding the standard result of finding the area using polar coordinate system is double integration r into d theta. Similarly, what is the standard result of finding the volume? Finding the volume using cylindrical coordinates is this one, r into d theta into dz. देखो triple integration r into d theta into dz, because r is the value of Jacobian, and in spherical system the value of Jacobian is r square sin phi dr into d theta into d phi. R theta phi are called spherical system. R theta phi are called spherical system. So the volume in spherical coordinates will be r square sin phi dr d theta d phi, and so on. Jigyasu is asking how long will the session? Beta, I am thinking that after the completion of calculus I will end the session, because I have discussed probability and statistics very deeply and revise all the concepts of calculus. So it's time to say thank you to all of you. For linear algebra, you can watch my Maha revision lectures. For complex analysis, for vector calculus and so on, you can take my Maha revision part 2. In Maha revision part 1, I have thoroughly discussed linear algebra as well as the calculus with sufficient number of questions also. And in part 2 of Maha revision, I have thoroughly discussed complex analysis, differential equation and differential equation and vector calculus. So after the completion of calculus, I will end the session. For linear algebra, you can see my Maha revision part 1. ठीक है ना? Because for you guys, it will become very tough to watch the lectures throughout 7 to 8 hours, because in the morning Ratan sir has also taken 5 to 6 hours lecture and now 7 hours for mathematics, so it will become 12 hours in a single day. It will not good. So after the calculus, after the completion of calculus, I will say thanks to all of you. ठीक है? हाँ, but DA specific students, we will meet on 10th of February in a late night session. Session will start from 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. and it will go up to 3 to 4 a.m. in the morning. That will be late night session. Length of curve, beta, sometimes they will ask length of curve, but question is of different nature. If your curve is of this nature, y is a function of x, and we have to find the length of this curve between the point x equals to a and b, they are asking this length. So what should be the formula? Formula is, sir, integration x1 to x2 कहाँ है? This one is a and b, तो integration a to b लिखो इसे. It should be integration a to b square root of 1 plus dy by dx का whole square dx. When your function is in the form of y equals to fx, then use this formula, integration a to b square root of 1 plus dy by dx का whole square into dx. But if your function is in the form of x is a function of y, for x is a function of y, if given function is of this nature, x is a function of y, then to find the length, it formula will be c to d integration c to d 1 plus dx over dy whole square into dy. Here you have to integrate with respect to x, here you have to integrate with respect to y. If your function is of this nature, x is a function of y, ठीक है. But if your function is in polar form, if your function is in polar coordinates form, r is a function of theta, then what should be the standard result? Sir, standard result should be like that. देखो ये you have to focus only on formula number 1, theta 1 से theta 2, theta varies from theta 1 से theta 2, square root of r square plus dr by d theta का whole square into d theta. When variability is along theta, then put the limits with theta 1 to theta 2. If variability is for y, then put the limits for y. If variability for x, then put the limit for x. This will decide the nature of limits. मतलब here variability is of dx, the limits are of x. Here variability is of dy, then limits are for y. And here variability is of theta, so limits are from theta 1 to theta 2. ठीक है. By using these three results, you can find the length of curve. But sometimes sometimes the curve is defined in parametric form. For example, x is a function of t, y is a function of t, z is a function of t. Then what is the length of curve between t1 से t2? t1 से t2. Beta, in that situation, dt is the variability. So integration will be like from t1 to t2. Integration will be from t1 to t2 under root of dx by dt ka whole square plus dy by dt ka whole square, variability is dt. If z is also there, then you have to put dx by dt ka whole square plus dy by dt ka whole square plus dz by dt ka whole square. ठीक है, with respect to dt. By using these results, you can find the length of curve. अच्छा, वॉल्यूम ऑफ सॉलिड ऑफ रिवॉल्यूशन. बेटा देखो, दिस एग्जांपल इज बेस्ड ऑन केस 4 ऑफ लेंथ ऑफ कर्व. ठीक, it can be considered as homework. Now volume of solid of revolution, sometimes we have a curve and we are rotating or we are revolving this curve either along x-axis or along y-axis. Then a solid is formed and they will ask the volume of solid that will formed with the help of revolution of curve. If we have a curve y is a function of x and we are revolving this curve about x-axis, then what is the volume of solid formed? Similarly, if we have a curve of the type x is a function of y and we are revolving this curve about y-axis, then what is the volume of solid thus formed by revolving this curve x equals to fy with y-axis? Better like that, we have two cases. The volume of solid generated by the revolution of y equals to fx about x-axis. क्या कह रहे हैं? वॉल्यूम ऑफ सॉलिड अबाउट एक्स एक्सिस बिटवीन x equals to a and x equals to b. If we are revolving our curve y equals to fx about x axis between a to b, then volume of solid formed will be equals to integral a to b, because you are revolving your curve between the limits x equals to a to b, pi y square dx, and put the value of y equals to fx from original equation in this integrand. You will calculate volume of solid of revolution about x-axis. Similarly, if we have a curve of the type x is a function of y within the limits y equals to c to d about y-axis, then what should be the formula? Sir, it should be c to d and pi x square dy, because you are revolving your curve about y-axis. That's why we have mentioned here dy. But where is x? Sir, x is from this one. X is a function of y, so put x equals to y. It will be pi x square dy. Learn these two results directly and you can find the volume of solid formed by revolution either along y-axis or along x-axis. ठीक है? I think we have one example for this one also. देखो, one example for this one also. Find the volume of real shaped solid formed by the revolution of arc of the parabola. Arc of the parabola, this one cuts by its latest rectum about y-axis. बेटा केस 1 है ये, about y-axis केस 1 है. तो about y-axis का फॉर्मूला देखिए, ये रहा पाई एक्स स्क्वायर डी वाई अबाउट वाई एक्सिस है बिटवीन द लिमिट सी टू डी, तो यहाँ बिटवीन द लिमिट सी टू डी दिस विल बी द योर आंसर, दिस विल बी योर आंसर आफ्टर यूजिंग द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ सिमेट्री. You are revolving this curve about y-axis, this curve about y-axis, because this curve is obtained by cutting the parabola with its latus rectum. So this is the curve and we are revolving this curve about y-axis. So volume of this real shaped solid will be, can be calculated by using the standard result of case 1. ठीक है, चलो बेटा, थैंक यू सो मच. दिस इज ऑल अबाउट फॉर रिवीजन ऑफ कैलकुलस. So probability we have studied in detail 5 hours. I have revised all the concepts of probability and statistics, and now in 2 hours we are confident for calculus also. For linear algebra you can follow my Maha revision part 1, and for the remaining topics you can follow my Maha revision part 2. In that video you can also see some questions. ठीक है बेटा, थैंक यू सो मच. इट विल बी वेरी it is very good to see you all continuously with me for 7 to 8 hours. Now it's time to say goodbye and thank you very much. May God bless you all and भगवान करे आप सबका सिलेक्शन हो जाए. थैंक यू बेटा, थैंक यू सो मच. गुड नाइट टू ऑल ऑफ यू. वी विल अगेन मीट इन सम अनदर सेशन, either in GBG gate before gate, or for DA students we will meet on 10th of February again in late night session. चलो बेटा, thank you so much. Good night to all of you. Thank you so much. And this is my Telegram link. हाँ, someone was asking for Telegram link. So in this slide you can see my Telegram link also. ठीक है, thank you बेटा, thank you so much. Almost 7-hour class is there. And Ratan sir has taken 5 hours class. So on a single day we have taught you 12 hours class. So hats off to all of you which are regularly in my class as well as in Amul Ratan sir class. Chalo beta, we'll meet you again in some another session. Good day to all of you.